This is a weather alert from PIX11 News.
Bracing for a blizzard.
Long Island and New York City and lower Hudson County are literally in the direct eye of the storm.
Over the course of the day, conditions are predicted to grow increasingly more severe, with the heaviest snow falling between 9 p.m. tonight and 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.
It's going to come down heavy. You're not going to be able to see when the wind whips it up. The conditions are nothing but treacherous.
Please, for your safety, stay home, stay inside, and stay off the roads.
The entire state of New Jersey, all 21 counties, is under a blizzard warning for the first time in 30 years. Wet, heavy snow will cause power outages throughout the state.
Remember, if you see a roadway that may be flooded, turn around, don't drown.
If you can, just work from home Monday. That's the smartest, best thing you could do.
Right now at 6, a major blizzard bearing down on New York City and the tri-state area. The snow starting to pick up as conditions begin to worsen.
Yeah, we have live team coverage for you from across our viewing area, from Paramus to Long Island to Coney Island to Times Square.
Plus, the PIX11 weather team is here. Mr. G and Chris Cimino will be breaking down what we are going to be experiencing throughout tonight into tomorrow afternoon. Good evening, everyone. I'm Kaidi Tong.
Yeah, I'm Corey Chambers, and this is not just regular snow. No, we're talking about special weather coverage of what's going to be a really major blizzard, the blizzard of 2026.
That's right. We have information on a number of travel bans, school closings, and much, much more. But first, we want to start with the storm forecast. Meteorologist Chris Cimino is here with your hour-by-hour breakdown. Chris, this is
I feel like I've been talking about this for weeks, but it's only been a few days, but it's finally arriving, and it was slow to get here. All day long we had on and off light snow. People said, this is it. No, it's just beginning now, and the main emphasis of the storm is going to be overnight tonight into tomorrow morning. So we have that blizzard warning through 6 p.m. tomorrow. Means visibility is a quarter of a mile or less for 3 hours or more. Wind gusts 35 miles per hour higher for 3 hours or more. Here's a live shot of Times Square right now. You can see the snow getting thicker in nature. We're starting to see it accumulate even on the city streets. Temp at 31, wind chill 21. That's going to be an issue too, because with the winds increasing, it's going to feel progressively colder as well. Live radar, see these dark bandings of blue? Those are the heavier bands of snow, moderate to occasionally heavy. That's when you're going to start to get into this 1 inch to maybe 1 to 2 inches per hour. This is just beginning to move onshore and towards the city, coastal areas of New Jersey as well. The storm itself is just beginning to get organized to the south of us. You can see that counterclockwise spin right there. That's the center of the storm. It will continue to intensify. It's got several pieces of energy feeding into it from 3 different levels of the jet stream here, and this is going to deepen rapidly. When that happens, boom, that's when the heavy snow will continue to cover the entire area as we go through the overnight hours. Visibility's often near zero, quarter of a mile or so. Right now, everybody slipped below freezing. The atmosphere is cooling on down. There are those wind gusts already over 30 miles per hour. So in terms of accumulations, a quick look right now, we're talking 12 to as much as 20 where those heaviest snow bands are, and 8 to 12 north and west. We've got plenty more to talk about. We're just getting started here, guys, tonight. So we'll be back with G in just a few minutes.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you so much for that, Chris. Merriman Donnie is asking all New Yorkers to stay off the roads tonight, even suggesting people cook at home if possible to limit the use of delivery services. He's emphasizing these blizzard conditions are different from previous storms.
These are blizzard conditions. New York City has not faced a storm of this scale in the last decade. As a result, we expect to see moderate coastal flooding of up to 2.5 feet during high tide, with a chance of it increasing to 3 feet along Staten Island, the Rockaways, and the Battery.
And in order to ensure the safety of all staff and students, tomorrow will be a snow day. We're talking about a real snow day. No Zooming, yes. Okay? You get to stay home. Meaning no virtual learning. Yes, obviously, for students tomorrow. Something that you know that has not happened since 2019.
Yeah. The kids can actually enjoy it.
Yes.
Sleep in and just enjoy it, kids. Leave your parents.
Do more of that. Do more of that. Governor Hochul now saying this storm could be one of the worst we've seen in 150 years.
Yeah, really. This is going to be a big one. She spoke today from the State Emergency Operations Center in Albany, and she says the state is taking this storm very seriously.
This will be something the likes of which we've not seen in years. And I'm telling you, sirs, we're standing here. The worst is yet to come, so do not take for granted that this is going to be it. It's going to exceed all expectations even now. So you need to be prepared for the worst.
And look at this. This was Brooklyn earlier today on your screen. That light snow you see there, well, it's going to turn to heavy, wet snow as the night goes on. Crews looking out for power outages and wind as this storm continues into tomorrow. The entire state of New Jersey is under a blizzard warning tonight, the first time in 20 years. We have New Jersey Governor Mikey Sherrill joining us right now on the phone. Thank you, Governor, so much for joining us and taking the time away from your very busy schedule.
Well, thank you all so much for your reporting on this and working to keep people safe. Yes, as you've heard, this is going to be a storm the likes of which we haven't seen here in New Jersey since 1996. That was the last time all 21 counties were under this blizzard warning. I've been warning people this is not even like last month's storm, which was so bad. This is going to be much worse because this is going to be a heavier, wetter snow, and we're going to see much higher winds, up to 60 miles per hour along the coastline. That means a lot of trees and branches may be coming down on power lines, so please stay away from them. If you do see down power lines, call them into your utility company immediately. We also are going to see white-out conditions on the road. That is why, starting at 9 o'clock tonight, I have a travel ban going throughout the state. I did not call for that in the last storms because this is different. We're going to see these whiteout conditions. In our last storm, we had about an inch coming down an hour at the worst of it. This time we'll see up to 2 to 3 inches an hour, which with these winds could really create a very dangerous situation.
You know, as you talk to us now, we're seeing a live picture of this from Mahwah, New Jersey, and you can see some of the snow starting to stick on the roads. We can see it is certainly coming down already, and it's going to be coming down for some time. I know a lot of folks are wondering about the transit situation. We have been reporting bus, light rail, access link, NJ Transit service suspended already, and then I know we just got word that that the trains will stop running at 9 o'clock. Is that right?
That's right. So the light rail, that's your kind of street rail and bus service and access link stop at 6. And then what we call heavy rail, that's your New Jersey Transit lines, your commuter rail, that will stop tonight at 9 o'clock. So everyone needs to be aware of that so you can get home. And then that travel ban also goes into effect at 9 tonight. So people should be off the roads from 9 tonight until 7 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Okay.
And Governor, we understand the Jersey Shore is expected to get hit the absolutely hardest. Are there JCP and L crews in place for residents who may experience outages?
You're exactly right. We're anticipating the shore will be hit the hardest in several areas, unfortunately. The most snow, so while the entire state has been under a watch for about a foot of snow, a blizzard watch, down the shore it could be about 2 feet. We will see the heaviest winds along the shore, and we're also concerned about flooding along the shore. So with that in mind, we've deployed extra crews. JCP&L is called in mutual aid from places like Ohio, so workers are here on the ground. We have over 5,000 utility workers in New Jersey ready to take on all the challenges. But if you lose power, call it in right away. Don't wait on your neighbors, because the faster you call it in, the quicker we can deploy the resources.
We're seeing another live look right now for the folks who are watching on TV. This is Jersey City right now, and again, you can still see the snow starting to really stick as we get this thing going. I'm very curious because you talk obviously about the trains not running. We've talked about the travel bans. When should New Jerseyans expect that life goes back to normal? Are we thinking like Tuesday maybe?
Well, we'll be working incredibly hard to get people back to normal as soon as possible. I have to say, we have really the best public servants ever here. I mean, they worked incredibly hard and around the clock in the last storm, which, as you recall, was the storm of the decade. Now this is,
we've already beat it.
We thought that was bad just a month ago, and now it's worse. But they really, with that storm, and it was a horrible storm starting Sunday, we at the state level had the turnpike, had the Garden State down to pavement by the next morning, and people were even able to start their commute by noon. This is going to be harder to dig out, and it's going to last longer. So this will last through the morning commute. We anticipate at least till 7 a.m. the really heavy snow and then tapering off throughout the day, but it probably won't fully stop until later on. So people should not plan to be going into work tomorrow morning. I've asked people throughout the day, if you need to be at work, you need to shelter in place at work. And then you've got to leave these streets open, because what I've just described with power lines will be really dangerous. We've got to get our power crews throughout the state, so they'll be on the roads. We are going to have trouble keeping up with this snowstorm as quickly as it's coming down. So we've got to keep our plows and salt trucks moving consistently so they can just keep the snow off the road. And then emergency responders, of course, will be there for emergencies. So all that means everybody else should be off the road.
Okay. Governor Sherrill, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us, and good luck with everything.
Yes, good luck.
Well, thank you
we all need
so
it.
much,
Yes.
and you and your viewers all stay safe.
Okay, very good. Thank you. And we're staying with New Jersey. Our Grace Gomez is in Paramus, Bergen County, where officials held a news conference just a little while ago.
Yeah, Grace, I want to know, obviously, what conditions are like where you are, but also what you're hearing.
Good evening, guys. I find it really hard to speak because the wind and the snow is hitting me right in my face. And I asked my photographer, Alex, hey, let's move this way, let's move that way. Anywhere you stand, the snow is going to hit you in the face. And with the wind conditions going all over the place, it's kind of hard to figure out where to stay other than just turn around and not look at the camera, right? But we can't do that. So yes, I did speak with Jim Tedesco. He's the county executive, the Bergen County executive. Listen, this is an operation that's all hands on deck. They have over 100 people working, over around 90 trucks heading out. It's fairly quiet right now. You could see right here the salt pile. They're trying to rearrange the salt. It seems like a lot more trucks are going to be coming. But earlier this afternoon, we saw a line of trucks just coming in. I think it was ahead of the conditions worsening, that they were trying to pick up the salt and get on their way. And that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to salt the roads and start plowing once the snow starts sticking, which we have already seen the snow right here started sticking within the last 10 minutes or so. And really, it's hard to keep up. I was listening to what the governor, Governor Sherrill, was saying. It's true. The snow falls so fast. It's really hard to keep up. And this is just the beginning. I mean, we have less than an inch on the ground. I can only imagine how this is going to pan out later on. And one of the concerns Mr. Tedesco told me, the county executive, was the blizzard conditions. Let's take a listen to what he said regarding that and the safety of his workers.
The thing that we're concerned about, of course, is the blizzard-like conditions, because that you can't drive in it, and that means we can't plow in it. So we will have to take our men and women off the road for that time, just to make sure that they're safe. Like, we want to make sure that the roads are safe and the drivers are safe. We want to make sure that our plow operators are safe. So that's really one of the biggest concerns right now. We've told everybody, stay off the roads. If they stay off the roads, you know, by tomorrow afternoon, we should be in pretty good shape. We're working towards making sure that Tuesday's rush.
Yeah, and that's what he was telling me. The state of New Jersey is under a state of emergency, 21 counties. I mean, the state's going to be pretty much closed. Schools are going to be closed. The state's going to be closed, so there's no need to head out there. So he was saying, I'm choosing safety over perfection. So don't expect all the roads to be clean out there tomorrow. It's going to take some time. And what he said, and also the Patterson mayor who I spoke to earlier today, was just be patient. So be patient. This is just starting. And of course, throughout the night, we'll keep you updated from Bergen County as to how the conditions are deteriorating. For now, we're live in Paramus, New Jersey. Grace Gomez, PIX11 News.
Grace, you're half covered in snow already.
I know. And here's the thing. This is just starting. And we have to keep saying it. Like, look at the project.
That's right. It's like the top of a car. All right. Yeah. We are just getting started. There's a lot to cover. And it's impacting the tri-state area. So much to talk about.
Yeah, we're all over the place. We're going to check in with G and Chris Cimino with an update on exactly where we are in this blizzard of 2026. Stay with us. right, LIRR, we're talking about transit earlier. Well, LIRR will temporarily suspend all service starting at 1 a.m. Bus customers should also expect delays. Meanwhile, Staten Island Railway will operate on weekend schedules tomorrow.
All right, so let's head now to Long Island, where James Ford is standing by in Farmingdale.
Yeah, and look, we can see the snow coming down. I know, James, we've been talking about just how much snow Long Island could see, and are we really saying 2 feet?
We are definitely saying 2 feet. We've already been talking about accumulation. I can tell you, it's after 6:30 now. We've been getting accumulation since around 4 o'clock here, and it's quite a bit. In fact, all right, let's give you some sense of what we're talking about here. All right, I got the shovel. We're down to blacktop right now, right? So we're going to check in on that momentarily. Meanwhile, let's talk about conditions that we've got here in Farmingdale. Typically on a Sunday evening around 6:30, between 6:30 and 7, this place is hopping, right? Lots of restaurants, lots of bars, lots of businesses, usually open, usually very difficult to find parking here at this time of the evening on a Sunday. Look at it right now. Yeah, and we're already talking about an inch of accumulation, and as we've been pointing out already, we are just getting started. So at this rate, we could end up, actually at this rate, you could end up with maybe 10 inches, right? But we do know that the rate of snowfall is only going to increase overnight. So this, and there is a lot of snow, as you can see, this is maybe a third of the snowfall volume that we're expecting overnight. And that is why so many people are doing the right thing. Staying home, watching PIX11, getting the latest updates on the storm in the comfort of their warm home. We encountered a variety of people getting ready for the big stay home outside of some grocery stores, which I will tell you were running out of supplies even 3 or 4 hours ago. Now is the time to stay where you are. Have a listen to more of what they had to say and what the Hempstead town supervisor had to say about conditions. Have a listen.
I'm getting ready just to go home and lock myself up, like everybody should. Stay home, be safe.
Got some healthy snacks in here. Want to encourage health is wealth, right? Want to make sure that we're digesting some great things for our internal parts of our body, enjoying ourselves while we're locked in the house this weekend, or actually extended weekend, right?
Residents should be aware if the winds get high and there's whiteout overnight, we have to start our plow operation tomorrow morning. We're going to play it by ear. Hopefully that doesn't happen, and hopefully we can get out there early evening tonight and go right through while people are sleeping.
And now what the town of Hempstead supervisor was talking about is what we saw out here years ago, more than a decade ago. A lot of cars ended up getting stuck in blizzard conditions and just staying there, just being abandoned there, and that prevented plows from coming through. So that's why they're trying to keep cars off the road. Back here live for a moment, our excellent video journalist, Keith Lopez, is behind the camera. Let's take a look up top, above McGrath's Pub there. That will give you some sense of another factor that we are dealing with coming forward. We've had sustained winds. Look at those flags. Yeah, we've had sustained winds of about 15 to 20 miles an hour, and that is only going to increase, and we're expecting gusts up to 70 miles per hour. Really rough conditions. Before we end, let's take one more look. This is what we dug 2 minutes ago, right? And that's how much snow has accumulated in just that length of time. And we are really just getting started, and the volumes are going to increase all night. This is definitely going to be a very bad, very deep storm. We will stay on it up to the minute as always. Right now, reporting live from Farmingdale, I'm James Ford, PIX11 News.
Yeah, look at the size of those flakes.
They're massive huge. Flakes, massive. Oh my gosh! And
right?
I'm just thinking about the fact that it was less than a month ago we were like here, and we're like, okay, this is it. And now here we are, and now it's like this is even worse than a month ago.
Yeah.
All right, James, thank you.
And listen to this. I feel sorry for all the people on Broadway who have bought tickets because they say that, usually the show must go on, but that is not the case today. Broadway is going dark because of the storm.
Yeah, Kate Rooney is live in Times Square for us, and look at Kate. Even Kate is covered in Times Square.
It has to be.
It's everywhere around the area. That's why we are everywhere. Did you find any disappointed theater fans, or does everyone kind of get what's going on?
Yeah, well, I mean, they say the lights are always bright on Broadway, and that is still definitely the case here. I mean, in the middle of Times Square, all the billboards and everything on. However, the theaters are dark. So if you walk around the side streets where you see a lot of the Broadway shows, box office is closed. The TKTS ticket booth, normally you see lines wrapped around it leading up to the evening matinees. We're right near there, and that is closed as well. First time since 2018 that Broadway as a whole has gone dark. Back when we had our first lovely winter storm just a few weeks ago in January, about 10 Broadway shows closed, leaving some performers, technical stage crew, workers, producers a little bit frustrated that they didn't order just a full closure, because it was difficult for the performers and people working the shows to get to and from the theater. So this time, they decided to go ahead and call it early. The one show that was a lone holdout was Operation Mincemeat, which had the original cast supposed to perform their final performance together tonight in the 6 o'clock show. So they were holding out hope that they'd be able to do that for that special occasion. They ended up pivoting, deciding to do a live stream from the Laurie Beachman Theater for Operation Mincemeat, but everything else was closed by around 1 o'clock. However, people are really making the most of it. There is no shortage of folks here in Times Square. I don't know if you can see some of these people here behind me, but everybody's out and about, walking around. A lot of the restaurants are full. People are writing their names in the snow, taking photos. Just kind of a magical once-in-a-lifetime moment to be in Times Square in the middle of a blizzard. We talked to a few folks, some from the South, some from the Pacific Northwest, and they're all just doing their best to make the most of this situation, even though we've already heard about some canceled flights. But we're better to be stranded than in the middle of New York City. We'll be back on our subsequent shows with more later. For now, from Times Square, Kate Rooney, PIX11 News.
A magical moment? Really?
Well, come on,
I guess for them, because they're tourists, so they can leave eventually. Right. We gotta dig out of this stuff.
Yeah, listen, we are still looking at hours and hours of this snowstorm.
Yeah.
And thank you, Kate. And the worst of it hasn't even started yet.
Yes, the worst is yet to come. Stay with us here as we check out what teams around the area. Look at this picture. I can't see where this is from, but the wind is really going right now. This is from the Empire State Building. We'll be right back. All right, we're following our weather alert here, the blizzard of 2026. Chris Amino.
Yeah, we saw some of those shots outside already and talking about the wind blowing. If it stayed like that, it wouldn't be that terrible. That snow that you're seeing falling now is going to quadruple in rate in terms of how heavy it's going to be falling, as will the wind. So that's why we have that blizzard warning in effect. It really got expanded even further north and west as we went through the day today. Everybody could see 35-mile-per-hour wind gusts for sustained 3, 4, 5+ hours and visibilities under a quarter of a mile. The snow continues to fill in. The conditions will rapidly deteriorate. The heaviest snow and wind really concentrated from 10 p.m. to at least 5, 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. Either side of that, it's still going to be snowing at a pretty good clip. Occasional blizzard conditions, zero visibility possible, power outages, and of course, we've got to worry about some coastal flooding for the high tide cycle later on tonight into the wee hours of tomorrow morning. Our live radar continues to show these darker shadings of blue. That is heavier snow. It's taking shape just to the south and east of us. We're just getting on the leading edge of it, and I think more and more we go to these live shots, you're going to see that snow coming down harder and steadier. The storm itself is really just evolving. As we look at this, again, notice the circulation. It's coming now out of the southeast back to the northwest. That's because the storm has slowed down and is deepening here. So instead of all the precipitation moving west to east, it's spinning around and pushing back. All the moisture coming back into the colder air now from off the Atlantic. And you can see the center of the storm still kind of a broad circulation. That's going to tighten up even further. Temps right now, everybody's dipped below the freezing mark. All day was above freezing, so even though it was snowing in most spots, the ground was wet. That's changed. Darkness of night. Futurecast continues to show. Notice these areas of darker blue. This is 10 o'clock tonight. You're starting to see more of that. You go through 11, midnight, larger portion of the area in the heavier snow bands, and it doesn't go anywhere. This is 2 a.m. This is now moving forward to 3:30, 4 a.m. in the morning. Same thing. Early morning commute. Still heavy snow across the area. I said commute, but there's not going to be one. And then as we go through mid-morning tomorrow, again, the snow gets a little bit lighter. Coastal areas, tides of maybe 2.5 feet inundation, so minor to moderate coastal flooding. South Shore Back Bay areas in particular could see maybe major flooding at the high tide cycle, and into Long Island Sound, kind of the same scenario. That's from 10 p.m. tonight through 5 a.m. tomorrow. So in terms of the accumulations, this is what everybody wants to know. Bottom line, this is a heavy-hitting snowstorm. We're talking an easy 12 to 15 around the city, if not higher, if we get into those higher snow bands, and then north and west, 8 to 12. Further north and west, a little bit less. But it takes a lot of ingredients to make a storm like this, and G's here to tell us what they were and why they're there.
All right, big fellow, and the big story for us right now is the amount of snow that will punish the tri-state area. And you can see as we look at the map and show you exactly what's happening. There's a lot of energy here that's coming across, and the energy is coming across from the south, from the Pacific, and also the northern jet. And when these three merge, that's going to produce what we call bombogenesis. And for those of you who want to know what that means, it's an explosion over the open waters of the ocean. In that explosion, and if you're not snowing hard now, you will, we fill in. That means all of this action will fill in, and you can see the winds again gusting upwards of 30 miles per hour. You see the winds gusting upwards of 43 miles per hour. Not done yet. The winds over the eastern end of Long Island, north, north, and east. It's Monday, 3:30 a.m., gusting to 55 miles per hour. Feeling is that will gust upwards to 60 and 65 miles per hour before it's all said and done. Then we go around to the north, and you see the winds still gusting tomorrow upwards of 60 miles per hour over the eastern end of Long Island. And remember, when we're talking about this, we're talking about power outages that could be a problem throughout the tri-state area, south-facing shore, central, and southern portions of Long Island. Power outages is serious business. We'll have more later on.
Okay, thank you, Gene.
Okay, so many of these storms that we get, and it's really focused about, where you live, how much you get. Oh, we didn't get hit, but Long Island got hit, or they got hit, or New Jersey got hit. Everyone's getting hit by this thing. South Brooklyn, let's check in with South Brooklyn. They're bracing for the impact of this storm as well, and not just snow either, because the blizzard is expected to bring some coastal flooding.
Yeah, we continue with our blizzard coverage with McGee Hickey, who is in Coney Island for us right now with a look at how things are going out there. Oh, same old story. Hello, McGee, all bundled up and getting covered with snow.
Yes, it's all bundled up and getting covered with snow. It's still only lightly snowing. It's a gentle snow. Here we are on Stillwell Avenue and Surf Avenue. And earlier today, we were out on the boardwalk here at Coney Island trying to see how many people, and there were a lot of people out on the boardwalk looking at the ocean and just remembering this is the moment before the blizzard. Now, for many people, it is a time to remember that we should not be out in the snow. We should listen to what Mayor Mamdani has been saying, and that is stay indoors, particularly when the travel ban takes effect at 9 p.m. tonight, when there will be really dangerous conditions out here in Coney Island and throughout the 5 boroughs. Earlier this afternoon, we spoke to lots of city workers here in Coney Island who were on standby, just getting ready to start to plow the streets to take care of people in nursing homes and for their outreach work with the homeless.
It's going to be very bad. Stay off the roads.
Yeah.
Let us clean everything up nice, get everything safe for everybody.
Right. And when you look at Coney Island, pre-blizzard, what are your thoughts?
Pre-blizzard, it's cold. It's extra 10 degrees cold over here on this block.
If school is closed and then a lot of us got kids, a lot of us got to stay home. Unfortunately, some of the patients is not going to be taken care of. I wish I was there, but I had nobody to watch my child.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're taking care of a lot of people on both ends.
Yes, it is. It's very hard, but, we got to do it.
We got some socks over here, water, protein bars, hand warmers, gloves, and we also got a sandwich.
And you're finding homeless on the subway are receptive to your outreach?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely, especially when we're on the F train, where the F train has been one of the bigger lines that we'll see tons and tons of homeless people.
And lots of people out here trying to help other people. There's an ESU police unit right there on Surf Avenue. We've seen plows going by, salters too, and we are standing here live in Coney Island. McGee Hickey, PIX11 News. Back to you, Corey and Kaidi.
All right, McGee, thank you. Look, we're all over the place to make sure that you're covered wherever you live.
Okay, in fact, now we're going to check in with the county executive and Hudson County. Craig Guy, welcome.
Hey, good evening, Katie. Good evening, Corey.
Yeah, thanks so much for taking some time out to speak with us. So, we're just talking, obviously, about Brooklyn. They're talking about the fear of coastal flooding. I'm curious. I'm sure you probably have some of the same concerns.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the number one concern that we have is safety, right? We have to keep our folks and our constituents safe. So, we've heard it over and over again. Stay off the roads. Stay off the roads. Not only are you going to help yourself, but you're going to help our heroes that are out there cleaning our roads and cleaning our parks.
Yeah, we all know that Hoboken has a history with flooding over and over again. So are there any other areas you're worried about with this storm?
Katie, will keep an eye on the high tide, which is scheduled for sometime this evening. Our emergency management coordination is monitoring the tides. At this point, we've moved all our vehicles to a higher ground, just in case between the wind and the storm, these tides, both on the east side and the west side of Hudson County, if they rise to a level which could be dangerous.
And a lot of folks, of course, they're trying to figure out, okay, when are they going to be able to get back to normal? When can they get to work? Obviously, tomorrow morning, I think everyone is just saying throughout the area, like, just don't even try. Don't do it tomorrow. But people do want to know about commuting, PATH trains. Do you have any information that you could share?
At this point, the PATH trains are still running sporadically. I've been in touch with the Port Authority, and, this will be determined. I don't know if they've made any decisions in the last hour, depending on the severity of the storm and how quick it starts to settle in over both New York and New Jersey.
Yeah, still a lot of questions. Hudson County Executive Craig Guy, thank you so much for taking the time to talk with us.
All right. Have a safe night, and I'm sure we'll talk again.
You too. You too. All right, still to come on the PIX11 News, this storm is much different than our last. We've been saying that over and over again with this really heavy wet snow and gusty winds.
Yes, utility companies, they're preparing for the possibility of power outages. How local companies are preparing. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Well, among all the other problems this thing is causing, the winter weather is causing hundreds of flight cancellations in New York and New Jersey.
Yeah, of all the major area airports, JFK has canceled the most flights, with 725 incoming and outgoing flights canceled. They've delayed more than 100 other flights. LaGuardia, meanwhile, not too far behind, canceling 560 flights and delaying 163. Newark Airport canceling 461 flights and delaying 138. The FAA has shared that most delays are because of de-icing protocols. So far, the major airports have not issued a ground stop. If you were hoping to get some food during the blizzard via DoorDash, think again. Service suspending operations across the city starting at 8:30 tonight. They'll remain suspended until at least noon tomorrow. Deliveries must be completed by 9 p.m. DoorDash released a statement saying they're suspending operations to keep Dashers safe and off the streets. They're promising to resume service as soon as it is safe to do so.
Okay, and stick with us. Our blizzard coverage continues at 7 o'clock. We're bringing you live updates on road conditions, transit delays, school closures, everything.
Yes.
So don't worry. We're going to get through this together.
Yes, we have live crews in New Jersey, in Manhattan, in Brooklyn, on Long Island. We're everywhere. And, of course, we're also all over the radar. Meteorologist Chris Cimino, Mr. G, have the minute-by-minute updates on this massive winter storm. Stay with us.
Right now at 6, a major blizzard bearing down on New York City and the tri-state area. The snow starting to pick up as conditions begin to get worse.
That's right. We have live team coverage right now from across our viewing area, from New Jersey to Long Island, Coney Island, and Times Square.
Plus, the PIX11 weather team is here. Mr. G and Chris Cimino will be breaking down what we are going to be experiencing throughout tonight into tomorrow afternoon. Good evening, everyone. I'm Katie Tong.
And I'm Dan Manarino, and you are watching the PIX11 News at 7 p.m. right now. A special weather coverage of this massive blizzard of 2026.
We have information on a number of travel bans, school closings, so much more, everything. But first, we want to start with the storm forecast. Meteorologist Chris Cimino here with your hour-by-hour breakdown. Chris, this is a marathon of a storm.
And it will be, and this is really just the start of it. We're talking about so far seeing 1.5 inches to 2 inches in and around the city, parts of New Jersey between 2 and 3 inches. But you think of the fact that we're probably going to add on, in many cases, another foot to 1.5 feet to those numbers. We've got a long haul to go overnight. Blizzard warning. Just about anybody's watching us. You're in that blizzard warning again for reduced visibility and, of course, the heavy downpours of snow throughout the overnight hours. Breakdown on a timeline, to loosely put it, from now through 10 p.m., we're starting to see the wind and the snow increase. Once we get from, let's say, midnight and overnight, difficult. I would almost call it impossible travel, actually, especially after you get to the midnight hour. Between midnight and 7 a.m., blizzard conditions frequently across a large portion of the area with snowfall rates of 1 to 2 and maybe even locally 3 inches per hour. 10 a.m. to Monday afternoon, that's when you'll start to see the snow get lighter. It may take a little while for it to completely stop, but the heaviest of the accumulating snow, I think, shuts down by 10 a.m. and then just leftover light snow after that. So, again, just to start here, this is our live radar. The darker the shading of blues, as we've been saying, that's the heavier banding of snow, and now it's moved ashore. It's in the city. It's throughout the boroughs. It's in Long Island, down the Jersey Shore, and working its way further and further north and west. Instead of the normal west to east movement of, let's say, precipitation we typically see here, with this storm deepening off to the south, these bands are rotating back in towards us from off the Atlantic, loaded with moisture. And with the energy of the storm, you're getting more and more lift. The more you lift the air, the more potential precipitation you squeeze out of it. And it's also chilling down the column. So we had rain in spots earlier today. That's done with. We're in the cold aspect of this storm now. There you see the circulation, the center of the storm. Another piece of energy is just feeding into it as we speak, and we expect that thing to rapidly deepen. When that happens, the precipitation around it will really start to blossom and get heavier. Most folks around 30, 31 degrees. The graph model shows 10 o'clock tonight. Everybody's in these darker shadings of blue for the most part. These bands right in here, those are the ones where they set up and they sit for a little while longer. That's where the snow's really going to pile up. That's why this kind of a pattern, the potential is there. Somebody could get 2 feet of snow. Not necessarily in the city, but some areas, especially eastern Long Island, maybe even down along the Jersey Shore. We'll keep an eye on that. But as we go through the early morning, even 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, still snowing at a good clip. And then we get to late morning, it gets lighter, and it pushes out to the east. Visibility, another issue. 1/4 mile right now. But again, that's going to be the issue all overnight. Look at these visibilities moving in futurecasts. 1/2 mile to 1/4 mile throughout. Many areas, I think, may get towards 0, actually, visibility, and it doesn't improve until the end of the day. So your snowfall, this particular model, I think, is pretty much in line, about 15 inches or so in the city, and then we're talking about the higher amounts out across Long Island, 18, maybe 20 in some spots, same thing up even to the north and east. The overall pattern, again, is going to lead to some coastal flooding, too, because of the strong northeast wind with the classic nor'easter, the high tide cycle overnight tonight. You could see inundation of 2.5, maybe some spots 3 feet above normal. Meantime, overall, we're talking about 12 to 20 in the areas of red. So pick your location. If you're in it, that's what you can expect. Maybe locally 2 footers in some spots, and then it just gradually drops off north and west. But again, this has to be watched, as you guys pointed out, hour by hour, as the storm is still in the process of evolving.
All right, Chris, thank you so much for that. This storm is no joke. Mayor Mamdani is asking all New Yorkers to stay off the roads tonight, even suggesting people cook at home if possible to limit the use of delivery services. He's emphasizing these blizzard conditions are different from previous storms.
These are blizzard conditions. New York City has not faced a storm of this scale in the last decade. As a result, we expect to see moderate coastal flooding of up to 2.5 feet during high tide, with a chance of it increasing to 3 feet along Staten Island, the Rockaways, and the Battery.
And in order to ensure the safety of all staff and students, tomorrow will be a snow day, a real snow day. meaning no virtual learning for students tomorrow, something that has not happened, by the way, since 2019.
I was going to say pre-pandemic was the last time any of these kids had a real snow day, so here we go.
Exactly right. Governor Hochul now saying this storm could be one of the worst we have seen in 150 years.
I mean, she spoke today, right, from the State Emergency Operations Center in Albany. She says the state is taking this storm very seriously.
This will be something the likes of which we've not seen in years. And I'm telling you, sirs, we're standing here. The worst is yet to come, so do not take for granted that this is going to be it. It's going to exceed all expectations even now, so you need to be prepared for the worst.
And take a look at this. This was Brooklyn just earlier today. That's on your screen. That light snow you see there, turning to heavy, wet snow as the night goes on. Crews looking out for power outages and wind as the storm continues into tomorrow. And they say the show must go on, but that is not the case tonight. Broadway is going dark because of the storm.
I mean, that's just to show you the severity of it all, right? When you have a snow day for school, plus Broadway is closing down, both those things not typical, which is telling the story. Our Kate Rooney is live for us in Times Square. So, Kate, did you find, look at it now, it's really coming down there in Times Square and sticking to the ground there. Did you find any disappointed theater fans when you were at the TKTS booth?
I bet you did.
Yeah, we did. We met a woman who came here all the way from Seattle, Washington to celebrate her birthday, and she had tickets to see And Juliet tonight, which I've seen. It's a great show. She was very disappointed that they didn't get to go tonight, but she said they're making the most of it. She and her friend went out to a nice dinner instead, and as you may be able to tell behind me, there is no shortage of folks here in Times Square who just want to experience what this neighborhood, what this unique place in the world is like with a snowstorm settling in. We've seen a snowball fight take place. We've seen people making snow angels behind us. The snow's really starting to stick now. We've been out here since about 4 o'clock. And at that time, it was more like sleet, just kind of slushy. Nothing was really sticking, but snow really starting to stick on all the surfaces around here. And as a matter of fact, one thing that seems to be really popular in the area where we are on 47th and Broadway is people building little snowmen over on this platform and writing things in the snow as well. We've seen a lot of people come over and write their names or make artwork. And so it seems appropriate to me that the thing I need to write is PIX11, because we need to know that this is where people are going to get their best storm coverage while they're here in New York City. So hopefully maybe that'll encourage some folks to tune into our coverage to see what's next for them. I will say we've also met a few people who had their flights canceled, so they're planning on holding up in their hotel rooms tomorrow to work, not from home, work from hotel. And again, just making the best of a situation that has caused a lot of people to change their plans, whether that's missing a Broadway show or not being able to fly home as they expected. But I have to say the spirits here are very, very high. Most people seem to be excited to experience this moment. I'm sure some folks are from places where it doesn't get a lot of snow, and to be able to experience that here in Times Square, something they'll never forget, that's for sure. In Times Square, Kate Rooney, PIX11 News.
Thank you so much for that,
That's
Kate.
That's the tourist perspective.
Yes.
Let's go to the real
New
people who are shoveling it out. Right?
I'm over it. I'm over it. Thank you so much for that, Kate. Very good. And look at how big and wet those flakes are that are coming down all around her. All right, in New Jersey, officials are also warning, of course, about road safety, blizzard conditions, making it so dangerous to drive in and around the area. Earlier today, Governor Mike Sherrill announced speed restrictions on major roads.
Trucks have been banned from state highways since 3 o'clock this afternoon, and speed limits have been reduced to 35 miles per hour. Now, as of 6 p.m., so about an hour ago, New Jersey Transit Service has been suspended on all buses, light rail, and access link. And then this is the big one. Rail service will be suspended completely starting at 9 p.m. AAA has this advice if you have to drive.
It is the law in all 3 states of the tri-state that snow and ice must be cleared completely from the vehicle so that, number one, the driver can see, but also so that other drivers can be seen. Once you're on the road, it's very important to slow down. Posted speed limits are for ideal conditions. You have to increase your following distance.
State leaders in New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut are advising everybody if you do not have to go out tonight or tomorrow morning, just stay home. Be safe.
That is right. Put on something streaming, whatever it may be, and just hunker down, right? And what you are seeing on your screen now are some of the final light rail trains to run today. The Hudson Bergen Light Rail, all entry transit buses and Access Link service, like we said, suspended at 6 p.m., right? So PIX11 caught up with some people over Exchange Place in Jersey City who were sent home early from work knowing that their transit options were going to become very limited.
I work on Sundays, so I'm coming back from Midtown Manhattan, and I'm heading back home. The place was very sort of concerned about all of us living in Jersey because the trains were supposed to be sort of the discontinued service around 6 p.m. So everyone who lives in Jersey was asked to sort of leave as quick as possible.
Get on home. And those high winds and heavy snow could also bring down tree limbs and wires. JCP&L say about 2,000 workers are pre-positioned across the state, ready to respond as conditions worsen.
That's right. The utilities also urging customers to stay far, far away from any down lines and report outages immediately.
So if you see a power line down, report it immediately to 911 and keep at least 30 feet away from the power line and anything touching it. Live power lines are very dangerous. You combine that with moisture, wet snow, that creates a very dangerous situation to be too close to those lines. So make sure you can't tell just by looking at it whether the wire is live or not. So keep at least 30 feet away, report it to 911, and we'll also get those reports to be able to come and restore power.
Very important advice. Officials say restoration times will depend on the strength of the snow and of the storm, and when crews can safely operate their ladder trucks, and crews are expected to work around the clock until service is fully restored.
All right, everybody. LIRR will temporarily suspend all service starting at 1 in the morning. Bus customers could also expect delays. Meanwhile, Staten Island Railway will operate on a weekend schedule tomorrow.
Okay, let's head over now to Long Island, where our James Ford, when we last saw him, was standing in quite a bit of snow already. He's in Farmingdale for us.
Yeah, James, parts of Long Island, this is what was so staggering to hear from Chris Cimino. 24 inches of snow are potentially possible there. You're getting smacked in the face right now. What's it like?
Right, and yes, indeed, I am getting smacked in the face, and that does give you a clear sense of how we are going to get up to potentially that 2-foot mark. This can give a sense as well. Let's show you. We got the shovel here. There's two things worth pointing out. One, that's the blacktop, right? So we're probably already talking about 1.5 inches of accumulation, but you see this space right here? That's where I did this 40 minutes ago. That's how much accumulation we've gotten in the last 40 minutes alone. We are seriously talking snowfall, and you can see all these flakes. Remember, this volume is only going to increase all night. Not just the snow amounts, but just how fast it falls every hour. That's going to probably double and maybe triple overnight. That's what we're talking about here. In fact, let's take a look at some video and show you why there is a travel ban on Long Island, both in Nassau and Suffolk County, from 9 p.m. until at least 9 a.m. tomorrow. And that's because the last time we had a blizzard, actually a blizzard just over 10 years ago, what happened is a lot of people ended up abandoning their cars because the conditions had gotten so bad. Well, that made things worse for the plows trying to open the roads back up. So it made the problem all the worse. So the idea is if we keep people off the road, well, then the roads can get cleared. Those roads are expected to be impassable overnight, especially the side streets, residential streets, local roads, and those may be a mess all day tomorrow into Tuesday. We're talking that much snow out here on Long Island. Now, we've been having snow nonstop since noon. That started sticking and building up, and yeah, we are seeing the white stuff just pile up and pile up. All of this meant to ensure that people stay indoors, off the roads and streets, to just let the plows come out and move as much snow as possible. Now, back here live, I'm here with Keith Lopez, who's doing an excellent job behind the camera. He's showing you this. You see those flags? look at that. We are having sustained winds here of anywhere from 15 to 20 miles per hour. As the night goes forward, those winds are only going to get stronger, and we're expecting gusts up to 70 miles an hour. That's why it's called a blizzard. We have extreme conditions in so many different ways. And those high winds end up causing the whiteout conditions where you can't see. You see me right now, right? In whiteout conditions, we're talking maybe even this distance, you wouldn't even be able to see my hand. We're expecting that overnight. Now, let's go back to where we were and show you. Just in the last 90 seconds, that's how much snow we've gotten. And it's only going to increase in intensity. Those are the kinds of conditions we're talking about, which is why you at home, just watching us in the comfort of your warm, safe home, that's the right thing to do. Because again, this is only going to intensify as the night goes forward. And we'll stay on this, of course, up to the minute, as always. Right now, reporting live from a very empty, thank goodness, Farmingdale, which is usually very busy. Reporting live from Farmingdale, I'm James Ford, PIX11 News. Back to you in the warm, safe, dry studio.
Yeah, he's covered in snow, the poor guy.
But listen, he lives for this. We know you love this, James.
Yes, we know you do. Okay, good for you.
It's true. It's true. It totally is true.
Thank you so much. And our blizzard coverage, of course, continues.
Yeah, we're just getting started, everybody. When we come back, we're going to check in with our McGee Hickey, who's in Brooklyn.
Plus, Chris Amino and Mr. G will have an update on the hour-by-hour forecast and the snow totals and how this storm compares to previous storms, the whole 9 yards. Stay with us.
All right, everybody, welcome back to our big snow coverage here. The blizzard kicking up some waves at the same time.
Yes, we continue our blizzard coverage with McGee Hickey. She's in Coney Island right now, where she's doing live. What are you ready for this?
Wow.
With a surfer? A surfer in this weather who just hit the waves. Hi, McGee.
This is a real blizzard.
You know, it's New York City, it's Coney Island, you never know who you're going to meet. And here we see a man with a surfboard, another man with an underwater camera. They're both in the wetsuits. You just came in from the surf. We're here with, you can put this down now. I worry, but I want to talk to you. His name is Salty Pete TV. He runs a surfing school, I believe, in Rockaway. And this is Marion Sell, who is a photographer, filmmaker, and okay, so first, this is serious because we are talking about blizzard conditions, and you really chose to surf today for a reason, right? Just move a little closer to the mic. Okay, I'll hold the mic.
Okay,
That's
no worries.
Okay, so why would you surf as we're preparing for a blizzard?
Well, this is a nor'easter storm with predicted 6 to 8 foot waves, and for us surfers, that's what we dream of. So the wind is actually blowing offshore, which is perfect for the surf conditions. It kind of grooms the wave and gives it that perfect cylindrical shape that you see in the movies. So that's what we're out here for.
You're probably so used to this from people like me, but Are you crazy? It's cold out there.
We love it. This is what we live for. Bring it on.
Right, so what was the surf everything that you expected it to be?
Yeah, we got some beautiful shots. Marion is a cinematographer, and he has the water casing, and we got some incredible water shots. And yeah, we're making a movie. It's going to be called Stoke Monsters. It's about New York City surfing.
Okay,
Yeah.
Just hope you're safe out there. And for you, what was it like? Excuse me for blocking you. What is it like to be filming a surfer in near blizzard conditions in a nor'easter?
It's so actually we met last month in Hawaii, so it was a very big difference from that.
Yes.
But it was enjoyable. The only thing, my fingers are really frozen right now, but the body is still warm on the inside.
Well, we appreciate your talking to us, and I'm just amazed that a camera would work that well in these conditions.
Yeah, it does. The only problem was, of course, the snow that I had on my lens, but I had a towel on me somewhere not far, and it worked out. I think we got some beautiful shots.
Well, I look forward to seeing it eventually, I think. And you know that the mayor of New York City is asking everyone to stay off of the roads as of 9 o'clock. So this is your van, so we don't want to keep you here any longer because we don't want you to get in trouble with the city of New York, and you're not supposed to be on the road. But I thank you for talking with us, and I'm really amazed. Look, flippers, an underwater camera, and you're really warm enough except for the gloves.
That's it. Yes, exactly.
All
It was a
right.
great time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marion. Thank you there. Just one last shot of Salty Pete TV with his... I just can't believe it. With your
Salty Pete. Check out Salty Pete TV and Surfs Up NY Surf School in Rockaway Beach. We're out here all the time.
All right, all the time. Blizzard-like conditions, and he's surfing. We are live in Coney Island with surfers. McGee Hickey, back to you in the studio.
McGee, you find
Heidi
the
and
best
Corey.
people, real New Yorkers.
Who would have thought?
You didn't want to hit the waves, McGee? You didn't want to hit out there with them?
Yeah, get out there with Salty
Real
Pete.
crazy people. Yes.
Okay, all
Those
right.
6 to 8 waves are calling to you.
No way. I'm gonna get back into the warm truck right now. It is getting colder, and I haven't been out on the Atlantic, but my fingertips are cold too.
I bet your
Back
face is
to you
too.
guys.
All right, you get warm now.
Can we borrow Marion's camera? I'm just kidding. All right, thanks.
All right, you know, this blizzard is no joke, despite those people. And the worst is supposed to be overnight.
Yeah, we got these two rock stars here with us now. Chris Cimino, Mr. G, just showing us how bad it's going to get. Frankly, I'm over it, guys.
Same here.
Okay, but you're saying the worst is yet to come.
You're over before it even started?
Yeah, pretty much.
All right. Well, guess what? You're not going to be a happy camper. Are you controlling the camera? You're trying to get rid of that? Yeah, we're talking about this is really just the leading edge of this storm. Even the winds are going to ramp up much more than what we're experiencing right now, and the snowfall rates, too, through a good part of the area. So the blizzard warnings, in effect, kicked in. It will continue through tomorrow. They may take it down a little bit earlier as the snow gets a little bit lighter later tomorrow. But the snow itself continues. It looks like a snow globe now across portions of the city. Times Square, you can barely see the surface here. And the snow continues to add up. The surface has cooled down all day. Keep in mind, yesterday we were between 45 and 50 degrees, so the pavement was very warm. So all day it was snowing lightly. It was just melting. But we're talking about once the sun went down and the storm ramped up, the snow will start accumulating. 31 now, wind chill 22. So the storm line from now through 10 p.m., if it's not increasing where you are right now, it probably will. It may take a little bit longer to the north in terms of the wind and the snow rates. Now for overnight, though, really just difficult to impossible travel anticipated. You want to just stay put. Midnight to 7 a.m. is the period I think we're going to see the most hours with blizzard-like conditions, quarter-mile visibility or less, and 35-mile-per-hour wind gusts or higher. And then from 10 a.m. through Monday afternoon tomorrow, the snow will slowly taper from west to east. But you see the dark shadings of blue? Those are the bands of the heavy snow just beginning to impact the city and portions of Long Island and down along the Jersey Shore. There's many more where that came from, and that's what happens when you get a deepening storm like that, a low-pressure system sitting off the middle Atlantic coast. Bands of heavy precipitation move on in. The atmosphere is chilled down now. As the storm deepens, there's going to be a lot more moisture being brought in off the Atlantic, and you can see the colder air coming in from the north and east. That's the perfect combination for a heavy snowstorm in the New York City area. So again, we look at Futurecast. Again, throughout the night, we're just dealing with more of the same. Heavy bands of snow. That's going to persist probably up until about, let's say, 10, 11 o'clock tomorrow morning, and then we get a little bit of a break. But the current winds just showing signs of gusting over 30 miles an hour. Visibility is, though, down to a quarter of a mile in a few spots. That's going to get worse before it gets better as well. So, again, we're talking about snowfall so far. It's early preliminary numbers. 1.5 in the park. Almost 3, though, on Coney Island. They caught one of those heavier bands. Much of New Jersey between 2 and 3 as we speak. G standing by. There's always more on a storm like this. What do you have for us, G?
For us right now is going to be this tremendous energy and explosion over the ocean. We had talked about 3 jets coming together, and there they are. And believe it or not, areas like Cold Spring, they've had flurries all day. This is amazing. Spots north of the city have been cut off from the action. So you can see again the action, all right? We are still thinking here with a snowfall rate between, let's say, 8 to 12 inches in the tri-state area, 10 to 16 inches. Plus, that's probably the best guesstimate. Depending on where you are, you lean towards the earlier number or the latter number. 8 to 12 inches just to the north of the city, but it better get going there because not much is happening in those spots. Now, we have a coastal flood warning in effect for the coastal areas with tides 1.5 to 2.5 feet. We got a new moon coming on March the 3rd. You got to watch that. The winds are going to kick strong. There'll be coastal flooding for Suffolk County, Nassau County, and again, that's from 10 p.m. roughly till about 5 a.m. So for tonight, it comes down at a rate of 1 to 3 inches an hour. And if you look at Times Square, already covered. If you look at Central Park, upwards of probably 2 inches or so. 30 degrees, heavy snow, blizzard conditions. It only picks up, my friends. And when you look at the forecast, you'll be able to see 30 degrees. And the heftiest of this snow will be roughly from about 2 a.m. to about 9 a.m. in the morning.
All right, G, Chris, thank you very much. And if you were hoping to get the food during the blizzard via DoorDash, we'll talk about that in just a moment because the service is suspending operations across the city starting at 8:30 tonight. They're going to remain suspended until at least noon tomorrow. Deliveries must be completed by 9 p.m. DoorDash released a statement saying they're suspending operations to keep Dashers safe and off the streets. And with that, we'll be right back.
This is a weather alert from PIX11 News.
Okay, everybody, look at that monster of a storm. We're staying on top of the blizzard of 2026 with dangerous conditions slamming the tri-state. It's going to be a while before things ease up.
Absolutely. The worst of the snow will come late tonight into tomorrow morning. Thanks so much for staying with us. I'm Katie Tong.
And I'm Dan Manarino. Great to be with you tonight, Katie.
Yeah, it's great to be with you.
And let's start with a live look outside because the snow is really starting to come down now. You just saw it there on 42nd Street and 2nd Avenue with the heavy wet flakes that are happening, right? Chris Cimino is in the Weather Center to kind of explain the timing of it all. And we've got to get those cars off the road in about 90 minutes when that travel ban hits, Chris.
Yeah, and what we're starting to see is banding, where we saw just a few minutes ago was really coming down, big fat wet flakes. Then it seems a little bit lighter right now, but there are more and more bands of heavy snow sitting offshore, and that will evolve as the storm continues to deepen as we get deeper into the night. That's why just about the entire viewing area has this blizzard warning in effect overnight. Through the day tomorrow, we'll see what happens by mid to late afternoon tomorrow when the wind may come down under 35 miles per hour in gusts, sustained at least, in 3 hours or more of visibility, quarter of a mile or less. But it's still coming down at a good clip in and around the city, in and around Brooklyn, Queens, Long Island, down the Jersey Shore, portions of northern New Jersey as well, working its way now into the Hudson Valley. We're back down to 30 degrees, but look at the wind chill. That's starting to sting because these winds are starting to pick up. Just gusting to 30, and that's already creating a wind chill of 18. When we start gusting to 45 and maybe 50 miles per hour in the city, it's going to feel a lot worse. So conditions are rapidly deteriorating. You should be home watching us right now. You should not be anywhere on the roads, that's for sure. The heaviest snow and wind from 10 o'clock through 6 a.m. tomorrow. There will be occasional blizzard-like conditions with zero visibility. Power outage is certainly possible. It's a heavy, wet snow with these strong, gusty winds. That's a lot of stress on a lot of trees and branches, and coastal flooding for the high tide cycle, which kicks in as early as 10, 11 o'clock tonight for some, and then through the overnight hours. There's your live radar. Again, the darker the shading of blue, the heavier bands of snow, the lighter. It's a little bit lighter, but we've seen the first band push to the north, but look at this one sitting offshore. This is going to be interesting in the next 2 to 3 hours as this starts to move towards us. We're likely going to start seeing snowfall rates of 1 to 2 inches per hour again over a larger portion of the viewing area. Storm itself, there it is. You can see that counterclockwise spin. That's the center of it down here. But again, it's going to tighten up a little bit more and deepen over the next few hours, and that's going to continue to push more moisture in from off the Atlantic. So the current winds sustained to 20, but gusting to 30 at LaGuardia, 35 down at Farmingdale. We're going to see gusts eastern Long Island, potentially 65 plus miles per hour later on tonight and towards tomorrow morning. Visibility certainly going to be an issue. That's part of the criteria for a blizzard. So, and the city's down to quarter of a mile in Newark. Not bad in some other spots. That's a good indication of how light the snow might be to the north right now. That's going to change in these areas over the next couple of hours as well as these heavy bands start to move to the north. As we look at another particular model again, we're talking about seeing the snow persisting overnight, not doing much in terms of the heavier bands with the European seem to be a little closer to the coast, maybe even a little bit offshore. But right now, we're still locked in on this thinking. 12 to 20, the area in red, that includes the city. City in the 12 to 15 range, probably. The higher amounts, eastern Long Island, 20, maybe a 24 if it really lingers tomorrow for a time. Down the Jersey Shore, again, 15 to 20. Then you get further north and west, we're talking more like an 8 to 12. And keep in mind, this is a heavy, wet snow. This is sadly what people call heart attack snow. So you really want to take your time if you're thinking about going out tomorrow. This is going to be extra lift. So take frequent breaks. And with the wind at that point, probably creating wind chills 10 to 15, that's dangerous. I would wait it out before starting to clear some of this away.
Yeah, good tips indeed. Thank you for all that, Chris. And Chris, Amir Mamdani is asking all New Yorkers to stay off the roads, even suggesting people cook from home if possible to limit the use of delivery services. He's emphasizing these blizzard conditions are really different than previous storms.
These are blizzard conditions. New York City has not faced a storm of this scale in the last decade. As a result, we expect to see moderate coastal flooding of up to 2.5 feet during high tide, with a chance of it increasing to 3 feet along Staten Island, the Rockaways, and the Battery.
And in order to ensure the safety of all staff and students, tomorrow will be a snow day, a real snow day. No Zooming, just sledding. No virtual learning for tomorrow, as something has not been seen since, are you ready for this, 2019?
I mean, that's truly incredible.
Yes, before the pandemic. In New Jersey, officials are also warning about road safety, of course. Blizzard conditions making it so dangerous to drive in and out and around the area. And earlier today, Governor Mike Sherrill announced speed restrictions on major roads. Trucks have also been banned from state highways, and speed limits have been reduced to 35 miles per hour. New Jersey Transit Rail service will end at 9 p.m. AAA wants you to keep in mind safety measures not only during the storm, but especially afterwards.
It is the law in all 3 states of the tri-state that snow and ice must be cleared completely from the vehicle, so that number 1, the driver can see, but also so that other drivers can be seen. Once you're on the road, it's very important to slow down. Posted speed limits are for
Officials want you to keep in mind, stay home if you can. Well, look at that coming down. The entire state of New Jersey is under a blizzard warning, the first time in 20 years now.
Yeah, Monmouth County expecting to get 28 inches of snow.
Whoa.
The governor anticipating the shore will be hit the hardest. Oh, we have Grace Gomez, who is live for us right now. She's in New Jersey. Where are you at, Grace, this evening? You're in Hackensack, right, in Bergen County?
Yeah, I'm in Hackensack. Yes, I was in Paramus about an hour ago, and listen, guys, driving from Paramus to Hackensack, taking Route 17. Route 17 was clear. There weren't that many cars on the road, but the roads, the back roads leading to Route 17, let me tell you, they were very dangerous. We sort of had to go very slow, and there were a lot more cars. There are a lot more cars on the road right now. You're not seeing them, but we kept seeing a line of cars driving. I am right at the exit of Polyfly Road, which leads into Route 80. That leads into George Washington Bridge, and we are sitting right at a 7-Eleven right now. Cars are coming in and out. And listen, people are still trying to get their stuff done, right? But I think it's important to mention again and again that these conditions are dangerous. And what the governor, Mikey Sherrill, said earlier tonight was stay home, stay off the roads. And driving, again, it was very dangerous. So I want you to take a look. Look, I mean, there are cars still coming down. The conditions are deteriorating by the minute. So the best advice is let us do our job out here. We'll keep you informed. Just stay home. And earlier today, I was also in Patterson. So I've been all over the place today, but that's the point, right? To keep you guys informed. I spoke to Patterson Mayor Andrew Saya, and this is the message he sent to the town of Patterson. Let's listen in.
This is a ferocious storm, and I want to manage everyone's expectations. We are not going back to normal tomorrow. It's going to take some time to recover, but allow us to do what we need to do today. The ferocity is concerned. We're looking at wind gusts of up to 50 miles per hour or even more. That could lead to power outages. We're in constant communication with our representative at PSE&G to ensure that we can mitigate any challenge that we face relative to any potential power outages. I also want to remind residents, some of you have already taken advantage of these parking alternatives. We're hearing that over 100 people are already lined up, and want to thank the parking authority for opening up downtown garages for our residents, and also Hinchliff Stadium's parking garage is open to residents as well. So it's free, take advantage, but you have to remove your vehicle by 8 p.m. tomorrow night.
And there's a reason why they want the cars off the road. It's because they want the plows to have enough space. If you've ever been to Patterson, some of those streets are small, so they want to make sure the cars are off the road, so the snow plows can get through, the trucks can salt the roads, and try and keep up as much as they can. As you can see, the conditions are bad. The snow keeps coming down, and the wind is, this is why I face this way. So my photographer is right now getting all the wind so that I don't have to deal with it. But this is the reality. This is what we're dealing with. And so my best advice to you is just stay home and listen to the authorities. Reporting live from Hackensack, New Jersey, Grace Gomez, PIX11 News.
Well, my apologies to the photographer.
I was going to say, who is it who's suffering? Thank you, Grace.
And all the towns. I mean, I live in New Jersey, too. My town also saying get the cars off the streets.
Yes. And look at how fast that snow is falling now. It's really increased. You can see it.
Yeah, and that's just the beginning, right? It's
Yeah.
going to get worse. So joining us right now via Zoom is Monmouth County Sheriff Sean Golden, who also oversees the Office of Emergency Management.
Sheriff Golden, thank you so much for taking the time to talk with us. I know how busy you must be. You know, we know how coastal events impact your county. So how are things looking right now for the shore tonight?
Yeah, I will tell you the conditions have become more treacherous here over the last hour or so. Really heavy wind. We're seeing some gusts now of 40 miles an hour along the shore there in the Navesink River. And certainly the inches are accumulating. Listen, our snow plows are going to be doing their best throughout the evening to keep up with it. Right now, we have 3,700 power outages in the county, and we're watching closely on the high tide that's going to be arriving, as Chris said, around 11, 12 o'clock at night, which will incur some local flooding in those areas of Seabright and Manasquan. Our emergency management team, led by Scott Nielsen, has been monitoring this storm, and when it all came together, we're at the ready, as are extra JCP&L crews that will address it as soon as it's safe to do so. Again, as Governor Sherrill had said, and in the state of emergency, there should not be any traffic on the road, and that includes tomorrow morning. The county is closed. I see the majority of our school districts are weighing in. They're closed. And so we encourage everyone to stay home so that our public works, who are going to be working throughout the night and into tomorrow morning, can do their job and try to get us dug out from this. It looks like Monmouth County is going to bear the brunt of it, and we certainly feel that way right now with the conditions that are in.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about a travel ban in effect, right, Sheriff? And we're talking about how no cars should be on the roads, and that is good that the businesses and schools will be closed. But there's so many more layers to this with the coastal flooding and then big power outages as well that are potential because of this. So how are you preparing for specifically power outages in Monmouth County?
Yeah, I have to tell you, anytime we have a nor'easter coming up the coast like this, we always, we plan for the worst. Obviously, we're ready to do some things with emergency management in terms of shelter and warming centers if need be, as the power goes out in some of the locations, and we're working with our local emergency management coordinators to keep an eye on that. We've delivered some cots to various locations as well as a hospital, so our first responders can shelter in place. And, here again, we don't want to risk them, so you shouldn't be out causing any type of stranded car or motor vehicle accident. Our first responders, really, when we look at conditions right now, will be pulled off the road. We have highway emergency assistance teams called HEAT. They're not on the road. They won't be until, later on, probably tomorrow morning. Again, we're not coming for you. So at the end of the day, if you don't have to be on the road, we strongly recommend that you stay home because this storm is like we haven't seen in a couple of decades.
Yes, indeed. It's very serious. Monmouth County Sheriff Sean Golden, you have your work cut out for you. Thank you so much for joining us. And
always
good
at
luck.
the Jersey Shore,
Good
but
luck.
appreciate it. Thank you. Stay safe, everyone.
All
you
right.
too.
All right, it is approaching 7:45, everybody, and LIRR will temporarily suspend all service at 1 a.m., okay? So bus customers could also expect big delays here. Meanwhile, Staten Island Railway, if that's your thing, to operate a weekend schedule starting tomorrow morning.
All right. Let's head to Long Island again right now. Our James Ford, when we last saw him, was covered in snow and measuring the snow and doing all those things. In Farmingdale, they're looking at a potential for 24 inches. That blows my mind.
I mean, that is why, and that's why Farmingdale is virtually empty, a ghost town tonight, James. I don't know if that was a restaurant or a bar to the left of you, but I saw a neon line. I immediately think it's a bar, but is it empty?
Yeah, it's virtually empty. That is a bar. McGrath's here. And next to it, the Wings Place. Both of those are open right now. Keep in mind, we do have a travel ban here in Nassau County, also in Suffolk County, starting at 9 p.m., and that'll be all night long with very good reason, because this volume is just kicking in now, and it's only going to increase. We're not just talking snow levels. We're not just talking depth of snow. We're talking the intensity every hour. And we've been monitoring the intensity. We got the handy shovel here. So let's do it one more time. All right, we're going to go down to the blacktop. And you can see we're already about 2 inches deep now. But this shows the intensity of the snowfall. This same rectangle is what we dug 45 minutes ago. So that's how much we've gotten in the last 45 minutes. You probably can't even tell that there's a rectangle. I'll just outline it for you. This rectangle here is what we had about an hour and 20 minutes ago. So that's how much snow we've gotten in really just an hour and change. That's how fast this snow is falling out here. And this is just the beginning. Overnight, we are expecting we're expecting 1 to 2 inches per hour. So this depth that you see right here, we're going to get every hour overnight, which is why we're talking about potentially having 2 feet of snow here. Another reason for that, the intense winds. Keith Lopez behind the camera there, and he's panning up. Look at that Irish flag above McGrath's. Yeah, we are talking sustained winds here, 15 to 20 miles per hour, and this is mild compared to what we're going to have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 hours from now. It is going to be very intense, which is why a couple things worth pointing out. First, way in the background there, you might be able to make out some of the power lines. Long Island has some of the highest numbers of above ground power lines in the state of New York. And you got those high winds, you got this heavy snow, and you're talking about lines coming down and people losing power. That is probably the greatest concern for most people here, since most of them are doing what you're doing. They're staying home, watching PIX11, getting the weather updates, doing the right thing, but they can't do that without electricity. So they're hoping to keep that. The local utilities, various utilities, PSEG, bringing in, they've brought at least 100 crews in from points west, like Ohio, Indiana, other parts of the Midwest have come in to ensure that they can get those power lines back up. Another issue here on Long Island, storm surge. Those high winds can make high tide that much higher. So these are all concerns. And now let's check in. It's been about 2 minutes, and look at that. That's how much snow we've gotten in just 2 minutes. And we're talking about a rate of snowfall that is probably going to double or triple overnight. And that's how you end up with 2 feet of snow in various parts of Long Island. For right now, many people doing the right thing. As Dan mentioned, it's a ghost town mostly here in Farmingdale. That's the right way. We've got about an hour and 10 minutes or so before that travel ban goes into effect. So people just need to get off the roads as soon as possible. And now you see why. It helps the plows to get through and get all this off the road. That is the latest from here in Farmingdale. Right now, reporting live from here, I'm James Ford, PIX11 News. We love covering weather, but man, is it challenging, and it will be all night. We'll stay on it up to the minute. Back to you in the studio.
I love you and your triangles, but maybe you should take a little break and go into that bar for a minute.
Yeah.
Just a minute.
Yeah, exactly. Nobody does show and tell like James Ford, though.
Yes, I know.
James
He's
Ford,
the best.
so visual.
He's the best. All right. As you can see, it is coming down. It's coming down hard. But believe it or not, it's going to get worse.
That's right. So we're tracking this, everybody, minute by minute with our full team. We got double meteorologists here, Chris Cimino, Mr. G, breaking it all down for us. Coming up. Stay with us. All right, everybody, welcome back to our big snow coverage here. We are under another weather alert.
That's right. This storm is no joke, folks. You must be careful out there. Let's send it right over to Chris Amino and Mr. G, who've both covered a lot of blizzards, but maybe not like this one. What are we in for, guys?
Well, you know, again, we're talking about potentially a foot or more of snow. I don't think this is going to go into the top 5, and it would have to be 18.1 inches or more to get into the top 10. So we've been down this road before, but again, you just have to deal with hour-by-hour development of this storm, because it could turn out to be a little bit worse in some cases and maybe not as bad in other cases of the viewing area. Bottom line is, from 9 o'clock through midnight, we continue to see the wind and the snow increase in intensity. The visibility is going to come on down, so midnight to 6 a.m., blizzard conditions frequently out there. You shouldn't be out there anyway at this point. 7 a.m. to noon tomorrow, the snow starts to taper down from west to east. It'll end quicker to the west of the city, lastly across eastern Long Island, and that's why they may end up getting that 20-plus inch snowfall there. From 1 to 6, the snow pretty much will shut down from west to east, but the wind stays pretty busy. So the blizzard warning stays in effect into Monday, again, for that quarter-mile visibility, 3 hours or more of that, and 35-mile-per-hour wind gusts, 3 hours or more of that. The storm continues to wind up here. We're watching it just to the south of the city now. Bands of heavier snow continue to push in our direction. We're waiting, I think, for one more little injection of energy here. We're going to see these pressures start to fall, and when that happens, we should get a little more dynamics out of the storm, a little more lift. So you're going to start to see more of these bands of snow like this, these darker blues. But notice, you get breaks in between where it gets a little bit lighter. So it may not be continuous, but you get these bursts of 1 to 2 inches per hour in any one particular area. We're watching this one right now. It looks like across Long Island, southwest Suffolk County, Nassau County as well, down into portions of Ocean and Monmouth County. The city, for the time being, actually got just a little bit lighter, and you can see that by the lighter blues. But you see these darker blues, they're not moving away from us. They're moving towards us. That's the overall movement of this. So as we go through time, you can see Futurecast continues to show those darker shadings of blue. Then we catch a little bit of a break. But the wind, already seeing a gust close to 40 out in West Hampton. But G's standing by to let you know that's only the beginning when it comes to these wind gusts.
Well, you know, it's the old axiom, Chris, and you know it very well. There's no such thing as an easy snowstorm. So much easier to do rain. But again, this snowstorm is unique in that everybody north of the city is wondering what we're talking about, and everybody in the city is getting a light setup right now, but the ingredients are there for an explosion over the ocean. Look at the winds, and they're gusting, and you can see the winds are gusting upwards of 43 miles per hour. That's the city, that's Belmar, that's Toms River, that's Newburgh, that's Somers, and you see the winds gusting to 65 miles per hour. All this action is going to occur roughly between 2 a.m. and about 9 a.m. when the left-right punch comes in in earnest. 65 mile per hour winds may even gust to 70. I've been in touch with emergency management, the people out in Long Island. They're taking care of business. They know exactly what's going on. 37 mile per hour winds in Islip, north, north, and west, and the winds will eventually kick around to the north and west, but still gusty and breezy for tomorrow before things begin to taper off. Nothing's going to move tomorrow. Tomorrow is a shutdown day. Tuesday is going to be a difficult day as well because the cold air will prevail. Now, in terms of power outages, the Hamptons are into it. Brookhaven, Fire Island, numerous outages. Middletown, Long Branch, snowing hard down in Toms River and Atlantic City. And power outages mean power lines are going to take a beating. In terms of snow amounts, again, we're looking at by the afternoon hours, let's figure between 8 and 12 inches. In the city, we think 10 to 16 inches. The 8 and 12 is north, and again, well north and west, 4 to 8 inches. Here in the city, we'll stay with the 10 to 16 inches of snow. So it's heavy snow. That's the forecast, and you can see, again, it will remain that way before things finally taper off and taper down, and that'll be by Tuesday.
Gee, thank you so much.
Okay, another round of winter weather, as some people saying, enough already. I'm one of those
Me
people.
too.
Yeah, you too. Okay. But you know, there are other people that we found that are so happy to get snowed in.
People love it. Julie Millay reports from Prospect Heights.
A little nervous, but mostly excited.
Olivia is ready to get snowed in with her new rescue puppy, Domino.
Well, we just adopted this new puppy yesterday, so he's gonna get a bath later. We're gonna cook some chicken pot pie and, yeah, just snuggle up.
dogs like Tio here, where the focus as people were out and about in Brooklyn on Sunday preparing for this storm.
Gotta run the dog before it's too late.
But there was also an element of snow fatigue.
I'm exhausted of this disgusting old snow, but I feel like a fresh layer of new snow will be really fun.
Looking forward to sunnier days in the spring.
Whether you have a pup or not, this is the perfect excuse to stay inside and stay cozy. From Prospect Heights, I'm Julie Millay, and this is Tio, PIX11 News.
All right. We have a long night ahead of us, and we will keep you up to date throughout. Yes.
That's right. More coverage of the blizzard of 2026 from across the area. We're going to hear from the Bergen County executive coming up at the top of the hour, so don't go anywhere. Our full team coming up at 8 o'clock.
This is a weather alert from PIX11 News.
Bracing for a blizzard.
Long Island and New York City and lower Hudson County are literally in the direct eye of the storm.
Over the course of the day, conditions are predicted to grow increasingly more severe, with the heaviest snow falling between 9 p.m. tonight and 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.
It's going to come down heavy. You're not going to be able to see when the wind whips it up. The conditions are nothing but treacherous.
Please, for your safety, stay home, stay inside, and stay off the roads.
The entire state of New Jersey, all 21 counties, is under a blizzard warning for the first time in 30 years. Wet, heavy snow will cause power outages throughout the state.
Remember, if you see a roadway that may be flooded, turn around, don't drown.
If you can, just work from home Monday. That's the smartest, best thing you could do.
Right now at 8, a major blizzard bearing down on New York City and the tri-state area. The snowfall is picking up.
Oh, yes. Look at that radar. That tells a story. And we have live team coverage from you from across our viewing area, from Hackensack to Long Island, Coney Island, and Times Square.
Yeah, plus the PIX11 weather team is here. And Mr. G and Chris Tamina will be breaking down what we're going to be experiencing throughout tonight into tomorrow afternoon. We hope everyone is at home right now watching PIX11. We thank you so much for joining us. Good to be with you. I'm Shirley Chan.
Yeah, I'm Dan Manarino, and great to be with you tonight, Shirley, on such a big night. You're watching special weather coverage of the blizzard of 2026.
Yeah, let's talk about those travel bans. They take effect in exactly 1 hour. That's because the storm will be intensifying throughout the night, and that is to keep everyone safe and also to keep those roads clear for essential workers.
So let's find out what the track of this storm is. A lot of folks messaging right now saying what the timing of it all is. Meteorologist Chris Tamina with the latest track hour by hour. Big night, Chris.
Yeah, every storm has its own individual characteristics, so to speak, and little quirky things that can happen. So you have to watch it hour by hour to see if anything really shifts or deviates from what we've been expecting from the computer models. But right now, expect blizzard conditions to prevail, especially as we get deeper into tonight and overnight with these sustained winds and the gusts easily over 35 miles per hour. We could see some gusts over 55 and 60 miles per hour. Snow starting to add up a little bit. Hoboken a little over 2, Flatbush closing in on 4 inches. Washington Heights 3.6, Freehold, New Jersey a couple. Look at Jackson, New Jersey. They were one of those heavier snow bands, a half foot already out across the island. Syosset at 3.1. These numbers will just keep going up and up because we're just at the start of this storm. So as we look forward in time, again, up until midnight, from now to midnight, the wind and the snow will continue to ramp up in intensity if it hasn't already where you are. Midnight to 6, blizzard conditions. And then we expect the snow to only slowly taper off from west to east as we go through tomorrow morning into the noon hour. But it's going to take a little while longer to clear eastern Long Island and then should dry out after that. Meantime, there's the center of the storm just to the south of us. Bands of heavy snow continue to push towards us. It's not in a hurry to raise out. It's actually slowing down a little bit. It's going to turn more towards the north and east. And that heavy snow band that sits on the northwest side of this storm system will continue to pump bands of heavy snow in our direction. You can see the live radar, those darker shadings of blue, as I've been saying all evening. These are indicative of heavy snow bands that are putting down rates of 1 to 2. It's not out of the question. 3 inches per hour in spots as this storm really intensifies. There could even be a little bit of thunder snow getting involved. So the futurecast, you can see that darker shading of blue that comes through overnight tonight. That's the period really, I think, midnight to 4 a.m. A large part of the area, you can see some very, very heavy snows. Still seeing gusts starting up now, 30, 35 miles an hour, so on close to 40 on the east end of Long Island. So when all is said and done, we're talking about a 12 to 20 in and close to the city, just slightly less to the north and west, could be even higher out east. But we'll talk more about the storm and other aspects of it coming up in just a few minutes.
All right, Chris, thank you. You may have heard the alert there.
Yes.
The emergency alert that just went off because the mayor has issued that emergency alert. It went off on all of our phones and also our iPads. Mayor Mamdani issuing that state of emergency for New York City because in less than an hour, that travel ban takes effect here. And only essential personnel are supposed to be on the roads. And, of course, Broadway even canceling some shows tonight because of the dangerous conditions from this blizzard. You know, it's serious business when the schools are canceled and also Broadway shows are canceled.
Two things that almost never happen, right? A real snow day, what we're talking about for students tomorrow. But our Kate Rooney is live in Times Square this morning with this evening with how conditions are looking right there. And every time we come to you, Kate, the snow is a little bit heavier. And I'm sure the tourists are loving it, even though New Yorkers are tired of it. So how are you doing out there?
Yeah, that's exactly right. You know, it's kind of fun to be out here in the middle of Times Square in a blizzard. How unique is this, right? And I have to say, most of the tourists, maybe they got those alerts on their phone, but so far they are not heeding this travel ban because there are just as many people here on Times Square as there would be on your typical Sunday night. We are starting to see perhaps a little bit of slowing down in vehicles coming through the area. There are some delivery drivers still out, plenty of yellow cabs. Plenty of black cars, and I've even seen a couple city buses go by, but I imagine that's all going to slow down here within the next hour because, as you pointed out, even in Times Square, they're trying to mitigate the amount of traffic that they'll have here on the road, and the Broadway shows going dark is a huge part of that. First time we've had a full Broadway closure since 2018. It pretty much only happens for major storms and other events like COVID-19 during the pandemic in 2020 and 2021. Broadway was, of course, dark for a while, but very rare to close it down for weather-related occurrences. Even back in January when we had that storm a few weeks ago, many of the theaters still kept their lights on. Only about 10 theaters closed at that time. We did talk to a visitor from Seattle, Washington, who was a little sad that she didn't get to see her favorite show tonight. Here's what people are saying.
I didn't get to go see Aunt Juliet tonight, so I was very, very disappointed.
Oh, it's such a good show.
We had a lovely meal, and we're going to go find a bar. So, and tomorrow's my birthday.
How has this storm impacted your plans?
Well, it's been quite disrupted. We were supposed to fly out back home today, and our flight has been canceled twice now, so we're going out on Tuesday now.
Oh, geez. Okay, so how are you spending your unexpected time here?
We went to the museum today. Tomorrow it's going to be work from the hotel, and probably see if we can maybe do another show if there's anything open.
How has this blizzard impacted your plans?
Luckily, it's all right now. My plane came on time, but obviously I'm here for business, and the meetings today will be cancelled because of a snowstorm.
So you'll be working from the hotel, potentially?
Well, I can get to the office, but I'm not sure if any of my colleagues will be able to do it.
So how are you going to spend your time?
Well, working alone, I hope.
So people adapt, that's what we do, and we've seen quite a few fun things going on here in Times Square. Everything from people making snow angels to having snowball fights. I actually hear a couple of happy screams from kids behind me. We even saw a man out for a jog without his shirt on. I got to give some props to that guy because that takes some serious courage in weather like this. In the last 20, 30 minutes or so, we are starting to see some more preparations underway for the major weather and for this travel ban that's taking place in just about an hour. We're seeing a lot of salting of the streets in front of all the hotels and the restaurants, and even this median right where we're standing on Broadway. A lot of shoveling going on, a lot of the big bins being brought out to clear things out, put down some plastic, get things ready to make this area as passable as possible for people who do come through. In Times Square, Kate Rooney, PIX11 News.
Yeah, we can see the guy behind you in the red jacket starting to shovel there. And you mentioned the tourists in the hotels. And then the hotel, you know, and frankly, we're staying in hotels tonight because of just how dangerous it is in the travel ban. So many folks heading back saying my flight was canceled, and now I have to stay once again in New York City. So it's going to cause a ripple effect from airports to hotels.
Yeah, and you know, my brother works on Broadway, and he's part of the big Broadway community, the behind the scenes, where it's been dangerous for them to get to work and even more dangerous to try to get home. So it really was the right call for this storm for sure.
Yeah, I remember the last snowstorm was the big thing when people were saying they should have closed earlier, right? So let's head to Long Island now and continue our coverage where our James Ford is standing by in Farmingdale.
Yeah, and James, parts of Long Island we're hearing could get up to 2 feet of snow in this blizzard. Tell us more about the conditions. We can see the wind whipping behind you already.
Yeah. You can get a really good sense of just how intense this snow is and how quickly it can accumulate just by this. We've been standing out here, I'd say like 5 minutes. This is something that doesn't usually happen. This is our microphone flag. Yeah, it says PIX11. But just in the time we've been standing here in the last few minutes, it's gotten covered. That's the kind of volume that we're talking about. Keith Lopez behind the camera is showing us this. We had a plow come through here and expose the blacktop. You could see the double yellow line in the middle of Main Street here in Farmingdale 4 minutes ago. It's gone. And we've been doing our rectangles. We're going to do one more. All right. This is let's explain. This rectangle here, we dug 1.5 hours ago. This one was done 45 minutes ago. This one was done about 22 minutes ago. Let's do one more. Okay. Now we're back to blacktop. Total blacktop. All right. We're going to look at that in just a moment and just talk a little bit more about a few other things. One, we have been talking about how this is wet snow. Yeah, let's take a look. It's actually pretty powdery right now, but still more wet than we got in that major snowstorm last month. A variety of reasons, and certainly here on Long Island, because we are surrounded by water, we are talking wetter, heavier snow, and that can create a real problem. We'll take a look way back there. I hope you can make it out. There are some power lines back there. We've pointed this out. Long Island has some of the highest numbers of above ground power lines. We're right near an LIRR branch, and when the trains come through, by the way, they're sparking. from all of the wetness on the lines, on the rail lines, and on the electrical lines. But you have this heavy, wet snow that can really bring down some of the power lines. That's a big concern. You have that wet snow along with another thing we've been showing you. We'll pan up there and show the flags. We've got wind. Pretty steady wind out here that Chris Amino's been pointing out. We're going to get gusts. We're talking up to 60, maybe higher miles per hour. Now, back here on the ground, super quick. We'll look at our rectangle. Yeah, it's been about 60 seconds, and that's how much snow has fallen. We've got a very fast rate of snowfall, and it's only going to get faster, particularly overnight. That 12 a.m. to 4 a.m. window is going to be a lot more snow falling at a much faster rate than even now, and you can see it's falling fast. That's the latest from here in Farmingdale, where people, fortunately, are staying off the road, so these guys, the plows, can do their job. That's the latest from here in Farmingdale live. I'm James Ford. Back to you in the studio.
I mean, that was perfectly
where
timed.
It's nice and warm,
right?
And
sorry,
dry.
I know.
Back
Rub
to
it
you.
in. I'm sorry. But, you know, that plow was perfectly timed. But that car, James, since before has had its hazards on behind you. What's happening with that car? Can we get it at home, or what's happening there?
That's a good question.
Maybe it needs you to push it.
We will find out.
James, look into it for us.
No, I don't think it's disabled.
Okay.
I don't think it's disabled at all. I think that's someone who went into the wing store, which is still open in these last minutes before the travel ban goes into effect at 9. I believe that's the case.
Okay, got it.
But
Yeah.
we'll double check and make sure.
Never
Back
too
to
late
you.
for wings. All right.
And James giving us a real-time look at how the snow is falling.
Yeah.
And it's those couple of inches per hour that we're heading into. The worst is yet to come, really, and those couple of inches per hour is really going to give us those blockbuster storm totals by tomorrow.
I know. All right. So this storm obviously going to be quite the challenge for everybody.
Yeah, and joining us now via Zoom is Bergen County Executive Jim Tedesco. Mr. Tedesco, thank you so much for taking a moment to talk with us. We know you're very busy this evening.
Yeah, I'm here in the Storm Operations Center. The snow's coming down at a pretty good clip right now. We have over 90 plow vehicles on the road as we speak, and our municipal partners are helping us with the county roads. We have 444 miles of county roads here, and a lot of lane miles to take care of. So it's going to be a long night. As long as the people stay off the roads, the men and women can do a good job.
You know, County Executive, I'm a former Bergen County resident myself. I want to ask you a question just kind of about perspective and reality for folks, right? Because people are going to want to hit the road tomorrow afternoon. What's the likelihood with the storm numbers that we're predicting and how long this is going to go that all these streets will be plowed in time maybe for tomorrow afternoon? What's your anticipation?
Yeah, Dan, we certainly would welcome you back into Bergen County, but we're looking at working towards a Tuesday rush hour, wow. Dan. We're not going to be able to get anything in a safe manner until late tomorrow. The bulk of the snow is not supposed to stop until between 12 and maybe 2 tomorrow afternoon, so it's going to take us some time to get the roads completely open, salted, and we don't only do the roads either. I mean, we do the county hospital, largest hospital in the state of New Jersey, and many buildings too. So we're shooting for a Tuesday morning rush, Dan, to have everything ready to go here in Bergen County, and I think we'll be able to do that, but it's not going to be without the help of the people. The people have to stay off the roads tomorrow for us. If they're on the roads, it's going to slow everything down dramatically. The other thing that's concerning tonight is these blizzard conditions. The men and women in the plow trucks, if they can't see, we have to stop them. We have cameras in those trucks. We're watching what's going on. And if it gets too dangerous, we have to shut them down, bring them in, and then that just prolongs the amount of time that it's going to take for us to do it. So it's about the safety of the public, but also the safety of our men and women in the plow trucks.
Well said, County Executive. And we're looking right now at a picture of Mahwah, New Jersey. So far, people are heeding what you've been saying. We're seeing very few cars out there. We're also seeing that very heavy, wet snow. Are you paying special attention to the utility companies and letting them do their work, because that heavy, wet snow has the power to bring down utility lines?
Yeah, it's we've got reports of some tree limbs down and some scattered power outages. I've noticed that I guess statewide we're up to over 17,000, and that's a large number for Jersey. But we're very concerned about that, and we're also concerned about some flooding. We have some tidal water down in the southern part of the county, where they're at sea level, some of those towns. And if the predictions of a 2 to 3 feet tidal surge comes to fruition, then that could pose a problem down there. So we're also watching that closely from our gauges and our Office of Emergency Management.
And we're up against the clock. Just real quick, if somebody does lose power, I mean, are you anticipating days without power? Because some of these storms can create big problems.
Well, first of all, the truck's got to be able to get to where the problem is, and they can't go up. As a former utility worker, they can't go up in wind conditions like this anyway. So they can't even put the wire back up until the wind subsides. So people would be out without power for some time. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Bergen County Executive Jim Tedesco, keep us posted. Okay. We'll talk to you in the morning.
Dan.
And thanks to your crews for working overnight in these conditions. Appreciate it. And stay safe.
All right, and we are staying in Bergen County right now with our resident Jersey girl, Grace Gomez.
Yeah.
She seems to have been all over the state. She's in Hackensack now, where officials just held a news conference a short time ago.
So what are they saying, Grace? Obviously, you're getting pelted with the snow there. What are they saying about it all?
Well, I mean, I spoke to the Bergen County executive just like you guys did. So, I mean, he pretty much said, what he told you guys. But what I wanted to ask you guys is, am I blending with the background yet? Because take a look at this. I've been just standing here for about 10 minutes, and look at this. This is how fast the snow's falling. And thank God I have my bomber hat. I got this in New England. I mean, Shirley worked in New England. We know, we're prepared because we worked in New England. So we know that this is very heavy snow. These are conditions that, we're not used to here in New York, but that are really, really worsening by the minute. I heard James talking about how the snow was out there. I want to show you how the snow here is in Hackensack, New Jersey. We do have that heavy, wet snow as well here. And one thing I've noticed as well is the flakes are getting larger. It's a lot larger of a flake than before. About 10 minutes ago, it started shifting. And what I'm also seeing is that the wind is sort of stopping for a bit and then picking up again. And it comes in this bands where it's just going everywhere. Another thing we've seen, and we're right here on Polyfly Road. This leads right into Route 80, which takes you into George Washington Bridge in New York City. This area is very busy on a Sunday night. Well, it seems to be a lot more busier than what authorities would like, to be honest. But I have seen plenty of trucks, salting trucks and plow trucks, snow plow trucks, trying to clean the streets. I mean, right before we went live with you guys right here, we saw 3 trucks just driving, but you can already tell the snow is piling up again. It's hard to keep up. And this is a problem that the authorities, including Patterson Mayor, spoke about earlier today. He was saying that, the expectations have to be a little bit low as far as how fast the crews are going to be able to clean this up. And another thing that he mentioned is to be patient. Let's listen into the message he sent to Patterson residents.
This is a ferocious storm, and I want to manage everyone's expectations. We are not going back to normal tomorrow. It's going to take some time to recover, but allow us to do what we need to do today. The ferocity is concerned. We're looking at wind gusts of up to 50 miles per hour or even more. That could lead to power outages. We're in constant communication with our representative at PSE&G to ensure that we can mitigate any challenge that we face relative to any potential power outages. I also want to remind residents, some of you have already taken advantage of these parking alternatives. We're hearing that over 100 people are already lined up, and want to thank the parking authority for opening up downtown garages for our residents, and also Hinchliffe Stadium's parking garage is open to residents as well. So it's free, take advantage, but you have to remove your vehicle by 8 p.m. tomorrow night.
And take it from us, guys. We're out here. This blizzard is no joke. Be careful, be safe, stay home, stay warm. Reporting live in Hackensack, New Jersey, Grace Gomez, PIX11 News.
All right, Grace, please stay safe out there. We appreciate your reporting. All right, and our coverage of this blizzard continues coming up.
After the break, Chris Cimino, Mr. G, back in action. Are going to have an update on the hour-by-hour forecast. That's the question everybody has with those snow totals. We'll be right back.
All right, it is now 8:21 in the evening. I think we're still in the early stages of this storm. We have a long ways to go, but we are under that weather alert. We continue to be this blizzard, no joke, and the worst is yet to come.
All right, so we got a double whammy here with Chris Cimino and Mr. G talking about how bad it's going to get. Frankly, guys, I'm over it, okay? The snowblower has seen its day, Chris. I want to put it away now.
You have a snowblower.
Yeah.
That was his nickname, Snowblower Dan. I used to remember that from a couple of years when he first
put it away.
I saw a guy got so excited when he had a snowblower.
I know, now I'm over
Didn't
it.
get a chance to see, it gets old in a hurry, doesn't it? Oh, work and being a homeowner.
Right.
All right, meantime, it's going to be an issue for a lot of folks because it's going to take a lot of time for the snow first to settle down and then the wind to calm down before you can get out there and start clearing it up. So conditions, and we've been seeing it from all of our live shots so far this evening, conditions rapidly deteriorating. The heaviest snow and wind from 10 to 5, it's already kicking in from the city on south and east. Occasional blizzard conditions to near zero visibility at times. And again, with this, power outages a big concern and coastal flooding. A lot of us don't live near the water necessarily, but if you do, there's going to be some significant coastal flooding, moderate coastal flooding anticipated at this point. Everybody is in the blizzard warning. You've got the drill at this point. You've heard all about it. Sustained winds probably 20 to 30, but gusts of 35 to 55 to maybe 65 miles per hour possible. Here comes the snow pushing towards us again. There's the center of the storm. And over the last couple of hours, we're expecting this to kind of deepen a little bit and start to see the precipitation shield even fill in more. So live radar, you can see in the areas of darker blue, this is where it's really coming down, getting those big, heavy, wet flakes too. And we get bands of those. In between, there's a little bit of lulls where it still snows, but it is a little bit lighter. But you can see it across the city, across Nassau County, western Suffolk County as well. And down here in portions of New Jersey, reports of 4 to 6 inches of snow on the ground already. So in terms of this map, the colors are highlighting basically the intensity of the snowfall. So this is about 1:30 in the morning. You could see the city, coastal New Jersey, all of Long Island in a 1 to 2, possibly 2 to 3 inch per hour type of a snowfall rate. Even at 5 a.m., eastern Long Island still in that. So that's a long stretch. And that's why we think eastern Long Island probably gets the blockbuster numbers out of this. And not so bad in the city either, for that matter. But snowfall potential, again, this model showing 15 to 18 inches in and around the city, down the Jersey Shore, same scenario. Could be as much as 20, maybe even a little bit higher over the east end of the island. Bottom line is here, the wind will continue to increase. We're talking futurecast wind gusts getting to 65 miles per hour. And again, one last look at our snowfall totals, 12 to 20, maybe an isolated 2-footer, and then a little bit less, 8 to 12 north and west. G standing by with some of the numbers already that we're seeing, and it's only just begun really over the last few hours.
Yeah, really, and the big story for us is what's happening here and the snowfall amounts, okay? So you see an uptick in 4.5 inches in Gravesend. That's Brooklyn, 4.9. Washington Heights at 3.6. There's Ewing, there's Coles Neck, and there's Comac out on Long Island. Coles Neck right now gets the Snow Shovel Award, but there's more numbers coming. You can see again 4.8 in Metuchen, New Rochelle, 5 inches in portions of New Jersey. Jackson, New Jersey, you get the Snow Shovel Award. You get it in at 6 inches, and again, that is a number that will go higher. You can see again as you look at the map, and again, when you look at the flow and the coastal flood warnings, all coastal areas will have a tide 1 to 2.5 feet, minor flooding as well, and that's 5 boroughs, Nassau and Suffolk County. So you're going to have coastal flooding on the south-facing shore of Long Island. On the north-facing shore of Long Island, you're going to get whacked both ways. And again, this will be for a duration of 3 periods of high tide. 30 degrees, heavy snow, blizzard conditions. Remember, everybody's not getting the same thing. And north of the city, for some reason, it's shutting down. But this is going to be a classic, but not classic, difficult snowstorm throughout. 35 degrees, it will taper off, 32 to 37. Here it is, pulls away finally. Finally, the winds will calm down by Tuesday, and by Wednesday we should be out of it. But again, a tough 7 hours coming up.
All right, G, thank you. We appreciate it. Okay, we're staying on this weather alert tonight. Mayor Mamdani is asking all New Yorkers to basically stay off the roads tonight. You see people there right now. And this winter weather causing hundreds of flight cancellations in New York. Now, the mayor is emphasizing that these blizzard conditions are really different than previous storms that we've had so far.
We don't have that sound from the mayor, so let's talk about some of those flight cancellations, right? Obviously, there are going to have some major impacts on flights at area airports as well. So obviously, what we saw last time with the snow was that it caused a lot of the area airports to close down. So to be continued if that's going to happen, but we have the travel ban that's just about 30 minutes away from taking
And
place.
this looks like a live look of Times Square, where, as we mentioned earlier, Broadway performances, all of them have been canceled for tonight. The matinees did go on this afternoon as scheduled, but then they made a preemptive measure, the Broadway League, that is, made a preemptive measure to announce early this afternoon, early this morning even, that all the evening performances will be canceled.
Yeah. Let's talk about what Governor Hochul also said, now saying that this storm could be one of the worst that we've seen in 150 years.
Yeah, she spoke today from the State Emergency Operations Center in Albany, and she says the state is taking the storm very seriously.
This will be something the likes of which we've not seen in years. And I'm telling you, sirs, we're standing here. The worst is yet to come, so do not take for granted that this is going to be it. It's going to exceed all expectations even now, so you need to be prepared for the worst.
All right, and take a look here. This was Brooklyn earlier today. You see it right here. I think that's Grand Army Plaza. Okay, so the light snow you see turning to heavy, wet snow as the night continues to go on. Crews there looking out for those power outages and wind as the storm continues into tomorrow, because it is this heavy, wet snow that has the ability to bring down, unfortunately, power lines.
Yeah, and we are just getting started, everybody. Still looking at hours and hours of the storm, and the worst of it, according to our weather team, has not even started yet, if you can believe that.
Yeah, be sure to stay with us. Stay warm and cozy at home. We've got you covered here at PIX11. Stay with us. More to come right after this break.
live. From PIX Plaza on 42nd Street, it's the PIX11 News at 5.
All right, everybody, we are staying on top of the blizzard of 2026. The radar is just telling the story right now. Dangerous conditions slamming the tri-state, going to be a while before things ease up.
Yeah, that radar is hopping tonight. All right, so the worst of the snow will come late tonight into tomorrow morning. We thank you so much for staying with us tonight. I'm Shirley Chan.
And I'm Dan Manarino. And let's start, okay, with a live look outside of what kind of conditions are right now. The snowfall beginning to really pick up. I know a lot of folks, when we were doing our streaming on PIX11 Plus earlier this evening, were asking what was happening because we were just seeing a very light snowfall. But it really picked up in the last 30 minutes, and travel bans take effect in the tri-state in the next 30 minutes as well. So we want to get you up to date with the latest on the storm. Our meteorologist, Chris Cimino, is in the Weather Center tracking it all for you. And we're away 30 minutes away now, Chris, from the big moment that everybody's off the roads.
Yeah, and hopefully, I mean, I've been looking out the window here, and I still see a fair amount of cars out there, and the roads are getting slushier and snow-covered. That, indeed, is going to get worse before it gets better. So you want to get home and hunker down for the overnight hours. So far, snowfall totals we're seeing Metuchen, New Jersey, almost 5 now at 4.8. Dungan Hills and Staten Island, 5, 6. In Jackson, New Jersey, and it keeps piling up down there as well. We're seeing these waves of heavier snow, and then occasionally goes to a light to moderate type of a snowfall. And we're going to see that again over the next few hours. But as the storm continues to intensify, I would expect to see more of these heavy bands of snow lasting longer and impacting more of us. And with the winds ramping up and the visibility coming down because of the strong snow, we're talking about blizzard warnings throughout the entire viewing area at this point. So putting a little bit of a timeline on it, basically from 9 through midnight. If it hasn't picked up where you are, it will, and the wind will certainly start to increase during that time frame. From midnight to 6, blizzard conditions across a good portion of the viewing area. From 7 to noon, still some snow around, still accumulating snow in the first half of that. And then we get past noon, basically 1 to 6, just lighter snows and flurries, and maybe eastern Long Island, a little additional accumulation at the end of the day. But you can still see all that moisture that's coming in from off the Atlantic, rotating around that storm that continues to deepen. There it is, center basically east of, let's say, Delaware, Maryland right now. It looks like it's going to take that traditional nor'easter type track. Again, as long as it doesn't accelerate very quickly suddenly and pull the heavy bands away from us later on tonight, we are in for a significant heavy-duty snowfall. The darker blue, that indicates the heavier snow. We're seeing it now in Nassau County from Oyster Bay out across towards Brookhaven as well. Notice the color just briefly got a little bit lighter in the city, but this band's going to come right back in, and you're going to see the snow ramp up once again. And there's more sitting off to the south and east where it's coming from. Wind gusts, also a very big concern. It's a heavy, wet snow, and getting wind gusts by 1 in the morning of 53 miles an hour, Belmar, 45 in the city, 55 mile per hour gust, getting to 65, flirting with 70 miles per hour east end of Long Island. Gusts in the city could get to 50 miles per hour. And even at 11:30 tomorrow morning, when the heavy snow is gone, we're still seeing gusts 40 to 50 and almost 60 miles per hour on the east end. The wind kicks out of the northwest after that and gradually settles down. So we're holding to this right now, 12 to 20 inches in the area that is in this red. The 20 further east. The 12 to 15 close to the city, and then you get a little further to the north and west. In northwest New Jersey, 8 to 12. Same thing mid and upper Hudson Valley. But this is a storm that continues to have to be watched, guys, hour by hour. And guess what? That's what we're going to do.
Yes, all night and into the morning, Chris, and it's going to be a long one, right? So South Brooklyn really bracing for the impact with the storm, and not just the snow. The blizzard expected to bring some severe coastal flooding at the same time. Yeah, we continue our blizzard coverage with our McGee Hickey. She is in Long Island with the look at how things are out there. McGee, we saw you some surfers earlier this evening. Who do you have with you now?
Yes, we have talked to surfers. I'm here on Coney Island on Surf Avenue and Stillwell Avenue. And take a look, if you can, at the snow coming down. It is coming down at a much harder, steadier pace. It's getting to be heavier snow right now. And we've been with a group of people who've been waiting for the bus. We were going to interview Giselle. How long have you been waiting for the bus?
For about like 20 minutes now.
Right,
this is ridiculous.
And you know there's a travel ban coming up. I don't want you to miss your bus. You've been waiting 20 minutes. Thank you. Stay safe. Be home. Stay at home, as Mayor Mamdani said. But these are people often coming from commitments that they had maybe work. And finally, the bus has arrived here on Surf Avenue. As I said, we're, closing in on the travel ban, which does not include buses and subways, but traveling in a car, on the road, in a truck. People are really, the sidewalks are pretty empty here. Let me see if Russell can show you. Earlier today, Nathan's famous hot dogs, they were open. There is a Dunkin' Donuts open here that is mostly for police officers right now who want to grab a quick donut. We've seen lots of city sanitation trucks with the plows here clearing Surf Avenue and Stillwell Avenue. And even earlier today spoke to the person in the ambulance behind us here on Stillwell, the paramedic, as they wait and hope that they can help people who get caught in the snow. We are live here in Coney Island waiting for the worst of it, because right now it's just getting there. It's not terrible right now, but as we keep hearing from our meteorologists, come midnight it's really going to be bad, even 10 o'clock. We are live in Coney Island. McGee, Hickey, PIX11 News, back to you.
Yeah, obviously we're seeing some subway problems as well. The C train, by the way, McGee, is now entirely suspended. That is just the beginning of what we're anticipating to be MTA problems. But I'm curious, with DoorDash and all these places that are not doing food deliveries, is that Nathan's open?
No, the Nathan's was open till about 6 o'clock,
okay.
And I had planned to have dinner there. I was going to have my traditional corn dog, and it is closed. It closed at 6. But the Dunkin' Donuts right behind me is open for people. And as I say, a lot of first responders are going in there because they know this is the end of the line here. The F train stops here. And as far as I know, actually, I'm going to go in and check and see how that subway line is running. But upsetting news about the C line. That's difficult for so many people.
And McGee, there really was quite a few people
Hopefully
waiting.
It doesn't get worse.
McGee, there were quite a few people waiting for the bus. Where were they coming or going?
Well, we're right at the subway stop, and it's the end of the line.
Oh, I see.
So most of them were coming from the D, F, N, and Q subway line, and then they were going to take buses to go home after a long day.
Yeah.
And
Okay, McGee, Hickey,
I don't know when we're going to see another bus, but there was quite a long group there.
All right,
So
McGee, all layered up out there.
Hopefully everyone will get home and be snug and cozy and stay indoors.
All right, we're going to let you get right back into your news truck so you can get warm.
Back to you,
Thank you, McGee. All right, well, in less than 30 minutes, as McGee mentioned, a travel ban will be taking effect in all of New York City. So that means only essential personnel are supposed to be on the roads. Broadway even canceling some shows tonight because of the dangerous conditions from this blizzard. But that doesn't seem to have kept people from going into Times Square, has it?
Oh, no. It takes a lot to get people out of the crossroads of the world. Our Kate Rooney is live in Times Square with how conditions are there. We saw the folks earlier trying to shovel and keep up with the snowfall. How are we doing out there? A lot of people still there.
Well, despite the fact that we're starting this travel ban in just about half an hour's time and that the snow is starting to start falling much heavier in that time period as well, there is no shortage of people out here. We have not seen any stop in the flow of people coming through the Times Square area. There are a lot of crew members still out here shoveling. We're seeing more of that. But of course, as the snow comes down, it's getting harder and harder to keep up with that. But we are seeing so many people out here. We just talked to some folks from Dublin, Ireland, whose flight was delayed. And so they decided to just come on out here and have a snowball fight. We talked to folks from Spain, Italy, and Australia, all of whom cannot get back home. The soonest it sounds like flights are getting out is about Wednesday. But they're all doing what they can to just enjoy the situation. Nobody seems upset about their canceled flight. Everyone just seems happy that they can spend some more time here in New York City and in Times Square. And the kids are having a blast. They're perhaps up a bit late getting to enjoy this snow. Everyone really making the most of this windfall, this snowfall, and enjoying it here. And we're talking to a lot of people who just seem to embrace the moment. And I think that's part of what makes situations like these so special. There's nothing you can do to stop Mother Nature, but you can enjoy yourself. Here's what are you doing tonight?
Just going to hotel. I get my dinner and I go into hotel to get some rest.
It's been quite disrupted. We were supposed to fly out back home today, and our flight has been canceled twice now, so we're going out on Tuesday now.
Oh, geez. Okay, so how are you spending your unexpected time here?
We went to the museum today. Tomorrow is going to be work from the hotel, and probably see if we can make me do another show if there's anything open. So
Okay, you're making the most of it.
yes, we are.
Did you know that a blizzard was in the forecast when you booked this
We
trip?
did. Yes, we did. I think it's going to be fun, right?
So far, it seems like people are having fun. You guys are making the most of the situation, right?
Nothing you can do about it, right? Just live life.
We brought extra socks. So I think extra socks is always a good idea when you're traveling, but especially in conditions like these, and especially if you don't know how long it's going to be before you can fly out and get back home. But like I said, we're really seeing no signs of any pedestrian foot traffic slowing around here. Not many signs of road traffic slowing down either, although we know that they are making preparations for that. We have seen and heard a few emergency vehicles go through, again, in preparation for this travel ban, trying to encourage people to stay off the roads, stay off the streets, keep these streets as clear as possible. But the foot traffic in Times Square, just as busy as it would be any other time. At least that's how it seems right now. Of course, we'll keep you updated live in Times Square. Kate Rooney, PIX11 News.
Okay. Sounds like they might need more than extra socks.
Extra socks, extra underwear, extra
Right, exactly.
everything. But you know, Kate, all those years I was out there covering snowstorms, I can't even tell you how many people would say to me that it was a bucket list thing to be in the middle of a snowstorm in New York City. I mean, it's pretty until it turns dirty.
Yeah, exactly. And that doesn't take long. Kate, great job out there. Thank you. We'll check in with you in just a bit. And it keeps coming down, and it's not stopping anytime soon. We're just beginning.
Yeah, we have got you covered across our entire viewing area. Another look at the timing of the storm coming up, plus an update on New Jersey Transit. All right, let's get to the Garden State now and check in on conditions there. New Jersey Transit trains, they are winding down at this hour.
Yeah, this is big news, right? So joining us on Zoom now is New Jersey Transit President Chris Calori. Chris, good to see you on a busy evening. I know you are very busy. We're approaching that time when all trains are going to stop at 9 p.m. So for you, looking at the totality of all of this, what was the final straw? I mean, obviously the totals.
Look, I mean, the fact that you had blizzard conditions, you have wind conditions, these all are very challenging for our bus, our light rail, and our rail systems. And on top of that, you got to make sure we have everybody to be taken to their final destination safely. So all this weigh in our decision and our recommendation to the governor to suspend service at 9.
I think a lot of New Jersey residents know tomorrow's out of the question. I think a lot of people may be hoping tomorrow night to get somewhere. But how long do you expect all of this to be in effect, the stoppage?
Look, I mean, it's kind of odd to say this, right? We're in early days yet. I mean, the storm is about to kick into full gear. On top of the transit, I also run New Jersey Turnpike and the Parkway. Yep. So this is about the first time in 30 years the entire state of New Jersey, meaning all 9 million people, are going to experience blizzard conditions. So that is like unprecedented in modern times. So we got to see how the night progresses. We will make our assessment during daylight and see how fast our service can come back up. But again, I want to be crystal clear. I care about the safety of our riders. We will do what is right and what is right by them, and to make sure our crews are safe as well. So we're going to do this thoughtfully.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, when you're talking about the amount of snow, that is a monumental task of making sure that all the train lines and train tracks are clear. But then at the same time, you mentioned New Jersey Turnpike and buses as well, because people are going to be looking for bus service. And so can you talk about some of the cleanup efforts both on the trains and what buses rely on to get those up and running at the same time?
Yeah, it's a great question. Look, I mean, we run 19,000. We have, I should say, 19,000 bus stops and bus shelters throughout the state. 19,000.
Wow.
And those are obligations of the local municipalities and counties to clean them. Imagine if the snow gets pushed against those bus shelters and bus stops, where are people going to stand?
Right.
So even if the roads are passable, I need to make sure there's a safe place for people to stand. So this is a very complex set of factors that are going to drive this decision. The goal here is, again, not to sort of delay it unnecessarily, but to do it in a thoughtful way. That's the challenge when you run the largest mass transportation system in the country.
Chris, do you know what the longest time the trains have been closed because of a snowstorm?
Well, interestingly enough, 1996, which this storm is the closest it comes to, it took several days for not just us, but for the entire region to come back up.
And 96, of course, was the last blizzard.
Yeah.
That's right. So, and by the way, and I think it's very important to understand, these whiteout conditions are going to be tough for our crews to get back to work. Remember, they do have to come from wherever they live to operate these buses and our trains and stuff. So this is going to be a challenge. Again, my job is to see what service we can restore, even if it is incremental. That's the other thing. I want a lot of, we are going to be driving for it, but at the same time, I'm really asking people for their patience because we care about their safety.
You mentioned the bus stops, Chris. Let's talk a little bit about the rail system. That has its own set of challenges. How do you go about clearing the snow from so many of these above ground, rail lines, and with a storm of this magnitude?
Yeah, I mean, look, let's talk about the train stations first. We own, 165 train stations. It takes, again, 5 to 6 hours to clean a train station. Wow. So with an extraordinary amount of effort. So we got to worry about that. On top of that, we got to go make sure all the switches and all the systems are cleaned. And we got to make sure the catenary wires, which on a heavy, wet snow like this, we got to make sure there's no damage. On top of that, I'm hoping no trees fall on our tracks, which they do. We got to go clear them. And the last thing I'll say is the Northeast Corridor is run by Amtrak. Yeah. So I got to just make sure I coordinate with them to make sure they're ready for our trains to run.
Multi-layered, very complex, and a huge storm ahead. Chris, I know you're going to be running on fumes and coffee tonight. Thank you for coming on, and we'll talk to you tomorrow about when maybe we see things come back up and online. But thank you for coming on tonight, and good luck to your crews, and stay safe to them all as well.
Same to you guys. Thank you so much.
All right, we have been under a weather alert. We continue to be. The storm is no joke. You've got to be careful out there. Time to check in with our meteorologists.
Yeah, I mean, that was real talk there in terms of, comparing this to 96, guys, in terms of the blizzard and how crippling that was to the region, not only in terms of transit, but really the whole region. So how does that kind of, when you hear that, for what you're seeing now.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really strong superstorm,
Yeah.
so to speak. This is going to be a strong superstorm as well. It's all about the alignment of these heavier snow bands, though. That one was a very widespread heavy snowfall for everybody. I think we're going to see lines of demarcation where somebody gets, 18 inches, and then not that far away, it's only, let's say, 10 or 11 inches. It's all heavy snow. Nonetheless, we've already reached a half foot in Plain Edge, North Bellport, East Brunswick, New Jersey. It's 4 in Newark right now, almost 5 in Elmhurst and Queens, and Edison over 5 inches. And keep in mind, that accumulation really only began about 5:30, so we're talking about only 3-4 hours at best. Blizzard warnings stay in effect overnight through at least the morning hours of tomorrow, if not a little bit longer. So the storm line is the snow will get heavier, the wind will get stronger as we go through the next several hours. Midnight to 6, really blizzard conditions anticipated, fairly widespread, but especially coastal areas, including the city. 7 to noon, the snow is going to gradually taper off from west to east, and then mid to late afternoon, just some leftover lighter snow. Out east, there still could be a little light accumulation, eastern Suffolk. Right now, temps, they've been holding at 31. This is not a particularly very cold type of storm, unlike the last one, and that's why the snow is wet and heavy. Winds gust 30 in the city, 32 at Islip. And again, this is just the beginning. The pressure really hasn't tumbled yet on this storm. It will when that last piece of energy gets injected into it, and that's when the pressure gradient tightens, that's when the wind gets stronger, and that's when these bands of snow get heavier as they move towards us. There's been a particularly heavy one across portions of Long Island, Nassau, and Suffolk County in here. That's where we're seeing in excess of 6 inches already on the ground. In the city, it's been kind of oscillating. We get a band comes through, then it gets more like a lighter to moderate snow, and then another heavier band comes on through. And it's going to be that way throughout the bottom line. You can see it here. All that darker blue, that's the area overnight, and then notice by tomorrow the snow gets a little more sporadic. Don't want to forget the coastal flooding concerns. They're out there. High tide cycle starts at 10 o'clock. And again, if you're in that area, you'll know when a nor'easter floods your area. Plan on that happening with this one. Hopefully, the third high tide cycle, it's a little bit better. Let's get over to G. He's patiently waiting for me to stop talking, and we're going to talk some other elements of the storm.
All right, and the elements that we're concerned about here are definitely the winds. The winds are going to gust upwards of 45, 50, even 60 miles per hour of the east end of Long Island. They could gust upwards of 70 miles per hour, and they're from the north, north, and east, and it's not a classic nor'easter, but again, it's causing all kinds of problems here. This is Monday at 1:30 a.m., and look at these winds, north, north, and east, and winds gusting to 45 miles per hour. It's Monday now, 1:30 in the morning. The winds gusting upwards of 60 miles per hour, then 70 miles per hour. And here in the city, you can see a northerly fetch. Monday at 5:30 a.m., it's still snowing, and the winds are still blowing. And again, if the modeling is correct, these amounts from Upton to Gravesend to Washington Heights and Ewing and Coles Neck and Comac, they're only going to go up. And the snowfall amounts, 6 inches in Plain Edge, and you see Edison, East Brunswick, Elmhurst. The swath is really 4 to 6 inches. And we must accent again, winds going over 35 miles per hour, parameters for a blizzard, a quarter-mile visibility. The visibility has been varying here. So again, as Chris was mentioning, if this storm does what we think it's going to do, there's going to be a wide variation of snow totals. So once again, the time to watch is midnight to about 6 a.m. By 7 a.m. to noon, it tapers off and should end probably later on the day. That's good news, but we're cold, and it's sticking. And it's sticking on the roads, and it's sticking on the trees, and it's sticking all over the place. We're going to talk more about what's ahead in terms of the possibilities and the reason for this widespread in snowfalls later on.
You know, I like seeing 40s later on in the week.
Yeah.
That's what I like. All right, so if you were hoping to get food during the blizzard via DoorDash, you can think again. The service is suspending operations across the city starting at 8:30 tonight. They will remain suspended until at least noon tomorrow. Deliveries must be completed by 9 p.m. So DoorDash released a statement saying that they are suspending operations to keep Dashers safe and off the streets. So you got about 6 minutes. They're promising to resume service as soon as it is safe to do so. I mean, this is the second time now that DoorDash is doing this, right? Because just about a month ago, they did the same thing. But yeah, obviously, you have such a big mess out there. I mean, you look at the roads right now. How's anybody on a bike or anything going to get around?
No, I mean, I came into the building just about an hour and a half ago, and it's already getting messy. It's really dangerous for the Dashers and pretty much for everyone. But if you saw the lines at the grocery store yesterday, hopefully people have stocked up and they can make themselves a sandwich at home.
I was there yesterday at Trader Joe's in Clifton, New Jersey, and they were a mess. We're going to have more coverage of the blizzard of 2026 from across the area when we come back.
bracing for a blizzard.
Long Island and New York City and lower Hudson County are literally in the direct eye of the storm.
Over the course of the day, conditions are predicted to grow increasingly more severe, with the heaviest snow falling between 9 p.m. tonight and 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.
It's going to come down heavy. You're not going to be able to see when the wind whips it up. The conditions are nothing but treacherous.
Please, for your safety, stay home, stay inside, and stay off the roads.
The entire state of New Jersey, all 21 counties, is under a blizzard warning for the first time in 30 years. Wet, heavy snow will cause power outages throughout the state.
Remember, if you see a roadway that may be flooded, turn around, don't drown.
If you can, just work from home Monday. That's the smartest, best thing you could do.
This is a weather alert from PIX11 News.
All right, a state of emergency tonight across the tri-state as blizzard conditions are expected throughout the night.
Yeah, a travel ban also now in effect as icy winds and heavy snow making it, well, pretty dangerous to be on the roads.
Yeah, thanks so much for staying with us as we approach the 9 o'clock hour tonight. I'm Shirley Chan.
I'm Corey Chambers. What a night it has been and what a night it's going to be as we go on tonight. You're watching special coverage of the blizzard of 2026. We have team coverage for you. This powerful storm with McGee Hickey in Brooklyn and Grace Gomez in New Jersey. You see Kate Rooney there tracking things from Midtown. Plus, the PIX11 weather team is here as well. Mr. G and Chris Amino breaking down what we're going to be experiencing throughout the night, hour by hour, breaking down this monster storm. And again, I know, but midnight, is that really the bulk of it or what?
The way the models are suggesting, you go towards 10, 11 o'clock and then midnight up to about 4, 6 a.m. That's when we expect the worst combination of heavy snow and strongest winds. It's getting windy out there, but nowhere near as windy as it's going to get. We've seen bands of heavy snow already, and it's piling up in some spots. 31 degrees in the city, wind chill 22, gust in town close to 30 miles per hour. That's only the beginning. As I said, gusts of 50 in the city are possible, gusts of 55 to 65 to 70 across Long Island possible. Now in Manorville, we've been watching that one band over Long Island, 8 inches already on the ground, 7.5 Santa Mauritius, Battery Park closing in on 5 inches at 4.7, Colts Neck, New Jersey, almost 8 inches of snow. And again, it continues to come down heavily in these very, very heavy bands throughout the area. Half a foot, Plain Edge, North Bellport, Edison getting there, East Brunswick half foot and still counting. Some of those numbers are already old news. 31, pretty popular number anywhere you go. So give or take 1 degree around 30. That's where the temp's going to stay with this particular storm. Not going to get necessarily any colder. You can see the moisture backing in, though, off the center of the storm. You can see that little spin, that counterclockwise spin. That's the center of low pressure. I would expect at this point to see it be tightening up a little bit. This is why you've got to watch these storms hour by hour. To how that's going to play out in terms of the snow bands is going to be something we're going to have to watch as we get deeper into tonight and certainly during the overnight hours. Our live radar, as I've been saying, that darker blue has really been across portions of Suffolk County, now backing into Nassau County. You're probably seeing snowfall rates here, a good portion of Nassau County, even Queens, of 1 to 2 inches per hour. That's going to push back towards the city. Further north and west, the snow has been lighter, but that dark band right in there, that's easily a 1, if not 1 to 2 inch per hour type of a snow band. Futurecast continues to show this is 9 o'clock. We're all in it, but just keep your eye on those darker shadings. And that's one that comes through basically midnight through about 4 or 5 a.m. By 10 tomorrow morning, poking some holes in the steadier snow, certainly, and then it's just basically lighter snow after that. So total accumulations again, right now we're going to hold to the 12 to 20. In and around the city, I have a feeling it'll be more of a 12 to 15, 12 to 16. Higher amounts out east where it lingers longer, and they've been seeing those heavier bands of snow. Down along the Jersey Shore, we're going to keep a careful eye on those numbers, too. They could certainly reach the higher levels. Once you get past 287, you're in that 8 to 12-inch range, and then further north, maybe more 6 to 8-inch type of snowfall going on. But all of these areas will continue to see strong gusty winds. So heavy snow, blizzard conditions tonight, holding steady near 30. Tomorrow, snow slowly tapers off from west to east, a high of about 35. So we may get a little melting mid to late afternoon. 7-day forecast. The good news about this storm, remember the last one, we went into the deep freeze. That's why that snow went nowhere for days and weeks, actually. We do see a little bit of a moderating trend. In fact, by next weekend, we're hoping, we got to hope for something at this point in the middle of this blizzard, we may see temperatures back into the upper 40s come Saturday and Sunday with some sunshine. But the next, let's say, 12 hours in particular are going to be very rough around here, guys.
All right, Chris, thank you.
Well, the blizzard triggering a code blue declaration across much of the tri-state area.
Yeah, the place you want to be right now is at home, warm inside. But of course, not everyone has that option. So extra resources are being mobilized to make sure the homeless are safe during this extreme weather as well. The emergency declaration comes after 20 people lost their lives during last month's storm and extreme cold. Now, Mayor Mamdani announced that there are outreach efforts running around the clock with teams offering shelter to homeless New Yorkers. There are extra indoor warming spaces as well, including schools that are closed tomorrow for classes.
Yeah, 22 warming buses are out on the streets across the 5 boroughs. The city's health and hospital system has deployed ambulettes and mobile units to provide warmth and also medical attention. Mayor Mamdani says it's all about offering life-saving options to those in need.
By providing a wide variety of options to homeless New Yorkers, there is a greater likelihood of success because many homeless New Yorkers are wary of engaging with certain kinds of city services given their experiences in the past.
The mayor says overdose prevention centers will also be open through the night because many of the deaths that we saw in the last storm were tied to overdoses.
And remember, if you see someone in need of help during the extreme weather, call 311 where calls are being routed to 911 dispatchers.
Yeah, and of course, talking a lot about travel because that is the big story of this storm. Will be the big story tomorrow morning, the fact that you're not getting anywhere. Travel ban in effect now through noon tomorrow. Mayor Mamdani emphasizing these blizzard conditions are different than previous storms.
These are blizzard conditions. New York City has not faced a storm of this scale in the last decade. As a result, we expect to see moderate coastal flooding of up to 2.5 feet during high tide, with a chance of it increasing to 3 feet along Staten Island, the Rockaways, and the Battery.
Now, we should mention that the subways and buses are still running right now, but MTA officials say expect delays and possible disruptions as this night continues.
And turning now to the Garden State, what you're seeing on your screen are some of the final light rail trains to run today. The Hudson Bergen light rail and all NJ transit buses and Access Link services were suspended as of 6 p.m. this evening. PIX11 caught up with some people in Exchange Place in Jersey City who were sent home early from the work, knowing that the transportation options were going to be very limited.
I work on Sundays, so I'm coming back from Midtown Manhattan, and I'm heading back home. The place was very sort of concerned about all of us living in Jersey because the trains were supposed to be sort of the discontinued service around 6 p.m. So everyone who lives in Jersey was asked to sort of leave as quick as possible.
Yeah, NJ Transit Rail service suspended at the top of the hour, and the travel ban's in effect now for the Garden State until 7 a.m.
Yeah, let's check in now with our Grace Gomez. She joins us now live from Hackensack in Bergen County. Grace, what is the situation there? It looks like the intensity has picked up since we last checked in with you.
Yeah, and I just stood out here for 2 minutes, so I'm not all covered in snow like my last shot. I got a message from my sister, and she's like, "Wow, you're blending with the background." I wish I was in a beach right about now, and I think that's a sentiment for everybody because everybody's already tired of the cold and the snow. So hopefully this is the last time we have to deal with. Let me not jinx it and continue saying furthermore. But yes, Charlie, you're completely right. Conditions have worsened again. I want you to take a look at the street out here. We are in Hackensack, New Jersey. We're right outside Chit Chat Diner. This is a very famous diner. It was a few people inside. The owner said that they were going to be open all throughout the night for those people that wanted to come and grab a bite. We see a couple of cars honking. Everybody seems to be in good spirits. But, you know, the truth of the matter is that, you know, you're supposed to be home. And then we see this folk right here, this person, he's walking, probably grabbing some food for himself. The conditions are definitely bad out here. And the other aspect that we've seen is no matter how many plows we see driving down the road, it's just the snow is falling so fast that they just can't keep up. And that was my question earlier today for Patterson Mayor Andrew Saya, because you may remember people were complaining at least 5 or 6 days after the snowstorm of how the streets were not clean. So I asked him about that, and this is what he had to say.
We're getting a variety of predictions, so we don't know at this time what we're actually going to get, but we will be working along with the county into the night and into the day tomorrow. I stated before, we're anticipating better cooperation with Mother Nature It'll be much warmer weather. Last time we were talking about a deep freeze, which really exacerbated the situation. But we're looking at potentially getting 50-degree weather on Thursday. As some people may want to dismiss the fact that we'd be leaning on Mother Nature, but Mother Nature put us in this position. So we're asking her to help bail us out as well. It's just logical. So, like I said, I want to manage people's expectations. You shouldn't have unrealistic expectations of us. All we could do right now is be very supportive and ensure residents that we are working through the night and into tomorrow.
Well, you heard him right there. He is, hoping that the warm weather will stick around, as I think we all are hoping that those 50 degrees stick around. We don't want any more freezing temperatures. We don't want any more of this snow. So for now, we're going to send it back to you at the studio. Corey, Shirley, you guys are warm. Send some warm out here because we need it. Reporting live in Hackensack, New Jersey, Grace Gomez, PIX11 News.
And I'm feeling a little guilty. Oh, Grace, you're doing a good job out there. Really great job. We appreciate your reporting.
Oh, boy, yeah, we're going to have to get through this together. It's going to be a long one. All right, Bergen County Executive Jim Tedesco making it clear the roads will not be drivable until at least Tuesday morning.
We're looking at working towards a Tuesday rush hour. We're not going to be able to get anything in a safe manner until late tomorrow. The bulk of the snow is not supposed to stop until between 12 and maybe 2 tomorrow afternoon. So it's going to take us some time to get the roads completely open, salted, and we don't only do the roads either. I mean, we do the county hospital, largest hospital in the state of New Jersey, and many buildings too. So we're shooting for a Tuesday morning rush.
Yeah, everyone's saying keep your expectations in check. Bergen County has 440 miles of roads to plow, with 90 plows currently in action. The county's Office of Emergency Management working hard to avoid power outages as well.
Yeah, and meantime, let's get a look at the air travel. The winter weather causing hundreds of flight cancellations in New York and New Jersey. In
fact, of all the area airports, JFK has been the one that's canceled the most flights. 733 incoming, outgoing flights canceled. They've also delayed more than 100. LaGuardia, not too far behind, canceling 560 flights and delaying 174. Newark has canceled 464 flights and delayed 176. The FAA has shared that most delays are because of de-icing protocols. So far, the major airports have not issued a ground stop.
And again, as Chris mentioned, the storm is starting to really pick up with conditions starting to worsen. We saw it in Grace Gomez's live shot. Just look out your window right now. And a travel ban now in effect for the tri-state area. Just past at 9 o'clock, that travel ban went into effect.
Yeah, more reports from around the region as our coverage of this blizzard of 2026 continues. Plus an update on what you can expect through the night and into tomorrow morning and afternoon.
Let's take a look right now at the snow coming down hard. This is Jersey City tonight. It is certainly piling up fast, and let me tell you, we got a long way to go tonight. It's only 9 o'clock. We got at least 12 more hours.
Yeah, and as Chris was just saying, we hit midnight, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 a.m. And it's going to be, this thing's going to be just going and going and going. Let's check in with Chris Cimino and Mr. G as we talk about what's ahead of us.
Yeah, the models keep showing that. You know, I was just talking to G about that. I said, well, with this forecast comes to fruition, most of us are going to be sleeping. But as a meteorologist, I'm going to get up and peek out, make sure that it's doing what it's supposed to do at 2, 3, 4 in the morning. But yeah, that's really the time frame, midnight to about 5, that the larger portion of the area should be seeing these heavy snow bands. Some folks have already been seeing that, so it's not that it hasn't happened yet. But the blizzard warning stays in effect. The winds, they're gusting right now, 30, a couple of spots, 35 miles an hour. That's nothing as the storm starts to deepen. And I started looking at some of the satellite imagery last couple of hours, and the circulation is getting a little bit tighter. That's an indication that the pressure is falling, and that's an indication that the pressure gradients will get tighter here and the wind will get stronger. Also an indication it's going to shove more moisture back into the cold air right now that's beginning to filter in on this northeasterly wind. So even though it's not brutally cold, it's certainly cold enough to make snow for all of us. It will ramp up in intensity if it hasn't already where you are, but the moisture circulating off the Atlantic pushing in to the land areas here is what's producing these heavy bands of snow and will continue to do so. Temperature-wise, generally holding right around 30, but this is what I'm talking about. Current wind gusts are basically upper 20s to low 30s, the wind speeds right now. That's not particularly strong, and if you're standing out in it, it's creating wind chills, though, that feel like 18 out across the island, 22 in the city, 18 and 19 down along the Jersey Shore. It's going to get worse before it gets better, even though the temperatures don't drop very much. Our live radar continues to show, though, that the snow bands vary in intensity. When you see that darker shading right here, that's a heavy-duty one. When it gets a little bit lighter, it's just a lighter type of snow. These continue to push in around circulation of the center of that storm, and that's what we're going to watch overnight. They're anticipating, watch this on this model, keep your eye on the color shading. Watch when you see that darker shading right there, that big plume. That happens overnight tonight, and then by tomorrow morning it starts to dissipate somewhat. So Futurecast again indicating we're going to be in this for the long haul. This is not going to be an easy get out of, that's for sure. But G's going to talk some more about these numbers and the expectations and who's going to get what the way it looks right now. G?
If I know Chris, he's absolutely going to get up at 4 a.m., look at the lamppost. Exactly, and then go back to sleep and get up at 5 a.m. to make sure it's still snowing. All right, everybody, the snowfall forecast. Now, look, there are variations here, tremendous variations. Up to the north, very little, 4 to 8 inches, and Binghamton, then well north and west, 1 to 3 inches. Here in the city, again, we're thinking the 8 to 12 inch number will work. All right, we may have to shave it on the lower side. I think 10 to 16 inches, shave it on the lower side. 30 degrees, heavy snow, blizzard conditions, that would occur. That should occur, okay, between 2 a.m. and about 9 a.m. in the morning when the guts of this system goes on by. When I say should, everything has to come together. These bands have to hit. If they don't hit, we're going to shave towards the lower number. 35 degrees, the snow tapers off. The suburbs, 32 to 37 degrees. The storm pulls away, and here's your forecast, okay? The snow will taper off at 34 to 23 degrees, all right? Finally, on Tuesday, not much moving, still cold, 31 to 22. We may have to deal with another system. We'll have a little light snow Wednesday and Thursday, and then Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, I think we moderate big time. So the guts of this thing has to come by between 3 a.m. roughly and 9 a.m. when the blizzard-like conditions should occur. And again, we're waiting to see these dry slots and how close this all comes together. Snowstorms are not easy, and this one certainly should deliver between 8 and 16 inches, depending on where you are.
All right, G, thank you.
All right, Governor Hochul now saying that this storm could be one of the worst that we have seen in, get this, 150 years.
Yeah, she spoke today from the State Operations Center in Albany. Says the state's taking this storm very seriously.
This will be something the likes of which we've not seen in years. And I'm telling you, sirs, we're standing here. The worst is yet to come, so do not take for granted that this is going to be it. It's going to exceed all expectations even now, so you need to be prepared for the worst.
All right, that was Governor Hochul speaking earlier today, and this was the scene in Brooklyn. That light snow you see right there turning to heavy wet snow as the evening progressed. Crews are looking out for power outages and wind as the storm continues into tomorrow. Well, Governor Hochul now saying that the storm, it is one of the worst, as you just heard her say. You're looking at a live shot right now. This is right outside our building in Midtown on 2nd Avenue and 42nd Street. You can see it has been that story of that heavy, wet snow out there, and we're seeing it firsthand.
Well, what's interesting is we just showed that video from Brooklyn earlier, and there was like no snow on the ground. You can see what's sticking right now. This is in Midtown, obviously, and really everywhere you've seen this transition as the flakes get bigger, they get fatter, they stick more, and it's staying cold, and this is really when things get churning.
Yeah, and it's only just after 9 tonight, and as Chris just said, we're going into the deep hours of the night, the witching hours, so to speak, where we may see several inches of snow per hour, and that's what's going to get us to that blockbuster snowfall total by tomorrow, by the end of the storm. And then, of course, after that comes the cleanup, and when we may see, you know, mass transit resume in New Jersey.
Yeah, really. Look, bottom line, everyone is kind of saying keep your expectations in check tomorrow morning. Just stay home, because honestly, like right now, you're seeing some vehicles on the road. There's actually cars that aren't supposed to be out there right now unless they're out there for a emergency purpose with a travel ban there.
Yeah, just a short time ago at 9 o'clock, that travel ban went into effect. And this way, the roads are clear for essential personnel to clear the roads and also respond to any emergencies. Now, Broadway got canceled. They made the call actually pretty early today that the matinees would go on, but that the evening performances would be canceled for the safety of both theater goers and also a really large theater community. We're talking about the actors and also all the behind the scenes folks.
Yeah, so no show tonight unless you're talking about the snowballs being thrown out there. Kate Rooney is live in Times Square with the folks who have been having some fun, I guess, with no show. Kate.
Yeah, well, this is the first time since 2018 that Broadway has gone completely dark. Just about 10 shows closed during our last snowstorm back in January. So this is a really big deal. And yet people are still making the most of it in Times Square. We've seen everything from snowball fights to mini snowmen being built to people just walking around and enjoying the experience. And as a matter of fact, I found some visitors to the city. I'm here with Mara and Sophia. They are from Amsterdam, and they felt like being outside in Times Square to enjoy the snow and be on PIX11. Thank you so much for joining us. So when did you get here?
We got here last Wednesday.
Okay, and did the snow impact your plans at all?
So far, no. We might not be able to fly home later on this week, but we just have to wait for time to develop. Yeah.
Okay, and are you used to getting a lot of snow in the part of the world where you live?
To be honest, we haven't had this much snow in a long time in the Netherlands, but a few weeks ago we have had this much snow. So for us, it's just going back to 2 weeks ago. It's really nice. We love it.
But I bet it's a little different to play in the middle of Times Square in the snow than it is at home, right?
Yeah.
I see you have a snowball there.
Yeah.
You're not planning on throwing that at me, are you?
No.
She's thinking about it. She's thinking about it. What are some of the other things you're going to do while you're in the city?
Well, we went to a few museums. We went to the Knicks game yesterday. It was amazing. And
they got the win.
They got the win eventually. It was so exciting. And tomorrow we just have to see what our plan is going to be. But hopefully we're going to enjoy the snow in the city. And this is just so beautiful. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. In Times Square, I mean, where else can you do something like this? All right, well, thank you so much for joining us. We really hope you enjoy your trip and get home safely.
Thank you very much. Have a nice evening.
You too. All right, thank you. Mara and Sophia from Amsterdam. We've also met folks from Australia, Italy, Spain, London, Seattle, Los Angeles. Really, people are from all over the world, and a lot of flights getting canceled, but they don't mind. People just happy to be here, experiencing Times Square, rolling with the punches, and I haven't heard a single person say that they're disappointed that their flight's getting canceled, because it just means that they get to spend a little more time here in New York City. We'll be back later on in the evening with more from Times Square, but for now, I'll send it back to you in the studio.
I love that. You know, look, when you're a tourist in New York and you get to see the snow and it's white, it's beautiful, it's nice. You don't have to go to work and deal with all this stuff and shovel it yourself. So,
yeah, that woman is saying it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I guess we're the jaded New Yorkers here, because we're saying enough. We call Uncle enough of this winter season.
All right, Kate, we'll see you in a bit.
All right, and we are continuing to track this blizzard as it pummels the tri-state area.
Yeah, stay with us for more reports from around the region. Well, if you're hoping to get food during this blizzard of 2026 via DoorDash, think again. The service suspended operations across the city earlier tonight. They'll remain suspended until at least noon tomorrow. DoorDash released a statement saying they're suspending operations to keep Dashers safe and off the streets. They're promising to resume service as soon as it is safe to do so.
Yeah, Mayor Mamdani has been asking all New Yorkers to really just stay off the roads tonight. He's telling people, even before DoorDash made the announcement, for telling people to just cook at home if possible and really try to limit the use of, ordering out.
Absolutely. And he's emphasizing these blizzard conditions are different than previous storms that we've seen.
These are blizzard conditions. New York City has not faced a storm of this scale in the last decade. As a result, we expect to see moderate coastal flooding of up to 2.5 feet during high tide, with a chance of it increasing to 3 feet along Staten Island, the Rockaways, and the Battery.
And I'm sure by now the kids are well aware tomorrow in New York City will be a snow day, a real full-on snow day. No virtual learning, no Zoom, none of that business. It's a straight-up snow day. Hasn't happened, by the way, since 2019.
And LIRR will temporarily suspend all service starting at 1 a.m. tonight. Bus customers should also expect delays. Meanwhile, the Staten Island Railway will operate on a weekend schedule tomorrow. Okay, another round of winter weather has some people saying that enough already. I'm one of those people,
Yes.
but others we found are happy to get snowed in.
Yes, and not just kids either. Julie Millay reports from Prospect Heights.
A little nervous, but mostly excited.
Olivia is ready to get snowed in with her new rescue puppy, Domino.
Well, we just adopted this new puppy yesterday, so he's gonna get a bath later. We're gonna cook some chicken pot pie and, yeah, just snuggle up.
Dogs like Tio here were the focus as people were out and about in Brooklyn on Sunday preparing for this storm.
Gotta run the dog before it's too late.
But there was also an element of snow fatigue.
I'm exhausted of this disgusting old snow, but I feel like a fresh layer of new snow will be really fun. Looking forward to sunnier days in the spring.
Whether you have a pup or not, this is the perfect excuse to stay inside and stay cozy. From Prospect Heights, I'm Julie Millay, and this is Tio, PIX11 News.
All right, well, we have hours to go with Blizzard 2026, the storm really picking up intensity.
Yeah, coming up, we'll check in with our reporters who are monitoring the storm throughout our viewing area. Plus, we'll also have an update on what you can expect through the night into tomorrow. We have a long way to go, folks, and we will be with you right here throughout the storm. Stay with us. We're back right after this for more coverage of the blizzard of 2026.
And of course, we're staying on top of the blizzard of 2026. Dangerous conditions hitting the tri-state are really going to be hitting hard in a couple of hours. It's going to be a while before things ease up.
Yeah, the worst of the snow will come late tonight into tomorrow morning. Thank you so much for staying with us. I'm Shirley Chan.
I'm Corey Chambers, and we're looking live outside right now, 42nd and 2nd. And even in Midtown, you can see the snow starting to stick, the driving getting a little bit slower. Really, it's still picking up even 30 minutes ago. Travel bans, by the way, taking effect across the tri-state, so we'll make sure you're up to date with what you need to know on this storm. Meteorologist Chris Amino in the Weather Center kicking things off here at 9:29.
Yeah, Midtown Manhattan shots are never the best in terms of really grasping what's going on with the snow just outside of the city, even in the boroughs where it's not as busy and not as much blacktop. Meantime, the blizzard warning stays in effect overnight tonight. Conditions will get worse before they get better through at least tomorrow morning. Snowfall amounts, we've seen anything from a half foot in Plain Edge, North Bellport. I would suspect these numbers are going to be going up. This was already about 2 hours ago. East Brunswick at 6 inches. Howell, New Jersey, in western Monmouth County, over 9 inches already on the ground. So those are the types of numbers we're starting to see. Portions of Suffolk County and portions of New Jersey, Monmouth, and interior Ocean County. That's where we're thinking the heaviest would be. The potential is still there in those areas for 20-plus inches. Meantime, in the city, we continue to see varying intensity of the snowfall. Notice this area here in green. That's rain, but that's moisture, and it's starting to fill in again. The storm is deepening. There's more moisture to throw back in our direction, and that is going to be the case as we go on through the overnight hours. So I think still the heaviest stretch of snow will be midnight to about 6 a.m., coupled with the strongest winds. That's the worst conditions. The good news is it's midnight to 6 a.m. You should all be hunkered down safely. 31 in town. The temp, current wind gusts averaging about upper 20s to 30, 35 miles per hour in a few spots. Nothing particularly strong yet, but that's going to be changing. Wind chills are in the low 20s in town and the teens across Long Island, down along the Jersey Shore as well. That's going to drop too. Live radar, you can see what I'm talking about, the banding of the heavier snow. The blue areas, the dark blue, persistent Suffolk County, persistent portions of New Jersey. That's what we're seeing already, over half foot of snow plus in those areas. The city's been oscillating, as I said. I think we're going to see things really start to fill in, though. Watch this particular model. Again, the darker shadings persistent through 6 a.m. That's heavy-duty snow at that point, and then it gets lighter as we go through tomorrow morning. This particular model's showing about 16 inches in the city. I think that's a pretty decent bet, 15-ish or so. I don't like what it's doing out east. I think it's going to be a little bit higher there, but you can see getting close to 20 down along the Jersey Shore and lesser amounts towards the north and west. And I think that's going to be the trend with this. Heavy stuff, again, coastal areas, less as you go north and west, but there's going to be some pockets. West County, Rockland County, northeast New Jersey, easily clearing over a foot. Other part of the storm visibility, down to a half mile right now in the city, but a lot of quarter-mile visibilities here from Morristown, Wayne, Edison. That's some heavier snow, but look at this. Islip, 1/8 of a mile. West Hampton, 1/8 of a mile. That's close to zero, basically. And when you take that and you start to bring in the winds, that's when you're going to get those blizzard-like conditions. You can see the visibility right through 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. Still half miles showing up in a lot of places. And at that point, the snow is getting progressively lighter. And I think that's going to be the trend as we go through time. And finally, we're out of this probably by mid-afternoon tomorrow for the most part. So meantime, wind gusts, that's my other concern. As I said, 50 mile an hour, 55 mile an hour gusts. This is, again, between midnight and 5 in the morning. Could see a gust 65 or higher in the east end. That's power outage territory. That's tree limb territory coming on down. So that's why these areas in pink, Jersey Shore, South Shore, Nassau County, and Suffolk County, numerous outages. We're already hearing of that happening. I unfortunately think there's going to be more to come on that. There's more to come about this storm, too. That's coming up with G and me again in just a few more minutes.
All right, impressive numbers there. Okay, thank you, Chris.
Well, New York City officials taking this storm very seriously for good reason. Mayor Mamdani implementing a whole government response, mobilizing multiple agencies to help with the extreme weather.
Yeah, he also ordered schools closed with no remote learning tomorrow, so it's going to be a true snow day. This is creating the first official full snow day since 2019.
And McGee Hickey, she's live for us, been out in Coney Island, where just hours ago folks were actually surfing. Which is kind of wild, McGee.
Yes, we'll get to the surfers in just a minute. I just want to give you an update on there's really been a dramatic change in the way the snow is coming down now. The flakes are bigger, they're heavier, they are wet, and we've seen so many sanitation trucks with plows here going by, and when you take a look at Surf Avenue here, there is absolutely no traffic other than the plow plows that have been going by. Let me see if that's true. Maybe there's only one vehicle that is moving through the intersection shortly. And we do have a crowd of people here who've gotten off the subway, and they are waiting for their bus. How long have you been waiting for your bus? 10 minutes? 20 minutes? 20 minutes? Okay, so hopefully the bus will come soon. And here to give you another shot as we whip around, here's another city plow turning on Stillwell off of Surf. Busy trying to get down to pavement as the snow just keeps falling. And, you know, this is Coney Island, so a lot of people came out and were walking on the boardwalk and looking at the ocean just to see what it looked like. And we even found one man who had just gone surfing and another man who was filming it all. So here's what the surfer had to say about the conditions in the Atlantic pre-blizzard just a few hours ago. What was it like surfing in these blizzard-like conditions?
It's a dream out there. This is what we live for. The waves were 3 to 4 feet with a nice offshore wind. So when the wind is blowing in this direction, it causes waves to curl. And you get those beautiful cylinders that you see on TV. Yeah.
And a nor'easter is good for surfing? Who would have thought?
Yeah, nor'easter is what we dream of. Usually the waves can get up to 6 to 8 feet in the Rockaways. And when it's that big over there, it usually wraps into Coney Island. So here we are.
So how high were the waves today?
Today was like 3 feet, occasional 4 feet.
Wow.
We had a blast.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm so glad he had a blast. 3-foot waves with the snow falling, not my dream. But we stand here on the corner of Stillwell and Surf as the snowflakes keep falling. Live in Coney Island, McGee Hickey, PIX11 News. Back to you in the studio.
Yeah, those surfers are like a different breed, wouldn't you say?
Riding those waves. Okay, McGee. Yeah, stay away from that. Thank you. All right, Long Island also getting hammered at the moment. Emergency crews are on duty and utility workers are in place to respond to any power outages.
Yeah, James Ford has the latest for us from Farmingdale, where they're looking at potential snowfall of 2 feet, 24 inches.
We are here in Farmingdale, where a real effort is underway to get all this snow off the street. You see the plow there, and then look behind the plow. You can see the yellow line, the double yellow line behind it, but boy, is this thick, thick snow. We've been shoveling every half hour to an hour. Now our shovel can actually stand upright on its own because the snow is just that deep. Let's take a dig here down to the blacktop ourselves, and that gives you a sense of how deep we're talking. About 4 inches or so right now, and that is only going to increase all night long. There is a travel ban, but you can see there's the occasional car that is still out on the road. You're not supposed to be from 9 p.m. to 9 a.m. across Long Island and Nassau and Suffolk counties. We spoke with some people who were trying to get home before this happened. As they point out, it's a big challenge. Meanwhile, this snow is also kind of wet, heavy snow. You get that on power lines, and that's a real concern. The utilities here bringing in crews from outside, PSEG among them, bringing in crews from farther west, Ohio, Indiana, the Midwest, to try and have the ability to restore power as soon as possible. Look, the bottom line is it's a lot of snow now. It's only going to get a lot more intense overnight. We'll stay on it up to the minute. As always, you can see it's definitely covering my glasses. We'll send it right now back to you from Farmingdale on Long Island.
And of course, our cameras and our reporters are all over the area, so we want to give you as many looks as we can as we show you what's happening outside right now.
Yeah, we're in it for the long haul tonight. Stay with PIX11 for more coverage of the blizzard of 2026. Stay with us. We're back right after this break. All right, it is now 9:41. We've been following the snowstorm since the flakes started falling.
Yeah, we say we, these two guys in particular. This storm is no joke. You got to be careful out there. We got Chris in a minute. We got Mr. G, team coverage of this blizzard. And I know you guys have been covering a lot of blizzards in your years. Yeah. This one seems kind of special from what I'm hearing from you.
Well, you know, none of them are easy, as G would say. Every snowstorm seems to have its own little characteristics, own little thing that it does that at the end might surprise you, beginning surprise you. So this one, again, is in the process of still evolving. And therein lies the big issue. It's not all put together just yet, but the conditions are certainly favorable for this blizzard warning to continue overnight tonight. We're talking about wind gusts 35 miles per hour higher, sustained winds probably close to 40 at times as well. We could see gusts over 60. But look at this Manorville out in Long Island with one of these heavier bands is set up out there, 8 inches already. Santa Maria 7.5. Battery Park almost 5. Deer Park over 7 inches. And then North Babylon same 7. Islip about 5. Other areas in parts of New Jersey, another heavy band set up in places like Howell, Lakewood, Colts Neck. 9.4 in Howell, almost double digits there. Freehold about 6, Newark about 4 so far, and Karlstadt a little over half a foot. There's the storm. I mean, it's still kind of meandering, getting itself together, sitting off the coastline of Delaware and Maryland right now. But you can still see there's plenty of moisture that's backing in our direction. So we're basically looking at the gradual process of this thing deepening over the next several hours. I'm still seeing a very broad circulation. I would like to see this thing tightening up a little bit more, indicating the pressure would be falling more, indicating the storm would be getting stronger. I'm also noticing right now, at least, the winds have not increased dramatically. That should start to happen in the next, let's say, 2 to 4 hours. Should start seeing gusts of 35 or 40, even especially down the Jersey Shore, a little closer to the center of that storm. Meantime, though, temperatures are generally in the low 30s in and around the city, out across Long Island. Not going to get particularly colder, but the wind is quite strong. But we take a look at the live radar right now. G's going to talk more about what this different color means when you start to see those darker blues, G, right?
Yeah, and I think the big story is exactly what you were talking about, and that's the shading of these blues, okay? And when you look at it, you'll be able to see the banding, and the banding is important. As Chris was mentioning, this is of duration, and this band comes across the city, and it goes across portions of New Jersey, much lighter, Route 84 points north, and then the radar beam sweeping across. Chris gave you these bands over the east end of Long Island, but you remember, this is of duration. This is a long haul. And so when we watch this now, watch the bands coming close to the city. And again, the heftiest should come down between 3 a.m. and about 9 a.m. and then a slow gradual tapering off. It's going to exit a little quicker. That's the thinking. But the winds are going to kick again from the north and west. And look where the banding comes and still stays Monday at 6 a.m. and still sticks around over Long Island and also west of the city from Wayne down to Long Branch at 10:30 a.m. And again, this is our snowfall forecast, and you can see again we're going to stay where we are. This is an 8 to 12 inch snowfall, wide swath, 10 to 16 depending on where you are. That's how we're going to shave it right now. 30 heavy snow, blizzard-like conditions. We will continue to monitor these bands of snow coming across 35. The snow will taper off in the morning hours. Remember, the main shot is 3 a.m. to about 10 a.m. Then the tapering off starts, 32 to 37 degrees, and finally it pulls out. Pulls out, tapers off, nothing moves Monday. Tuesday, stay put, stays cold. And again, by Wednesday, we should be able to get out of this. And then at the end of the week, we're going to moderate. So, again, I want to mention that this 6-hour period, 3 a.m. to 9 a.m., is what is watching very carefully and what we'll have to watch very carefully to see if this storm is that 10 to 16-inch snowfall.
All right. G, thank you for that.
Okay, all New Jersey transit services currently suspended.
Yeah, bus and light rail suspended at 6 p.m. President of NJ Transit, Chris Calori, making sure everyone knows that safety is his #1 priority.
These all are very challenging for our bus, our light rail, and our rail systems. And on top of that, you got to make sure we have everybody to be taken to their final destination safely. So all this weigh in our decision and our recommendation to the governor to suspend service at 9. I care about the safety of our riders. We will do what is right and what is right by them, and to make sure our crews are safe as well. So we're going to do this thoughtfully.
Now, it's still not clear when service will resume. And Governor Mikey Sherrill urging people to take this blizzard seriously as well.
Yeah, the governor earlier speaking with PIX11, sharing why this storm is different than other winter storms that we have seen.
This is going to be a storm the likes of which we haven't seen here in New Jersey since 1996. That was the last time all 21 counties were under this blizzard warning. I've been warning people this is not even like last month's storm, which was so bad. This is going to be much worse because this is going to be a heavier, wetter snow, and we're going to see much higher winds, up to 60 miles per hour along the coastline. That means a lot of trees and branches may be coming down on power lines, so please stay away from them. If you do see down power lines, call them into your utility company immediately. We also are going to see white-out conditions on the road. That is why, starting at 9 o'clock tonight, I have a travel ban going throughout the state. I did not call for that in the last storms because this is different. We're going to see these white-out conditions. In our last storm, we had about an inch coming down an hour at the worst of it. This time we'll see up to 2 to 3 inches an hour, which with these winds could really create a very dangerous situation. So the light rail, that's your kind of street rail and bus service and access link stop at 6. And then what we call heavy rail, that's your New Jersey Transit lines, your commuter rail, that will stop tonight at 9 o'clock. So everyone needs to be aware of that so you can get home. And then that travel ban also goes into effect at 9 tonight. So people should be off the roads from 9 tonight until 7 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Yeah, heed the governor's warning. New Jersey officials declaring the state of emergency earlier today. They were also asking you to report outages to your utility companies and also to check on your neighbors.
Yeah, while this storm is a very serious situation, some New Yorkers, they're celebrating. Mayor Mamdani canceling school, and there's no remote learning either.
Yeah, the mayor delivering the message in person with, get this, a call to a very own public school student.
Hello. Oh my God, Mayor.
Hi, Victoria.
Hi.
So I thought as the mayor, I wanted to call you and give you some news. We've got a full snow day tomorrow. No online school, no remote learning, full classic snow day.
I love that, right? And so many kids had the exact same reaction. The mayor's decision based partially on the fact that students are returning from midwinter break, and many wouldn't have had the time to get the devices needed for virtual class.
Yeah, I think you heard that same reaction throughout all 5 boroughs. It is the first full snow day in New York City since 2019.
It's like vacations extended a little bit extra longer. All right, Bruce Blakeman spoke earlier about the danger, Executive Brett Blakeman, the danger of storm and power outages.
Remember, do not go near a down power line. If you see one, call 911. Stay away from down power lines. We will be working with PSE&G to make sure that we get power up and running in areas that may lose their power throughout the course of this very, very difficult event that we're all going to go through together. Look in on your neighbors if you can, especially seniors. Make sure your pets are inside because they will be in very difficult conditions too if you have them outside. If you take them outside for a walk, make it a very short walk and get them back inside.
And be sure to report your outages to PSE&G if you live out on Long Island. All right, at the top of the hour, a travel ban went into effect for New York City. This way, the roads will be clear for essential personnel to clear the streets and also respond to any emergencies. Now, Broadway also canceling shows tonight, so theatergoers would not be out in these dangerous conditions.
Yeah, PIX11's Kate Rooney has been live in Times Square all night long, and I'll tell you, it's so much fun seeing Kate out there with all the folks because they're all so happy, and I don't know how we feel about it, but Kate, the folks seem happy out there.
That's right. We did find one person who was a little sad that she wasn't able to go see a Broadway show, and Juliet was the plan for her, and that got canceled. But they said they made the most of it by going to a nice dinner instead. And I tell you what, we've been out here since about 4 o'clock. At that time, the snow was barely sticking. It was more like sleet, kind of slushy. And now, if you look, I mean, we've got several inches of snow on the ground here, and people are actually building snowmen. We've got 2 complete snowmen right over here. They both look pretty good. I'm impressed. I don't know where people found those branches in the middle of Times Square, but you see we've got...
Oh no, we just lost the signal. We lost Kate's signal, but the folks making the, the snowmen, how great is that, right?
Kate having too much fun out there with the folks there, but it's live TV. We lost a shot. We'll check back in with Kate as soon as we can.
Yeah, we're going to be checking in with the weather team, though, I believe with Chris and G when they're ready to go, because look, you two are the guys we want to hear from. Hour by hour, we're going to wake up and people are going to be shocked when they see how much snow's out there.
You sure you really want to hear from us? Haven't you heard enough from us already? Yeah, we continue to monitor this thing because it's showing some fluctuations. Some areas, they're getting already heavy-duty snow. Others, less than we expected at this point. So we're going to have to watch that trend closely over the next several hours. But, again, the blizzard warning stays in effect, and that covers overnight into the first half of the day, at least for tomorrow. Here's our updated timeline, if you will. So we're talking about anywhere from 10 o'clock through 6 a.m., I think, the worst of the storm on whole for most of the area, meaning the heaviest rates of snowfall and the strongest winds combined, creating blizzard conditions overnight. Coastal flooding concerns. The earliest high tide actually around 10, 11 a.m. across portions of Long Island. We're going to watch that, especially the Back Bay areas and the South Shore. There could be moderate, maybe major. Right now, it looks like it's just minor to moderate types of coastal flooding. They may have to go through a couple of high tide cycles and deal with that. Power outages, though, we've already heard of some of those in New Jersey. More are likely because this is still a heavy, wet snow. It's leaning and taking these branches down, and then you add 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts, you're going to snap some of those. And if they land on, a power line, that's the issue. So here's the snow, again, continuing to move towards us. We will continue to track it for you. Again, how much? When all is said and done, we'll talk more about that along with G when I come back in just a few minutes.
All right, Chris.
Okay, we're going to check back in right now with our Kate Rooney. She's out there in the middle of the crossroads of the world. And Kate, we're used to seeing you at MSG or at, MetLife. It's cool to see you out there with some of the tourists and other New Yorkers.
there's absolutely no shortage of things to do, even with Broadway dark for the evening for the first time since 2018. And I'm talking about snowball fights. I'm talking about people building snowmen. I'm talking about people just out here enjoying the snow, even though it's kind of getting late in the evening, even though the travel ban is in effect. I got a little guy coming up to me right now, dapping me up. He's excited to be out here, maybe past his bedtime a little bit. But there's people from all over the world out here tonight. We've met people from Ireland, Australia, London, Spain, Italy, Georgia, Louisiana, California, Washington, D.C. I could go on and on and on and on because they are not feeling deterred by this snow whatsoever. They're determined to enjoy New York City no matter what. Here's what a couple of the people we talked to had to say. Where are you guys from?
Dublin, Ireland.
Okay, and do you get weather like this?
Sometimes, not too much.
How special is it to have it here in New York?
Yeah, it's brilliant. This is amazing. This is making our holiday. Now, we can't go home. We're supposed to fly home tonight, so... But it's great. It's great. It's really good.
How did this snow affect your trip here?
Well, they canceled our flight today, so we need to stay here for 5 more days. So
5 more days?
Yeah, it's not that bad. I like this city.
Do you like the snow?
Yeah. I love the snow, yeah.
Does this change your plans?
Yeah. Yeah. It's canceling the flight.
How is it impacting your plans?
My flight tomorrow's been cancelled and postponed till Wednesday.
So what are you going to spend your extra time doing while you're here?
I don't know. Just see what's open tomorrow, I guess.
We had lots of plans tomorrow morning, but we're going to be staying inside so we're safe.
So I got to give a lot of credit to all the folks who are out here enjoying Times Square on this snowy, blizzardy evening, but also a lot of credit to all the folks who are working, making this experience as safe and comfortable as possible for the rest of us. These folks out here who are diligently shoveling the TKTS booth where, you know, oftentimes you'll see people sitting there enjoying a snack, enjoying a bit of rest during the day, keeping that snow free. Lots of people shoveling the sidewalks, putting salt out, and emergency vehicles going through, making sure the roads are as safe as can be in the event that emergency crews need to pass through, and just to make everything as safe as possible, both for New York City residents and those who are here on vacation as well. So really, even though this is throwing a curveball in a lot of people's plans, I think it's also really demonstrating the best of what New York has to offer. Everybody working together to make things as smooth as possible for everyone else, and people just enjoying this magnificent city. I'll send it back to you guys in studio.
You know what I love is that it's about perspective, you know? Like, look, we're all dealing with the same stuff, but how you approach it, it's all about how you want to approach it. People, you can enjoy it, you could be working, you could be groaning, but you know what, we're going to get through it together.
And you know, Kate, I'm so interested in the people cleaning off the red steps behind you. Have they been doing consistently? Because there's a lot of steps. They're going to be doing a lot of rounds between now and for the duration of the storm between now and the end.
Yeah, that started about, I want to say, an hour ago is when we really started seeing the crews out here coming out, making sure that they're clearing things out and making this safe and comfortable for the rest of us. And we don't know how long they'll be out here, but that should be good.
All right. Can you see the snowman? I want to get one last look at the snowman, if you can see it. Oh, we have to go? Okay, there's no time for the snowman, I'm told from the producer, but maybe next time we'll get a look at the snowman.
Doing a great job out there. Thank you, Kate. All right, so we are tracking this blizzard hour by hour for you.
Yes, the snow, it's not done falling yet. In fact, a lot more is on the way. Stay with us.
Live from PIX Plaza on 42nd Street, it's the PIX11 News at 10.
Now at 10, it's an official blizzard. Look at this picture outside. The first blizzard we've seen in years. Tri-state under a state of emergency right now as the snow falls tonight. And look, bottom line is we've been all throughout the area. We've seen, of course, you see Midtown. We're looking at the radar. We've been in Jersey. We've been on Long Island. Wherever you go, the story is the snow. How much we get? Well, we're going to wait. We're going to talk to Chris. We're going to talk to G. They're going to tell us exactly, the numbers. But it's really going to ramp up as we approach that midnight hour. In fact, we see G. We see Chris. They're both going to be laying it all out hour by hour. But really, we've got a heck of a night ahead of us. So if you're at home watching us and you're nice and you're cozy, stay there. Don't go out. In fact, all the officials are saying, don't go out. The road bands, don't go out. Just hang out. In fact, Kaidi's here too. And
Barely.
Say it, Kaidi. Don't go out.
Don't go out.
Don't go out. Kaidi's saying it too. Everybody's saying it. Thanks so much for being with us for this extended version of the PIX11 News, the blizzard of 2026. We're getting comfortable as...
No, we're not.
Well, we're all trying to get through this.
No, what happened to my earpiece?
Okay. Chris Amino.
All right.
It has to be handed.
Well, Kaidi, we'll get Kaidi all together over there. Take your time. We've got a lot of weather to talk about, indeed. You can see it looks like a snow globe here over Times Square right now. These flakes flying as the camera, of course, way above the street here. But conditions will rapidly deteriorate if they haven't already where you are. It looks like really we're at the 10 o'clock hour now. I'd say from now through about 6 a.m. is going to be the toughest part of this storm for most of us. That's when the heaviest snow and wind will fall. Occasional blizzard conditions, certainly. We could see visibilities, quarter of a mile, eighth of a mile, maybe even briefly near zero with some blowing snow on the ground. Power outages, we've had some, more on the way, more than likely, and then coastal flooding for our high tide cycle, which will be approaching actually 10 o'clock, the earliest one in portions of Long Island. Others go through the early morning hours, 1 to 3 a.m. So we've got this blizzard warning. It's been in effect. It's going to stay in effect probably through at least the mid-morning hours of tomorrow. Again, all depends upon when this storm decides to sort of pick itself up and leave a little bit. But you can see from this shot outside, flakes are getting big and wet once again, and that's the type of storm we have out there. 31 degrees, wind chill 22. Seeing a gust of around 30. I would suspect as we get towards midnight, too, we're going to start to see gusts ramp up to 40, 45 miles per hour, and then overnight, even stronger than that. Most impressive numbers so far out of Suffolk County and also out of portions of New Jersey. Howell, New Jersey, 9.4, almost in double digits. Lakewood, 8 inches, 7.8 in Colts Neck, 6.1 in Freehold, 4 in Newark, 6.3 in Carlstadt. So, again, depends upon exactly where you've been so far the first half of tonight as to how much snow you have seen out there. But the bottom line is the worst of this storm is going to be the next several hours around here. And we don't anticipate seeing any real relief from the snow and the wind until probably late morning and then midday tomorrow. There's the storm circulation down here to the south. You see the bands of snow continue to push on in. There's still some moisture filling in off over the Atlantic that's going to push in our direction. So again, we're going to have to watch this storm hour by hour. Is it doing exactly what we thought it was going to be doing in terms of intensification at this point? Not quite. So now we have to start thinking about, well, how does that impact the forecast? How do we adjust things based on this? We're going to keep a careful eye on it over at least the next 2 to 4 hours to see what's going on in terms of tendency or trend. 31, 32, that does it for all of us. There you see the wind gusts. I'm good to see a 43 mile per hour wind gust, actually, because that's indicating that the pressure is falling. I say good because you're always trying to get the forecast to verify. But in the meantime, bands of heavier snow and then just light or moderate snow indicated by the lighter colors you see out there. But there's more coming in our direction. Again, the hardest hit areas seem to have been portions of Long Island and portions of central New Jersey. Meantime, the storm itself isn't really going to go anywhere anytime soon. So the overall accumulations, we're looking at 12. 20 is going to be a reach, I think, at this point. But I'm thinking 12 to 15-ish in and around the city, northeast New Jersey, the boroughs, maybe slightly higher amounts, eastern Long Island, portions of New Jersey. And then it drops off to an 8 to 12 swath of snow as you get, especially north of 87, 84 here. Lighter amounts. You're just further away from the storm center the way it looks right now. But just a rough night and a rough morning for all of us. We'll talk more about that coming up in just a few minutes.
Okay, thank you so much for that, Chris. And yes, I'm all together now. I'm ready to go.
I think, you know what, honestly, I feel like you speak for all of us over this next 24 hours as we try and get ourselves together after what's going to be a lot of snow. New York City officials taking this very seriously, as you might imagine. Mayor Mamdani implementing what he's calling the whole of government response, mobilizing multiple agencies to help with the extreme weather. He's also ordering schools to be closed. No remote learning, no Zoom. The kids actually get a real, straight-up snow day, first we've had since 2019.
Yeah, a travel ban is now in effect across the 5 boroughs as fleets of plows work 24/7 to manage the snow for essential vehicles. Our PIX11's McGee Hickey is in Coney Island for us right now. McGee, earlier today you were even talking to a couple of crazy surfers out there. Is there anyone out and about now that the travel ban is in effect?
Yes, actually, there are some people out and about. They're waiting for a bus here. They probably are not the least bit happy that I'm walking towards them. So we won't. They're moving away from letting me interview them. I'm here on Surf Avenue and Stillwell Avenue in Coney Island with the famous Nathans behind me, and it has been snowing so steadily all day long. Clearly, the travel ban that Mayor Mamdani instituted is taking effect, because when you look behind me, there is not one vehicle moving, including a bus for the 4 people waiting for a bus here at the end of the F train. We have the D, F, N, and Q lines here that all end, and people are waiting for their buses to go home. Hopefully the buses will be arriving shortly. We've seen a real change in the quality of the snow. They are larger flakes, heavy, wet snowflakes. We've seen so many sanitation trucks going by with the plows. We've seen so many salt spreaders. They're really out there trying to get ahead of this steady snowfall. Earlier this afternoon, when I was out here in Coney Island before the heavy snow started, we were able to talk to some people, including a sanitation worker who was going to be working a 12-hour shift to be keeping the roads clear, and a nursing assistant who had to get home because no one will be taking care of her child tomorrow because there's no school, and also a member of the Guardian Angels who's out here trying to reach the homeless to bring them into shelters. Listen.
It's going to be very bad. Stay off the roads.
Yeah.
Let us clean everything up nice, get everything safe for everybody.
Right. And when you look at Coney Island, pre-blizzard, what are your thoughts?
Pre-blizzard? It's cold. It's extra 10 degrees cold over here on this block.
If school is closed and then a lot of us got kids, a lot of us got to stay home. Unfortunately, some of the patients is not going to be taken care of. I wish I was there, but I had nobody to watch my child.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're taking care of a lot of people on both ends.
Yes, it is. It's very hard, but, we got to do it.
We got some socks over here, water, protein bars, hand warmers, gloves, and we also got a sandwich.
And you're finding homeless on the subway are receptive to your outreach?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely, especially when we're on the F train. The F train has been one of the bigger lines that we'll see tons and tons of homeless people.
And you have to hand it to so many responders out there trying to help people in these blizzard conditions. Hopefully, they will get the help that they need. We are live in Coney Island. McGee Hickey, PIX11 News. Back to you in the warm studio.
Yeah, thank you, McGee. Try to stay warm out there however you can. And so many people out there helping other people.
Yeah, they need it.
Yes, who definitely do need it. Yeah. All right, this blizzard has triggered a code blue declaration across much of the tri-state.
Yeah, extra resources going to help some of those folks who are out on the streets tonight during this extreme weather. The emergency declaration comes after 20 people lost their lives during last month's storm and extreme cold. Mayor Mamdani announcing that there are outreach efforts underway around the clock with teams offering shelter to homeless New Yorkers. There are extra indoor warming spaces as well, including schools that are closed tomorrow for classes.
22 warming buses, in addition, are on the streets across the 5 boroughs. The city's health and hospital system has deployed ambulettes and mobile units to provide warmth and medical attention. Mamdani says it's all about offering life-saving options to those in need.
by providing a wide variety of options to homeless New Yorkers, there is a greater likelihood of success because many homeless New Yorkers are wary of engaging with certain kinds of city services given their experiences in the past.
The mayor says overdose prevention centers will also be open through the night because many of the deaths that we saw in the last storm were tied to overdoses.
And remember, if you see someone in need of help during this extreme weather, just dial 311, where calls are being then routed to 911 dispatchers.
And as we mentioned, that travel ban now in effect through noon tomorrow.
That's right. Mayor Mamdani emphasizing these blizzard conditions are different than previous storms.
These are blizzard conditions. New York City has not faced a storm of this scale in the last decade. As a result, we expect to see moderate coastal flooding of up to 2.5 feet during high tide, with a chance of it increasing to 3 feet along Staten Island, the Rockaways, and the Battery.
Not tonight. The subway and buses are still running. MTA officials say expect delays and possible disruptions, though, as this night continues. NJ Transit Rail suspended service at the top of the 9 o'clock hour, and the travel ban also now in effect for the Garden State until 7 a.m.
Our Grace Gomez is in Hackensack, Bergen County for us. And Grace, it looks like the intensity is really picked up and those flakes are getting bigger as the sun went down.
Yeah, and Katie and Corey, you guys can tell which way the wind is blowing just by looking at me, right? I mean, right here. This is all covered in snow. I can't really blend in the background like I did 2 hours ago because this side is not getting hit by snow. But I want you to take a look at what's happening right behind me. I don't know if you could see right here. This is a worker that is cleaning the sidewalk outside of the famous Chit Chat Diner, which sits on Exit Street. And the sidewalk has been covered the whole afternoon, but because the intensity of the snow is kind of coming down a lot more, they decided to come out here and start cleaning the sidewalk because this diner has been very, very busy throughout the afternoon and the evening, and they're going to be open 24 hours. They're not going to stop. We also saw police officers stopping for a bite, and we're about to see some folks crossing the street over here. It seems like they're going to come and get a bite as well. And I want you to take a look at how the roads are looking right now. It's a little bit cleaner than when I showed you about an hour and a half, 2 hours ago. We've definitely seen a lot more plows coming down, constantly cleaning, salting, making sure that this is clear because this is one of the main streets people use to get from Hackensack to Maywood to Saddlebrook. So we've seen a fair amount of cars coming this way. And the one thing that earlier today I was able to talk to the mayor of Patterson, and he was saying that they're trying to stay on top of cleaning the streets out there as well. I want you to take a look at what one of his cabinet members said.
Public Works has been out since 12 noon. We have 29 of our own vehicles out there salting. The county has added 11 additional trucks for this storm for us. We ask that anybody, please do not park on the streets. If you don't have to park on the streets, use one of the parking lots that we advertised, or park in your driveways, but keep the cars off the streets as long as you can. We definitely need it off the streets. The dead ends, please do not double park in dead ends anywhere, but especially in dead ends. Our trucks are big. They got 10-foot plows. It's hard for us to get down these streets when they're double parked. Thank you.
Yeah, we just saw the people that were walking and they fell. They seem to be okay. They ran back that other way. To me, it seems like they're kids. They're very young, but they were okay. They got up and they ran the other way. Another thing I wanted to describe real quickly before I go. You know how this feels right now? It feels like when you're in the beach and like the sand's hitting you with the wind, except I'm not at the beach. It's not hot. And I don't have a drink in my hand. So here's to hoping for the summer 2026 to come around faster because we're over this cold. Reporting live in Hackensack, New Jersey, Grace Gomez, PIX11 News.
We hear you. We hear you. We're right with you. My goodness, a drink in the hand sounds good.
The PIX11 mic in her hand instead. Yeah, not quite the same feeling.
Not the same
tonight.
All
right, Grace.
Thanks, Grace.
All right, well, Bergen County Executive Jim Tedesco making clear the roads will not be drivable until at least Tuesday morning.
we're looking at working towards a Tuesday rush hour. We're not going to be able to get anything in a safe manner until late tomorrow. The bulk of the snow is not supposed to stop until between 12 and maybe 2 tomorrow afternoon. So it's going to take us some time to get the roads completely open, salted, and we don't only do the roads either. I mean, we do the county hospital, largest hospital in the state of New Jersey, and many buildings too. So we're shooting for a Tuesday morning rush.
So Bergen County has 440 miles of roads to plow, 90 plows currently out there in action. County's Office of Emergency Management working hard to avoid power outages as well.
Of course they are. And LIRR will temporarily suspend all service. That is starting at 1 this morning. Bus customers should also expect lots of delays. Meanwhile, Staten Island Railway will operate on weekend schedule tomorrow. Our coverage of the blizzard of 2026 continues tonight.
Yeah, another look at the timeline for when all of this will hit and when it wraps up. That's coming up.
You can always watch PIX11 News on your favorite streaming platform. Download PIX11 Plus by scanning the QR code on your screen or search PIX11 Plus on the streaming devices you see there to download the app today.
Will you take a look at this? Look at how much the snow has already covered those cars.
Yeah.
This is a look of the snow that's coming down hard right now in Jersey City tonight. You can see the clouds are out. It is piling up fast and furious, and we've got a long way to go.
Yeah, that video actually from a couple hours ago. And,
Yeah.
I mean, it's even now it's even worse than that.
Yes, at the top of the hour, a travel ban went into effect for New York City. This way, the roads are clear for essential personnel to clear the roads and respond to any emergencies. Broadway also canceled shows tonight, so theater goers will not be out in all this dangerous condition.
Yeah, Kate Rooney has been live in Times Square. Honestly, I would say of all the reports we've had tonight, Kate has been just bringing like the fun.
Sunshine.
The sunshine.
Yeah,
Kate has brought the sunshine all night long from Times Square
Yes,
and the bright
she has.
lights. Hey, Kate.
Hey guys, yeah, well, I mean, listen, everyone here is making the best of a crazy situation, right? First time Broadway shows have been dark since 2018. Schools closed, roads closed, everything else. But like I've been saying all night, we've seen snowball fights, we've seen snowmen. As a matter of fact, I think I'm going to sit over here by this little guy. I just saw a couple of guys who made this, and they put it together really quickly. It was not here the last time I was out here a couple of minutes ago, and it looks really good. There have been snowmen that I worked on for 45 minutes that aren't as good as this guy. So like I said, people really just making the best of it, and that was pretty much the message from people that we've talked to from literally all over the world and all over the country tonight. Take a listen. Are you delayed in getting out now because of this storm?
Yes, ma'am. We were supposed to leave tomorrow, but our flights got canceled, and we couldn't reschedule our flights till Wednesday, so we had to book an extra 2 days.
So how are you going to spend those extra 2 days?
I think we're going to go to the Met, and then we're going to go check out Central Park. And then we're kind of going to spend our last day maybe souvenir shopping and hopefully get a Broadway show going.
And did you expect this blizzard while you were visiting?
No. I did.
I didn't expect.
My friend told me it was going to be like this. He's a firefighter, so.
We heard, but we didn't really expect it was going to be like this.
What do you think of it?
Love it. Look how beautiful it is out here. You love it?
It's cool.
Do you like it?
I do. I mean, look at this. We're in the middle of Times Square, right?
Exactly. It's so white and pretty.
So those ladies were actually from LA, and I'm from California as well. So this is all pretty unique to us. I mean, I'm really impressed by all these snowmen. I showed you that bigger one, but here's a tiny little snowman right over here. There's a medium-sized snowman right behind me. So just the creativity of everyone who's coming out of their hotels tonight, braving the elements, braving the freezing temperatures, braving a blizzard, and coming to spend some time in Times Square tonight. I haven't really heard one complaint from anyone. Everyone's just pretty happy to be in New York City experiencing this weather. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
Just wait until you leave Times Square. You'll hear plenty of complaints, I can assure you.
But I love the attitude of Times Square. They're having fun, and I love it. But, you know, thank you so much for that, Kate. This blizzard, though, is absolutely no joke. And the worst is supposed to be overnight.
And, you know, to see that packing snow, I always get concerned because I know folks can go out there and they're try and shovel that stuff, and the amount that's coming down.
Oh, be careful.
That's the heart attack snow, right?
Yes.
When you can pack it like that. We have Chris Semino, we have Mr. G kind of breaking down just how much we're getting.
Yeah, I mean, that's water-laden snow, so every shovelful is extremely heavy. If you're going to go out and attempt that tomorrow, make sure you take frequent breaks, limit your time actually doing it, or find somebody. G always says, if you just stand outside with like a 20 in your hand, somebody's going to come by with a shovel. I'm still waiting for that in my neighborhood. I don't. The cars zipping by, kids don't even show up. Anyway, in Howell, New Jersey, we've got 9.4 inches so far, and that's probably in the double digits now. Colts Neck, probably a little over 8. The last number we had was 7.8 per the Envoy 7. So this area of New Jersey in particular has been hit pretty hard with a pretty heavy snow band. Portions of Long Island also. In Suffolk County, I've seen amounts between 6 and 9 inches. So it depends upon exactly where these heavier bands have been lying. 30 in the city right now, same thing Asbury Park, 31 in Farmingdale, and 30 in Montgomery. So you're not going to get a big spread in temperature with this type of a system. Wind gusts in the city around 30s, creating wind chills in the low 20s and upper teens. A wind gust of 37 Islip. This is still not a blizzard out there right now, by the way. We're not seeing sustained wind gusts of 3 hours straight of 35 miles an hour or more, quarter-mile visibilities. It's occasionally dipping into it, but we think the worst is yet to come after midnight tonight when we put that all together. So wind chill in the city is 20, 17 in Islip, 18 in Newburgh, 16 down in Tobbs River. When that heavy wet snow is hitting you with that kind of wind chill, it's just nasty to be out there. Meantime, excuse me, there's the center of the storm. The moisture continues to slide off the Atlantic into the colder air right along the coastal areas, including the city. Interior sections way to the north and west by about, let's say, 35, 40 miles. Having a hard time getting the snow really going there. You can see on our live radar the darker shadings of blue. That's where the heavier bands have been. Little break in the action across Suffolk County now, but we zoom into the city, actually. It's picking up a little bit across Manhattan, into northeast sections of New Jersey, Bergen County, perhaps northern Union and Essex County as well. That's going to be the story as we go through tonight. And you can see how this area keeps filling on in and filling on in with that darker shading of blue. And then we finally catch a break as we get towards late morning or midday tomorrow. And that's going to be about it. Meantime, G standing by. Other aspects of the storm, and there's plenty. G?
Yeah, they really are, and we're watching all of those aspects go on by, and everybody just stay tuned because in the nighttime hours between roughly, let's make it 3 a.m. to about 9 a.m., the guts of this system will come on by. And you can see, again, this push and this little banding setting up, and this banding is crossing the city, and snow is beginning to come down a little heavier, and you can see the storm offshore and the counterclockwise flow, and these bands are coming right into the quadrant north and west, which is most important quadrant of a developing coastal low, and we're fitting that magnitude. In terms of the winds gusting, I've been concerned about this throughout, and Chris knows this, because 55, 65, 70 mile per hour winds not out of the question from the north and east. A little of the time it's 3 a.m. and we should be snowing pretty good. A storm of duration. It's Monday at 7 a.m. We're working the tides also, and that will be a factor. The winds kicking down from the north, and Ramapo and Somers and Newburgh, and now it begins to slowly taper off. The winds kicking in from the north and west. They will lighten up a little bit, but nothing's going to move tomorrow. You know about the state of emergency, and the alarms have been going off all night, and then we will moderate gently and quietly. The winds will go north and west on Tuesday, west, north, and west, 24 miles per hour. Tuesday's probably going to be a no-go. Monday, certainly not a go. And by Wednesday, conditions will improve. So the feeling is up on north of Power Ridge, 8 to 12 inches. For the remainder of the city, we're thinking 10 to 16 inches. 35 tapers off. That'll be the story. And as the storm pulls away, finally, conditions will improve Tuesday late to moderation at the end of next week.
Well, I do like the temperatures going into the week. Those 40s look awfully good.
We need something.
And this won't be frozen like the last storm.
Yeah.
This should hopefully melt very quickly.
Yes.
All right, we are, of course, continuing to track this blizzard as it pummels the tri-state.
Yeah, stay with us for more coverage of this blizzard of 2026 from around the region. If you're a little hungry and you're like, oh, you know, I should order something. Order a little DoorDash.
All the time.
Yeah, well, not right now. Think again.
That's right. The service suspended operations across the city. They're going to remain suspended until at least noon tomorrow. DoorDash released a statement saying they're suspending operations to keep Dashers safe and off the streets. And they should do that. They're promising to resume service as soon as it is safe for everybody to do so.
Well, while this storm is a very serious situation, some New Yorkers are certainly celebrating. Some very tiny New Yorkers,
yes,
like high New Yorkers. Mayor Mamdani canceling school, and there is no remote learning.
And the mayor delivered this message in person with a call to a public school student.
Hello. Oh my God, Mayor.
Hi, Victoria.
Hi.
So I thought as the mayor, I wanted to call you and give you some news. We've got a full snow day tomorrow. No online school, yes. No remote learning, full classic snow day.
I think that kid was thrilled, not just about the fact of the no snow day, but
Yeah.
It was the mayor.
The mayor, right? Delivering the news.
Oh, my goodness. The mayor's decision was based partially on the fact students are...
They're coming back from their break, so they were off last week.
Yes.
So they didn't have time to get their tablets and whatnot.
There you go.
So they're like extending the vacation one extra day.
Oh, I think they'll have a great time, and I think it's wonderful the mayor did what he did. Okay, stay with us for continuing coverage of the blizzard of 2026.
Yeah, we'll be right back. And we are staying on top of the blizzard of 2026. Dangerous conditions hitting the tri-state right now.
We are now in the intense portion of the storm. From now to about 6 a.m., snowfall will be picking up. We're talking 2 to 3 inches of snow an hour. The winds will be kicking up, too, creating whiteout conditions. In New Jersey, wind gusts could get as high as 60 miles per hour. Good evening, everyone. I'm Katie Tong.
Yes, I am Corey Chambers, and this is not a storm to mess with. Everyone, I should say, being told to stay home, stay off the roads. Tomorrow morning is going to be a mess, and there'll be power outages because of the heavy, wet snow. Also, you got these wind gusts, and it's going to be not the best tomorrow.
It's going to be a nightmare.
Yeah.
Travel bans for the tri-state have been in effect for about an hour now. So let's get right over to meteorologist Chris Cimino in the Weather Center with your hour-by-hour breakdown. Hi there, Chris.
Yeah, hi. Hour by hour, things have been changing with these heavier bands moving in, then they move out. We get to a lighter type of snow, and that's going to be the case for a little while longer. We're still banking on this storm intensifying rapidly a little bit later on overnight tonight. And when that happens, and if that happens, you're going to get these bands of heavy snow across a larger portion of the area. Those are the ones that could potentially put down 2 inches, locally 3 inches per hour. Right now, we've only seen maybe an inch an hour, some locations a couple of inches an hour, and that's been out across Long Island and portions of New Jersey. In between, it's been on and off. We still have the blizzard warning staying in effect. The wind gusts are starting to ramp up some, seeing more over 40 miles per hour across portions of Long Island and down along the Jersey Shore. But again, the storm needs to intensify over the next 2 to 4 hours, especially to really crank that out. Amount so far, almost at double digits. Manorville out in Suffolk County, 9.5. Santa Mauritius, 7.1. Bayside in Queens, you've got 7 inches on the ground. Same thing in Deer Park, and that's an old number there. Islip approaching 7. Flatbush in Brooklyn approaching 7 inches of snow so far. So the timeline again for the heavier snow is from now basically through the overnight hours into about 6 a.m. Monday morning. Blizzard conditions possible overnight. Coastal flooding also a concern. Those high tides are just starting to kick in, so those areas prone to flooding, particularly on nor'easters. You're going to be in line for that overnight tonight. Power outage is still a possibility as the winds pick up and this heavy wet snow continues to lay upon those tree limbs out there. 30-ish everywhere you go, no matter. Meantime, the wind gusts you see 37 miles an hour at Islip, 35-mile-per-hour gusts in West Hampton. These should increase to 40, 50, and potentially near 60 for the east end of Long Island as we go through the overnight and tomorrow morning as the storm continues to deepen. Right now, we continue to watch it. It's not shown a great fluctuation in path of any degree, so we're still thinking that we're going to get these heavy snow bands pushing back in here as we go through the overnight hours. The center of the storm itself is right in here. You can barely make it out, but it is, and it's expected to wrap up and intensify and continue to throw more moisture our way. So live radar, you can see those bands of darker blue. That's where the heavy stuff is. A little break here. For the time being, not a break, it's still snowing, but lighter in Long Island. North Shore a little heavier, maybe up towards the Bronx right now. Portions of Westchester County a little heavier. Upper Manhattan, northeast sections of New Jersey too. Meantime, this is Futurecast, and keep your eye on the shadings of the blue. The darker the blue, the heavier the snowfall. So again, this is 10:30. Then we watch what happens at midnight. There's more of it out there, and there's more coming in from offshore. Look at that push right there. This is the one between about, let's say, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 a.m. If this doesn't materialize, our accumulation numbers are going to be cut almost in half. If this does materialize, we're right on target. But you can still see at 7 a.m. a heavy snow band over the city, even a little west of town, and then it gradually weakens as we go through the day. So in and around the city, 12 to 16 seems to be a good number, but in that 12 to 20 range, the 20 probably portions of Suffolk County and maybe portions of New Jersey with lesser amounts to the north and west. But there's still more up its sleeve with this storm. We'll talk more about that when I come back with G in a little bit.
Sounds great. Thank you, Chris.
Well, New York City sanitation crews working 12-hour shifts, 2,600 workers salting and plowing the streets right now.
People are being encouraged to work from home tomorrow. There is a big concern about flooding in parts of our area. PIX11's McGee Hickey is in Coney Island with an update on the conditions there. Hey there, McGee. What are you looking around for?
Hi there, Katie. I'm looking around to see if there's anyone I can talk to. I'm tired of hearing myself talk about the quality of the snow, although I did just reach down to feel the snow, and it is a very heavy, wet snow that I won't send to my cameraman, Russell. But I'm all alone here. The travel ban is clearly in effect. Very few vehicles. We do see one snow plow there on the sanitation truck right here on Surf Avenue and Stillwell. I just tried to interview one driver of a salt spreader, and he said he wasn't allowed to give me an interview, but he just wanted all New Yorkers to know that they are trying their very best. They are trying their hardest to do the job well. So they're out there busily working. Here's a gentleman who's got a nice smile. And I like that you're smiling.
Yeah, I love the snow.
Oh, because everyone else I try to talk to, they move far away from me here.
They're probably cold.
Yes, they're probably cold, and you need a hat, actually.
I do need a hat.
And a hood.
A hat. I need all of that, but what I need to do is get home.
Yes, and how will you get home? You're going to walk from here?
I was actually coming to catch the bus. I live about 13 minutes away. On the bus, it's like 3, so I was coming to see if the bus was out here just so I can get home and eat some chicken, fish, and shrimp.
Right, well, that sounds very good, but I don't know about the bus here, though.
I know, but you know, it's like this often, but, you know, when it's cold outside, it kind of stretches out. And today is Sunday, so, you know, everything is behind a little bit. But other than that, I'm just enjoying the snow falling and just making everything magical, you know.
I appreciate your attitude. How was your subway ride? Which line were you taking?
I came on the F. It was long, it was local, but it got me here. And, you know, everything else, as I said, it's Sunday, so things are like 23, 15 minutes out. So I hopped on the F and just knew that the F would just get me here for sure.
Well, as I say, I appreciate your attitude. Can you tell me your name?
My name is Josh Weston. Gosh Josh on Instagram.
Gosh, Josh.
Yeah.
All right, well, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I'm just going to go this now.
Bye-bye. Safe home, and just stay and enjoy all that food that you're looking. Yes, enjoy everything, the fish, shrimp, chicken. This is what I love about the job. We meet so many interesting people here in Coney Island, and one of them I met just a few hours ago after he had been surfing in the Atlantic because he really loves to surf during a nor'easter. What was it like surfing in these blizzard-like conditions?
It's a dream out there. This is what we live for. The waves were 3 to 4 feet with a nice offshore wind. So when the wind is blowing in this direction, it causes waves to curl, and you get those beautiful cylinders that you see on TV. Yeah.
And a nor'easter is good for surfing? Who would have thought?
Yeah, nor'easter is what we dream of. Usually the waves can get up to 6 to 8 feet in the Rockaways. And when it's that big over there, it usually wraps into Coney Island. So here we are.
So how high were the waves today?
Today was like 3 feet, occasional 4 feet.
Wow.
We had a blast.
All right.
Yeah.
He had a blast. Oh, I'm so glad he was happy in the ocean. Can you imagine in weather like this surfing? I can't imagine it at all. But here we stand waiting for this blizzard to arrive and then leave. Hopefully it's not going to even be a blizzard after all, just a steady snowfall. We are live in Coney Island. McGee, Hickey, PIX11 News. Back to you, Kaidi and Corey.
Yeah, look, the officials are being very clear. Don't go out, stay home and enjoy your chicken, your fish, and your shrimp.
Exactly.
Right.
Don't go surfing.
Don't go surfing, yes.
No. Okay, thank you for that, McGee. A blizzard warning well underway tonight. The wind and driving rain expected to pick up overnight.
Yeah, stay with us as our coverage continues after this. All right, states of emergency in effect for Connecticut, New York, and New Jersey.
That's right. Governor Sherrill spoke earlier today about why this storm is different than other storms we've seen.
Is going to be a storm the likes of which we haven't seen here in New Jersey since 1996. That was the last time all 21 counties were under this blizzard warning. I've been warning people this is not even like last month's storm, which was so bad. This is going to be much worse because this is going to be a heavier, wetter snow, and we're going to see much higher winds, up to 60 miles per hour along the coastline. That means a lot of trees and branches may be coming down on power lines, so please stay away from them. If you do see down power lines, call them into your utility company immediately. We also are going to see white-out conditions on the road. That is why, starting at 9 o'clock tonight, I have a travel ban going throughout the state. I did not call for that in the last storms because this is different. We're going to see these white-out conditions. In our last storm, we had about an inch coming down an hour at the worst of it. This time we'll see up to 2 to 3 inches an hour, which with these winds could really create a very dangerous situation. So the light rail, that's your kind of street rail and bus service and access links stop at 6. And then what we call heavy rail, that's your New Jersey Transit lines, your commuter rail, that will stop tonight at 9 o'clock. So everyone needs to be aware of that so you can get home. And then that travel ban also goes into effect at 9 tonight. So people should be off the roads from 9 tonight until 7 a.m. tomorrow morning.
All right. Governor Sherrill also reminded New Jerseyans to report outages to your utility companies and please check on your neighbors.
Yeah. Well, Nassau County Executive Bruce Blakeman spoke earlier about the danger of this storm and power outages.
Remember, do not go near a down power line. If you see one, call 911. Stay away from down power lines. We will be working with PSE&G to make sure that we get power up and running in areas that may lose their power throughout the course of this very, very difficult event that we're all going to go through together. Look in on your neighbors if you can, especially seniors. Make sure your pets are inside because they will be in very difficult conditions too if you have them outside. If you take them outside for a walk, make it a very short walk and get them back inside.
So be sure to report your outages to PSE&G if you live on Long Island. Broadway canceling evening shows because of the blizzard.
Yeah, it's not keeping the tourists away, though.
Nope.
Coming up next, we'll check in with Kate Rooney, plus an update on that hour-by-hour forecast. Stay with us.
Well, as you know, it's at the top of this hour,
nine o'clock.
At 9 o'clock, a travel ban went into effect for New York City. This way, the roads are going to be clear for essential personnel to clear the roads and respond to any emergencies, of course. Broadway also canceled shows tonight, so theater goers will not be out in the dangerous conditions.
Yeah, Kate Rooney, she's live in Times Square. And again, you've had the folks who are just having a ball with this.
They really are.
Yeah, that's right. I have to say we're starting to see things slow down in the roads a little bit. You're seeing fewer and fewer vehicles coming through, a little bit less foot traffic, but there's still a good amount of people who are just out here enjoying this. And I actually found a couple of folks who are here from Miami. Benji and Dalen, what are you guys thinking? You're coming to here from Miami? You're in the blizzard?
I'm thinking absolutely wow. Like, you know, I'm not used to this weather. I'm from, you know, the south side of Miami, so it's definitely something different for me today.
He's right. I love Miami. It is hot. I love hot, but it's cold weather.
It's something you'll never forget, right?
Never forget, but it's definitely experience, something I'll remember for the rest of my life for sure, because like I said, first time I've been in a blizzard. Like I said, I'm from Miami, but shouts out to the 305 and shouts out to my pops. You know, we came out here for his birthday, but we definitely having a great time.
I love that. And you have to stay a couple extra days, is that right?
Yes. It's crazy.
So, yeah, due to the storm, our flights actually got canceled, so we're here for a couple of extra days. So, but we're just going to enjoy our rest of the time here.
Okay, and Dalen told me this is actually the first time you've ever seen snow.
Yes, it's my first time.
What do you think?
I love it. I love it, but I'm ready to go back home.
I don't doubt it. Can you take me with you? I think a lot of people from New York would sell a kidney to be in Miami right now. With that, I'll send it back to you guys in studio.
Yeah, I like that. I love that snow. It's great, but I want to be back. I'm gonna be gone. Back to Miami. I like that. All right, Kate, thank you so much for that.
Okay, I would not have nearly that kind of sunny attitude, but I'm not a tourist.
No.
So this blizzard is getting bad. It's only going to get worse, and the worst of it is coming up upon us.
Yeah, so it's 10:50 right now. I think we're about an hour from when the engine really fires up. Chris Cimino?
That's still what we're banking on right now. Well, we've seen it fire up in certain spots already. We've seen some double-digit numbers, actually, in terms of snowfall in parts of the area. So it really depends upon exactly where you are. Further north and west, less. But some areas along the coast of Long Island, some portions of New Jersey, yep, they're in the double digits. 30 right now in the city. Wind chill is 20, seeing a gust of 35 miles per hour. So, again, that's the criteria, sustained several hours of 35-mile-per-hour gusts, 3 hours or more, and visibility of quarter mile or less. Then you're dealing with basically blizzard conditions. So 10 inches in Manorville, 7.5 in Santa Mauritius, 7 in Bayside. Got to report Battery Park now a little bit over 8 inches as well. So south end of Manhattan, Shirley, 8.5. New Dorp and Staten Island, 8.6. Flatbush, that's an older number. They'll probably update that, too. That was close to 7 inches a couple of hours ago. Rest of the area into New Jersey, Freehold, you got into double digits with a 10, almost 8 in Colts Neck, 7 in Franklin Lake, Perth Amboy, same thing, and we're seeing 6 around Westfield, Leonia, about 7.7. So it's piling up in parts of the area, and I would say probably halfway through for some of those accumulations. So if you double them up, then you are talking about 14, 15, 16, 18 inches. You double up that 10, it is a 20 in some spots, so it's still not out of the question. Holding around 30 to low 30s in and close to the city. The storm, notice, is not pulling out. So this moisture is still riding in from off the Atlantic, from southeast to northwest back towards us. And that's why we're banking on this again as it intensifies. The bands of snow should intensify later on tonight. And that's, again, showing up on the radar. That's what that darker blue is. So in terms of the overall accumulations, once again, we're still talking about, again, wind gusts of 45 to 50 and gusts continuing to tomorrow, about 12 to 16 in the city, higher out east in portions of New Jersey as well. We'll talk more about that in a few minutes.
All right, Chris.
Still ahead, how New York City students reacted when they found out tomorrow will be a traditional snow day.
Yes, it's a video you got to see. Kind of a fun surprise when we come back. Well, some New Yorkers saw this forecast and they were thrilled. Yes. They said, oh, we really hope. We hope and pray that there's no school on Monday. And you know what? They got their wish. And Mayor Mamdani canceling in New York City schools and no remote learning either.
Yep. And get this. The mayor delivered that message in person with a call to a little public school student. Take a look.
Hello? Oh my God, Mayor!
Hi, Victoria.
Hi.
So I thought as the mayor, I wanted to call you and give you some news. We've got a full snow day tomorrow. No online school. Yes. No remote learning. Full classic snow day.
You think that kid was excited or what?
Yeah.
That was very cool. I wonder how many phone calls of that kind he made today. The mayor's decision, by the way, is based partially on the fact that students are returning from midwinter break, and many would not have time to get devices needed for virtual class.
Yeah, this is the first full snow day in New York City since 2019. All right, stay with us here on PIX11. We have much more on the blizzard of 2026.
At the top of the hour, we'll check in with Chris Amino with the latest on the storm.
This is a weather alert from PIX11 News.
All right, now at 11, blizzard 2026. From now until 6 a.m., we are in the worst of the storm. Snow falling at 2 to 3 inches an hour. Winds picking up anywhere from 40 to 60 miles per hour. The tri-state under a state of emergency. Good evening, everyone. I'm Kaidi Tong.
Yeah, I'm Corey Chambers. I haven't got to work with you in so long, Kaidi.
I know, this feels good, right?
It takes a big weather event to bring the two of us together and to get G in the room and Chris in the room.
I know. We've got the star team here.
Thanks so much for being with us for this extended version of the PIX11 News, looking at the blizzard of 2026. In fact, just look at the size of this. So you see it behind us here. As this thing lashes the East Coast, it's dumping this heavy, wet snow that could snap tree limbs and bring down power lines.
That's right. We have a team of reporters out in the elements covering the entire storm for us. And it's a big enough deal that we brought in 2 star meteorologists to cover it. Mr. G is here, but let's begin with Chris Amino and the latest on this crazy day of weather, Chris.
And it's going to be a crazier overnight, too, as we continue to watch this storm deepen as to how much snow we're going to get. Still, there are some question marks in the mix. 30 in town, everybody close to the 30-degree mark. So what falls from this point forward, it's sticking through the overnight. You can see the storm center still circulating down here, but the snow continues to spin back in our direction. It's not moving very quickly to the east, which means we're going to be held into this northwestern quadrant of the storm, where there's still quite a bit of snow to get through, and that's going to be the case. Live radar, the darker the blue, the heavier the snow. One band has just pushed to the northwest of the city, a little bit of a lighter band across Long Island, but portions of Long Island have seen 8 to 10 inches already in Suffolk County. Portions of New Jersey, the same thing. In the city, lower Manhattan seems to be a little bit higher than other areas, but here's your futurecast. The areas, again, of darker shading of blue indicating the heavier bands. This is midnight, and then watch this push right there. This is 4:30 in the morning. All of Long Island, including the city, suburbs nearby, north and south, that's the heaviest push of snow we expect overnight tonight, and then it gradually dissipates tomorrow morning. That could leave us what we're expecting, I think, about 12-ish to 15-ish at worst case in the city, but there could be a 20 eastern Long Island, could be a 20 somewhere here in western Monmouth and northern Ocean County as well, and then lesser amounts as you go north and west. We'll look at some of the other facets of the storm, and there are others when I come back with G in just a few minutes.
Okay, thank you so much for that, Chris. A travel ban is now in effect across the 5 boroughs as fleets of plows work to manage the snow for essential vehicles. 2,600 sanitation workers are salting and plowing the streets.
Yeah, people are, of course, being encouraged to work from home tomorrow. I mean, a lot of folks couldn't even get into work that they wanted to tomorrow.
Right.
Maggie Hickey is in Coney Island, and you've been out there talking to folks, not a lot of people anymore, but talking to people as they come out and try and catch a bus. McGee.
And hi there, Corey and Kaidi. And some of those people are trying to ignore me. You talk about 2,600 sanitation workers who are manning the plows here. Many of them stop right here because there's a popular deli right here on Surf Avenue. And I go running up to them and say, can I talk to you live on TV? And they go, no, we're really tired. We're trying to do the job here. We're not allowed to talk on TV. But they want to send the message that they really appreciate that there are no cars or very few cars on the city streets right now so that they can do their job clearing, trying to stay ahead of the snow, as we keep hearing from Chris Cimino and G, that the snow bands of snow, the snow is going to be falling much more heavily through the overnight hours. But since they've been out on the roads and the streets since early this morning, they have been trying to keep ahead of it. So that's the sanitation truck where the worker just said he couldn't do the interview, but he's working very, very hard to try to stay ahead of the snow. And that's true of so many people across the city trying to get ahead of this blizzard. And earlier in the afternoon, I spoke to many people who are being affected by this, who are out working and trying to help people deal with this snowstorm.
It's going to be very bad. Stay off the roads.
Yeah.
Let us clean everything up nice, get everything safe for everybody.
Right. And when you look at Coney Island, pre-blizzard, what are your thoughts?
Pre-blizzard? It's cold. It's extra 10 degrees cold over here on this block.
If school is closed and then a lot of us got kids, a lot of us got to stay home. Unfortunately, some of the patients is not going to be taken care of. I wish I was there, but I had nobody to watch my child.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're taking care of a lot of people on both ends.
Yes, it is. It's very hard, but, we got to do it.
We got some socks over here, water, protein bars, hand warmers, gloves, and we also got a sandwich.
And you're finding homeless on the subway are receptive to your outreach?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Especially when we're on the F train. The F train has been one of the bigger lines that we'll see tons and tons of homeless people.
And I certainly hope that there are not very many homeless people out in this weather. It is really tough out here to be here hour after hour. And finally, I'm going to bid adieu and get indoors and enjoy a warm, cozy night, and tomorrow, too. So we are live in Coney Island. McGee, Hickey, PIX11 News. Back to you, Heidi and Corey.
You totally deserve it, McGee. Get inside warm and have a hot toddy or something.
Yes, absolutely.
Well, as the night goes on, we're now looking at snow falling at 2 to 3 inches an hour, Corey.
Yeah, Mayor Mamdani emphasizing that these conditions are different than previous storms.
These are blizzard conditions. New York City has not faced a storm of this scale in the last decade. As a result, we expect to see moderate coastal flooding of up to 2.5 feet during high tide, with a chance of it increasing to 3 feet along Staten Island, the Rockaways, and the Battery.
Subway and buses are still running right now, but MTA officials say expect delays and possible disruptions as this night continues. And the reminder, we mentioned earlier, no school tomorrow for New York City students.
And as we've been telling you all night, all New Jersey transit services are currently suspended.
Yes, bus and light rail suspended at 6 p.m. President of NJ Transit, Chris Kaluri, making sure everyone knows safety, the #1 priority there.
These all are very challenging for our bus, our light rail, and our rail systems. And on top of that, you got to make sure we have everybody to be taken to their final destination safely. So all this weigh in our decision and our recommendation to the governor to suspend service at 9. I care about the safety of our riders. We will do what is right and what is right by them, and to make sure our crews are safe as well. So we're going to do this thoughtfully.
Yeah, the train service, by the way, stopped at 9 p.m. tonight, and it's not clear when service will resume. Riders are encouraged to monitor the NJ Transit app for updates. But again, I was saying it earlier, like, stay home, obviously, tomorrow morning. And a lot of folks, even if they wanted to get to work, they couldn't, and that's one of the reasons why.
Exactly. And LIRR will temporarily suspend all service starting at 1 a.m. Bus customers should also expect delays. Meanwhile, Staten Island Railway will operate on a weekend schedule tomorrow.
All right. Well, let's take a look at the snow coming down in Jersey City. This is from hours ago, and even hours ago, you could see how the snow was just collecting on the streets and on the cars. It's piling up fast, and we still have a ways to go.
Wow.
And that travel ban we've been talking about in effect for the Garden State until 7 a.m. A number of New Jersey schools also closed tomorrow as well.
Our Grace Gomez, as you know, is in Hackensack, Bergen County. And Grace,
it's a different side of her. She's turned.
I was just going to say, yes, the snow is coming down, but on the other side, so you're completely covered now, very evenly distributed.
Yeah. Taking turns, making sure one side's covered, the other one as well. You know how we do. And, earlier tonight, I was telling you, oh, wow, it's really windy. Guys, clearly, I did not know what I was talking about because we're in the thick of it right now. I want you to take a look at here. We came back to Polyfly Road. Take a look at the bushes. I mean, the gusts are so strong. They're kind of moving the bushes, the branches. Not too much right now, but a couple of minutes ago, well, there we go. A couple of minutes ago, it was just very intense, very hard to even look at the camera, very hard to stand in front of the camera as all the snow, it's literally hitting me in the face. And right now, this is what we wanted to see. Obviously not the snow and the wind and how everything's coming down, but down to the streets. If my photographer Alex could just point down to the streets are almost empty. And this is where authorities wanted to see the whole afternoon and evening. They wanted people to get home, get to safety, because the conditions were worsening, and now we're seeing that is the case. And listen, this is just going to pick up from here on out. We've heard Mr. G, Chris, the whole evening, and it's just going to get worse. Earlier today, we were at Patterson, and we talked to authorities out there and asked them, how is cleaning the streets going to pan out? Take a listen to this.
Public Works been out since 12 noon. We have 29 of our own vehicles out there salting. The county has added 11 additional trucks for this storm for us. We ask that anybody, please do not park on the streets. If you don't have to park on the streets, use one of the parking lots that we advertised, or park in your driveways, but keep the cars off the streets as long as you can. We definitely need it off the streets. The dead ends, please do not double park in dead ends anywhere, but especially in dead ends. Our trucks are big. They got 10-foot plows. It's hard for us to get down these streets when they're double parked. Thank you.
And, you know, that not only goes on for Patterson, but for other cities. You're going to stay home tomorrow. Everything's closed. Make the best of it at home and stay out there, stay out of the cold and the snow. Reporting live in Hackensack, New Jersey for one last time today. I'll see you tomorrow again for snow coverage. Grace Gomez, PIX11 News.
You know, I just want to say this really quickly, is that as we see your shot, Grace, I am so thankful I'm not in the car right now, because the way that the snow is blowing, how quickly it's blowing sideways, I mean, you can talk about visibility being impacted, and that's one of the reasons they're saying don't be out there driving. Yeah.
Now you get warm now. Okay.
Yeah.
Good job. Good job, Grace.
Stay off the roads.
Okay, we will. From now till 6 a.m., by the way, it's the worst of this blizzard. We're keeping you up to date on what to expect overnight into tomorrow morning.
Yeah, after the break, we're going to check in with Chris and Mr. G on just how much snow has fallen so far and what you need to know to get ready for tomorrow.
Right now, we have seen 5 to 7 inches of snow fall across the city so far. A travel ban is in effect for New York City until noon tomorrow. Warming buses are available across the city for those who need a warm place to go.
You know, as you look at that box on the left, looking at Times Square from above, it looks like a snow globe, doesn't it?
It does. It's crazy.
It really is something else. Why don't we go to the ground level? Check in with Kate Rooney in Times Square, where a lot of the tourists have been enjoying this. And look at even Kate's shot. You can see a lot more snow is falling than last time we talked to her.
100%. And yet Kate is smiling her face off. Hi, Kate.
Yeah, well, I mean, the flakes are heavier. There's a lot more snow on the ground. But I am here with a very important update on our snowman friend. A few minutes ago, he had a hat and glasses and gloves on. Of course, the people who gave those to him got cold and had to take them away. But I'm told that his name is Garrett, and he does have these arms and eyes. And a lot of people have been coming by and stopping to take pictures with our friend Garrett here. Just to give you an idea of how festive and happy and taking it in stride people are tonight, here's what people have been saying that we've been speaking to. Where are you guys from?
Dublin, Ireland.
Okay, and do you get weather like this?
Sometimes, not too much.
How special is it to have it here in New York?
Yeah, it's brilliant. This is amazing. This is making our holiday. Now, we can't go home. We're supposed to fly home tonight, so... But it's great. It's great. It's really good.
How did this snow affect your trip here?
Well, they canceled our flight today, so we need to stay here for 5 more days. So
5 more days?
Yeah, it's not that bad. I like this city.
Do you like the snow?
Yeah.
I love the snow, yeah.
Does this change your plans?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's cancelling the flight.
How is it impacting your plans?
My flight tomorrow has been cancelled and postponed till Wednesday.
So what are you going to spend your extra time doing while you're here?
I don't know. Just see what's open tomorrow, I guess.
We had lots of plans tomorrow morning, but we're going to be staying inside so we're safe.
So really, for the first time since we've been out here all evening, we are starting to see a major decrease in traffic, both vehicular and pedestrian. Very few vehicles on the road right now, and a lot fewer pedestrians out here walking around. I think people are starting to think, all right, might be time to head into our hotel rooms, get cozy, cuddle up, watch a little PIX11 news. But you got your stragglers. You got a few people who are still out here making some snowballs and hanging out with their friends and just enjoying this moment in Times Square. I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah, what a moment it is as we go through this together.
Yes. All right, this blizzard is no joke, and the worst is from right now till 6 a.m.
Yeah, Mr. G is following what's next.
Yeah, and it could be about 9 a.m. as we see it right now. Never really reached blizzard criteria. The warning was in effect of winds over 35 miles per hour. That's the criteria. 3 hours plus 1¼ mile visibility, blowing and drifting snow. Spots have accumulated a lot of snow, and the blizzard warning remains in effect. Let me explain to you what's happening here. Whoever's getting into the banding of the snow is getting appreciable amounts of snow, like 1, 2, 3 inches an hour, and is piling up in Manorville, Long Island, 10 inches, the Hamptons close to 10, Bayside close to 7, Shirley out in New York 8.5. You could see across Long Island they really are piling it up and doing a job. Freehold 10 inches, Perth Amboy, Leone in New Jersey 7 inches. The ground is cold here in the city and 2nd Avenue, man. The roads are slick. And you can see the winds kicking in from the north and east and then down from the north, and they're gusting upwards of 30 miles to 40 miles to 50 miles an hour. These are the bands we're watching. Wherever they set up, again, they are going to deliver a real 1-2 punch in terms of snowfall, which could be 1 to 2 inches whiteout conditions in the next couple of hours. And it's a storm of duration. So it's Sunday. This is the nighttime. It is Monday in the morning hours. It is Monday at 4:30 in the morning, down with the northerly flow. But look at the bands of snow. Look at the bands of snow. Look at the bands of snow still stepping up. The storm is moving away, but it's intensifying. So with that, it becomes a problem because it's getting bigger and throwing back tons of moisture here. And once it finally breaks, it'll break, I think, rapidly. By Monday, I think the skies will brighten later in the day. So 8 to 12 inches is the feeling across portions of northern and northeastern portions of our viewing area. 4 to 8 inches, Sterling 1 to 3 north and west. You're dealing with a lot of tide here. You're dealing with a full moon or a new moon. 35 degrees. The snow is going to taper off. That's your story. And here's the storm as it pulls away. Nothing moves for tomorrow. Tuesday, a little bit of melting. Wednesday and Thursday will be better, milder next week.
All right, G.
We are watching the snow come down tonight, and is it ever coming down?
Yes, coming up next, we're going to check in on conditions on Long Island. Stay with us as our coverage of the blizzard of 2026 continues.
as you know by now, Long Island is really getting hammered. Emergency crews are on duty. Utility workers are in place to respond to all those power outages they expect to have.
Yeah, James Ford has been out there for hours in Farmingdale looking at the snow as it comes down. And again, they're supposed to get hit.
We are here in Farmingdale where a real effort is underway to get all this snow off the street. You see the plow there, and then look behind the plow. You can see the yellow line, the double yellow line behind it, but boy, is this thick, thick snow. We've been shoveling every half hour to an hour. Now our shovel can actually stand upright on its own because the snow is just that deep. Let's take a dig here down to the blacktop ourselves, and that gives you a sense of how deep we're talking. About 4 inches or so right now, and that is only going to increase all night long. There is a travel ban, but you can see there's the occasional car that is still out on the road. You're not supposed to be from 9 p.m. to 9 a.m. across Long Island and Nassau and Suffolk counties. We spoke with some people who were trying to get home before this happened. As they point out, it's a big challenge. Meanwhile, this snow is also kind of wet, heavy snow. You get that on power lines, and that's a real concern. The utilities here bringing in crews from outside, PSEG among them, bringing in crews from farther west, Ohio, Indiana, the Midwest, to try and have the ability to restore power as soon as possible. Look, the bottom line is it's a lot of snow now. It's only going to get a lot more intense overnight. We'll stay on it up to the minute. As always, you can see it's definitely covering my glasses. We'll send it right now back to you from Farmingdale on Long Island.
Thank you so much for that, James. Hang in there. A last check of the forecast on this blizzard night in New York City.
Yeah, that camera kind of already getting snowed in. We'll be right back. So you look outside and you have a sense of what's happening right now. But the question, at least I have, and you probably have at home too, is like, what is it going to look like when you wake up tomorrow? Yeah, we have Chris Cimino in the Weather Center.
And still a bit of a challenge. We're watching the snow continue to move in from off the Atlantic around this storm, circulating off just to our south and east. Figuring around a foot or a little bit more in and around the city, northeast New Jersey. Heaviest amount Suffolk County. You could get into that 15 to 20 range. Same thing through portions of New Jersey. Then you get further north and west, perhaps maybe not quite as much, more in the order of about 8 to 12 inches. Again, if some of these heavier bands linger a little bit longer tomorrow morning, the numbers could go up a little bit. But right now we're pulling back on the lower end of that spread we put out there for accumulations. 34 tomorrow afternoon, cold one Tuesday, but unlike the last storm, no deep freeze to follow. Look at the temperatures, low 40s on Thursday, Friday 43. We may be flirting with a 50-degree mark by Sunday. Well, that'll be nice, wouldn't it?
Yes, indeed. You said it. Thank you so much for joining us for this extended coverage of the blizzard of 2026. I'm Katie Tong.
I'm Corey Chambers. It's been really a pleasure being here with you, Katie. Yes, tune in to the PIX11 Morning News starting at 4 a.m. for the latest on this storm. You get updates online at PIX7.com and streaming on PIX7 Plus. Have a fantastic night. Stay safe.